first 2 rounds to go for a little
Tanggal
exploration
29.
to see if they can get some more info.
Hari Jumat.
Instead, though, Zekken and Zelsis doubling up over towards A, anticipating that this would be a re-hit. Just confident that John.
Seharusnya saya sedih kematian Tuhan Yesus, tapi kok malah saya senang karena libur. Tidak apa-apa.
Gen.G now fully grouped up. Sitting side by with his rifle, might have to try and put a stop to this one, but it's difficult. Well, the adversaries are trying to overcome here, still not showing his hand.
Udah live nih.
Potential there to set that one up, but finally a few shots fired and Ryzen texture has been creeping.
Hey guys. Oh, Watchparty kemarin ada yang diblokir ya, aku bingung. Kasih alasannya. Oh, ini. Gak boleh di lagunya. Nana. Kita. Itu.
Ayo. Ayang jajan.
Udah aku like ya. Udah aku like ya. Aku mau. Ayang jajan. Tadi ide aja ya guys. Hai guys, halo.
Yuk gaskeun.
Jajan. Guys. Bentar. Maskan.
Up nice and easy onto that third.
Let's go.
John not even able to secure the rifle, which could have made a
Yang
huge difference in
terbaik.
the economy. If he had been able to keep it, perhaps they would have still been able to buy into the next. I love the play at the beginning of the round from Sen. I think it's really smart. Fake like seconds push in one direction, get the pick over towards Halls. But they also just allowed Meteor
Watchparty
to run in with his own and get the
mendukung
plan down.
Pacific.
And he essentially did that just all on his own.
Yeah.
And once you're in an afterplant situation and Gen.G are walking all over the space, it's much more difficult to clean up. And Sen's retake protocols do not look as good here as on some of their other maps.
Definitely tell it's a map that's just been, less honed over time. From Sentinels, just missing a jump there. I mean, a deep dive, I believe.
Wah, ini sampai sahur nih guys menurutku. Jam 5 mulai gamenya di jam 11.
For Gen.G again, happy to play this one nice and slowly.
I believe Texture's positioning, he would have heard John Q.
Yang besok kerja tapi suka main valo udah langsung.
May well get relayed to the rest of the team. Yeah, you can see it being pinged out here actually on the minimap. And so they're expecting the stack to be over towards mid and A.
Incredibly deep positioning here. Hunter's Fury going to be offloaded from this particular position. That's Lakia.
Wow, ultinya. Wah, ultinya kena nggak tuh satu.
Only one tag, spotting out the positioning of Zelsis. Interesting usage of the ult, but with 50 seconds left now, Sander make
Salah live game
over
bener
towards that
dikit
B side.
masa di
Cosmic
tengah.
divide.
Gak nampak cuy nanti. Kau mau naruh di mana, Adrian? Nah, pojok kanan. Dan nih, pojok kanan ya.
And this composition has so many different ways of getting into B.
Puas.
The Jet and the Yoru, very difficult to deny, especially when you have so many smokes online. That pit did not cover the spike.
Oh, and a lot of respect as well being showcased as well to a weaker buy of Sentinels, but second. See what damage he can do here. Still with the rifle in his hand. They found the first one, but again, a lot to get through. It's murky territory, a blight onto the B site with that pit, but they really wrangled control of this one. They found Karon, but again, Munchkin is the player that needs to fall to really stand a chance.
Kanan natin saya nggak bisa ngeliat siapa yang mati. Tuh. Nah.
Around, but he's being found. Sassy
Kamu mau ngeliatin skillnya.
one player left to stand as Lakia crouched, cowering, fear in his heart. He cannot face them. A thrifty win for
Wah,
Sentinels.
thrifty. Gelo.
That is a bizarre one to start us off with. With a pit being invested as well, you think Gen.G have just got that wrapped up. It's a gorgeous flash recon play that catches Meteor, but then there's just a lot of timing plays all around the spot.
Gimana Mas? Kenapa? Enggak, aku mau nanya.
Thrifty gak tuh? Mastercard berjalan.
Being able to use the eco advantage that they had, and actually the pit there ended up hurting them. Not something that's that replicable.
Oh, dipindah-pindahin eh.
They will be moving forwards now. Plenty of money left waiting, and a lot of equipment comes with it. Full weaponry. Zekken so damn aggressive now. Seems to have an inkling that maybe Karon's there, possibly from a cam aggressively getting broken.
Yeah, for sure. John Cudy's cam got broken in that spot. Now he knows where Karon basically is. The rest of Gen.G working their way up mid. One of the things that Sen said in their press conference was it's difficult playing against Gen.G, hard to isolate your ones when they travel around in such a pack. But Gen.G are running a 1-3-1 D4 here. Smoking it up, looking to take a little bit of mid. But Tens has gone walking all the way down halls here, getting good info for his team.
That's fantastic info. He's going to be hearing the scurry of the footsteps from Munchkin, maybe even seeking to punish, but he's going to be calling this now for his team. Look at this.
Sassy starts to go.
Halo ganteng.
All around the map can follow those sound cues and follow them well straight towards the B side, but it's going to be setting up for that B split through tunnel.
Tens has got to be careful here not to overflank. He just needs to play to contain. He grabs one,
No
grabs
way!
two.
And the heads will roll before that space gains, and guess what Gen.G just sent? Rattling now. Oh, the way! The movement looking clean with it. Texture's got something to say still.
Serem banget. 3 HP.
Bom! There's a refresh and shut down. Traded time. Really
Clutch gak sih? Clutch gak sih? Nge-save ya. Oh, dia yang bawa spike.
Some time spare, barely a second. And yes.
Lah dia udah habis ulti ya tadi ya?
Surely don't let this one slip for 1v3.
Karon though is going to be able to reposition slightly and
mati tuh.
Really?
Mati.
He's got so wide.
Mati.
Karon! The movement impeccable, the aim on
Wah,
top.
gila.
And he's brought it to a 1v1.
Sudah gue share bro. Buh, makasih bro. Thank you bro.
Ranked to superstar on the grand stage. He does not seem phased at all. Zekken to face him now. Again, slow walking onto the angle. The noise and information just being cut away entirely. It could just come down to chance. Cloudburst and straight up into the air. Zekken diffusing. Drops down. Fight taken at one. Karon. A menace to him.
Karon, gila.
Rips away the chance of that round.
That's an absolutely monstrous, heartbreaking 1v3. And the aim and the precision is pretty natural. It's just, you do not see that. With a Phantom at long range, on breeze, ripping off heads. Yes, the timing on the trade is not perfect. It's not a double swing from Sen. But they don't
Gila.
And winning that.
Karon is just that guy. I mean, he just seems unshaken.
Wah, pada masuk ke situ semua gak tuh? Langsung dikasih info sama Sesi. Sesi habis itu ke-pick. Sesi ke-pick. Oke, drone dulu gak apa-apa. Nice.
Multiple targets. Now the fury of his own. That is going to be left ripped. And look at the targets! It just cleaved right through them.
What a perfect counter.
Nowhere to run bro di situ anjir. Mereka gak ngeliat ulti.
Tens has gotten deep. He's going to be able to hear rotations.
Wah,
I think that's such a pivotal part of Sen playing in this finals. Gen.G love to rotate around the map on their attack side and their defense side, getting people into good positions like that for info. Impeccable.
Seems like a clear game plan, just disrespecting them.
But also Sassy, really, the playmaker there.
Of course.
I thought he was going to get overwhelmed. You saw him get the tag onto Meteor, and I thought that Sen were going to get baited into the fact that there was only one there. Clearly, a better read than it appeared. The Hunter's Fury obliterated them.
Few layers too. I mean, Celsius, the bodyguard, playing inside the smoke, making sure that there was no punish in sight when Sassy was ulting.
Yeah. It's very solid stuff. Now Gen.G are just going to go for a save here after Karon got them a 1v3 to start their economy flourishing. Sen making sure it dampens just slightly. I don't know whether they saw Zekken's operator this round. They didn't really interact with it very much because he went for the peak double doors at the beginning. I have a feeling that Gen.G don't know that this is online. You can see he hasn't even shot a bullet. So that could certainly be another twist in the tail as we head into the next.
They're not revealing the hand that they have purchased that one. They might be able to check the money at least in the follow-up now into this round, but yeah, here's that play before as well.
Lovely,
Vulnerability as well.
Yeah, especially with Celsius throwing the snake bite.
Real nice.
Zekken is going to be here to try to receive this hit if it comes through A.
He's taking a gander through double doors, at least looking like he wants to. Wall.
I feel like this is going to be so difficult when Meteor has his Yoruba online.
5 tags though. Found deep control of mid. Now Karon is playing a really far back position here. Just seeking to contain. Oh my god. Against the wall, could just be walking straight into it. Shot missed though. It's a jiggle, and guess what? The entirety of the site has been gained. Given up entirely here, just from that dimensional drift. Out of it now, Meteor with the plant.
And this is
securing
brutal.
Of a texture.
This is brutal. You're going to end up having pulls on this. You've got people running, you know, Munchkin's got lineups that he can throw. Offsite post-plants buy time for post-plant lurks to come through, and this is the game plan for Gen.G. Sen not to play this quickly. They have to clear so many areas, and then put pressure so deep to punish Karon and Munchkin.
Already the lineup sailing across. Dart not quite broken. Reveal onto multitudes of targets. Again, this all causing issues, and it is too much to overcome, too much to clear. Ults are being rattled off here. Texture from the high ground, eventually traded, and now the flash, pop flash, round the corner, tens. It was all dodge. Meteor! Massive play. Second sticking inside the cage, broken. Destroyed and dropped. Gen.G finding that fifth, but you're right, Josh. It all began just how long it took Sen to really get their ground, get started onto the retake.
Frankly, the push into main, I have no problems with. Ten's doing a great job, but how is Meteor turning this and still getting a double kill out of it? If you remember back to the defense side pistol that Sen ran on this map against Gen.G, they flash peeked Zekken in, Meteor dodged it, got the kill. I'm just getting flashbacks of that again. The Gen.G players are so skilled and have demonstrated that all year. You think you have them dead to rights, you simply do not.
Slight edge being held now for Gen.G. Rounds have been oscillating wildly back and forth. It follows the trends. It's Sen's turn. Gen.G playing quite split up though. 2 players. Texture and Karon. A dynamic duo. Been making waves. Let's see if they can do any damage. At least focusing on that. That was a potential reclear being called there by Sen, and let's just go even.
And no flash peek being used there, so that was just a dry double swing. 1 for 1. And Munchkin's wall not going to be available to them if they hit A. So that puts more pressure on Karon now. But he still has the ult to be able to work with. So
for Gen.G guys. See guys, for Gen.G guys. See.
Not a far back position. He wants to hold them before they can even get themselves into the choke. Locking it down. Deep dart. Potential setup. Waiting for the sound cue. Doesn't get broken.
Yeah, I think if that dart had been broken, he was looking to flash peek in there and make the play to win the round. The time is getting so low. If they can play in front of the Cosmic Divide, oh, Sassy goes down.
Head rips clean off, down through into the back Cosmic Divide. Gives him the perfect exit strategy here. Pop flash through, but Texture, he was aware of it. Facing away, or at least dodging it. And any chances for Sentinels into this round crumbled once more before our eyes. It's again, Gen.G in astounding control.
Commanding position there. Having lost the Viper early on, to still be able to deal with that A-main aggression and come out on top is pretty excellent. Gen.G, we're talking about the fact that their composition, honestly, they're happier with it on the attack side, or at least people expect them to do more on the attack side with this
in
comp.
Gen.G kan.
That was what blew us all away when Sen played against Gen.G last.
All in
Now
Gen.G
we're really
bro.
seeing how comfortable they are in these spots. It doesn't all have to be.
Dari
fast
awal
exits
aku
with the
tuh
jet
udah
and the room.
Gen.G.
Celsius would love to keep
Dari
the
mereka
weapon
menang
rolling.
PCT Pacific
Flash
udah
room.
Gen.G.
They spotted Texture.
Plenty more players though. Texture spotted it.
Wah, last player. Ayo Gen Kitty, jangan seorang leader.
One left, slowly being
Ada di sebelah
hunted.
kiri tuh. Boom!
Push back.
Lagi. Maju!
The
Oh.
enemy's an adversary, so they do keep at least one gun into the round, but already you're looking at almost similar scenes here. Here's that opening when they try to re-clear out through.
An unbelievable
Main.
shot onto Munchkin, but the trade's still coming through. The level of quality in terms of the rifling in this match is unbelievable. But we didn't get to see it in the upper bracket final between these two teams. Sen talked about, Kaplan in particular mentioned, the atmosphere was bad when they began that game, and they crumbled on split. It set the entirety of the series off on a bad note, and Sen, though they tried to recover it on Lotus, ended up going out in a flop. Now we are actually seeing Zek
Tarik, come to Kazakhstan, be my best man.
to the Gen.G players.
Oh,
Making
is
it
he
more
going to
a
be
game that's
male?
about how they play the macro,
Oh,
prepared
gila
Gen.G
keren
are
banget.
rather than just
Ada yang nge-propose,
Because that's the first step, right?
dia mau
Come to
nikah
Gen.G,
terus
kind of
minta
just matching them
tarik
up
jadi
with the
wow.
And man, how difficult that is, because Texture, Meteor, Karon are all
All in Gen.G nih real bro.
with the best players in the world
Lights
right now.
out.
In
Lights
terms
out.
of form, they might
Karena
be like all
EMEA
three in
nggak
the
ada
top five.
Fnatic, jadi aku
I
nggak
don't
bisa
know who else you
dukung
would put up there, because
Fnatic. Kalau ngeliat di
you watch
Pacific,
Texture, Meteor, or Karon
udah
in a 1v1
pasti
against anybody else in this tournament.
semenjak
favor.
Gen.G
Yeah,
menang
I mean,
Pacific,
they're
terus
just cerebral.
permainannya
Well,
oke,
they
gue udah all in
Just
Pacific,
tool in nature,
all in ke
really, the way
Gen.G
they
bro.
tackle and handle a lot of
Awalnya waktu itu
structures,
aku nggak
manage the
pede,
game,
tapi
and
pas
move on
waktu
top of it.
Gen.G
It's all there, perfect
main di
package for a
group
lot of those players.
stage-nya
So, he's the first
Master,
obstacle
pas
set
awal
to remove.
performanya bagus
Get that
banget.
confidence back
Cara
at
dia
least.
nge-counter gameplay EMEA sama gameplaynya Loud
Can move
juga,
down towards
but
mid
udah
though,
pasti
yeah,
menurut
creeping.
aku dia udah bisa sih.
Crawling.
Ini
It's a great trip, but
sekarang
no
sih
one really to
menurutku
play off it.
keduanya bagus. Cuman di sini adu
Giving up some
mental,
material, up towards
adu mental sama
drift. On his way through, he'll be able to clear out
endurance.
most of this side as
Karena
well.
kan
Basically,
ini
the human
satu
drone
matchnya aja
spotting out
30
these
menitan.
skill trick.
30
Hey,
menitan
wait a
kalau
second,
emang
don't
mau
you see?
sampai OT
Gets there onto the angle in time.
bisa
Gets the punish onto Lakia.
35, 40 ya, not taking too much lah.
But no, the cross-set
Oh,
placement
Karon
just
kasihan
wasn't
banget.
expecting that one. The deep contact play and push
Gen.G
out of
season
Sentinels.
2024 ini kayaknya bakal OP. Ya, OP banget. Menurut aku
Yeah,
Pacific
definitely. They're realizing
Pacific
the fact that
all
Karon and
eyes
Munchkin
on
are gonna be
Gen.G.
playing very passive positions.
Terus
Them both.
tahun ini
They
tuh
even isolate
tahunnya
Munchkin, who's so far away.
PRX harus
Yes, this has taken a lot of time,
harus
but it's set them
anteng
up
dulu
in a
deh.
great situation to
Kenapa
win the round.
mereka harus butuh waktu yang lama untuk bisa beradaptasi dengan transferan barunya. Walaupun bisa dibilang pemain Indo ya, tetap aja butuh. Karena bro, gameplay yang jarang dimainin terus tiba-tiba chemistry-nya dirubah dengan pemain baru, ya yuk harus kerja Rodi cuy
Look how
buat
John gets
chemistry
that
itu
after
muncul.
the
Dan
kill
menurutku
but it's this
tahun ini
repush.
PRX
Not
bener-bener
looking to
improvement
try
ya
to go
untuk
retake at all.
transfernya, karena
Fully
Monyet
waiting
udah
to
mulai
try
ngerti
to flush
gameplay,
out Karon
udah
and
mulai
Munchkin
ngerti
before
PRX
they
itu kayak
overgo
mana.
Lord's side.
Terus
It's a
juga
great adaptation. It
PRX
shows a
udah
bit
mulai
understanding
jarang
Gen.G are
W
playing
gaming,
the
jadi
post
ya
pass.
itu agak disayangkan sih. Mereka mau
This
nggak
is
mau
the kind
harus
of stuff that
balikin
made Sentinels
gameplay
split so
mereka
scary.
kembali, kalau
You
nggak
know,
nanti
we'll
mereka
forget
dibaca
about the
terus
last two
sama
times
tim
they played
lawan.
Yeah, I mean,
Reading gamenya
their
bagus banget.
confidence not there as well.
Mereka juga tiap individual tuh bagus.
That's just from the way that the map veto ended up
Munchkin
shaking out. Wasn't the
bagus,
first map that they ended up picking.
tekstur
Deep down here,
bagus,
Texture
Karon
take
bagus,
advantage of this
Lakia
one as
bagus.
well.
Aku nggak tahu, susah.
Using it, they did miss
Kalau
second.
di
Hello, spot
Sentinel,
it.
aku nggak bisa bilang Sesi bagus, aku nggak bisa bilang John Kitty bagus.
Defending the area and teammates
Itu
flooding back in.
emang dari aim-nya sebagai pro player itu wajar. Tapi Ten sama Zeken, that's out of the way bro. Apalagi Tens ya. Sebenarnya Tens tuh aku juga nggak setuju sih orang mengagung-agungkan Tens. Tens itu emang ikonik di Valorant. Dan itu yang ngebuat orang-orang nge-admire seorang Tens. Aku agree aja itu. Wow. Trigger disiplin, bro. It's a must.
Left looking in every possible direction, barely able to get it, but they do in the end.
Karon with another
Lah 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 lah. Lah. Lah.
Positions.
Apa sih? Apa sih, bro?
Zekken. You're watching here as he tries to take contact.
Dodging that initial wave of utility. Won't be too many targets.
Pada bilang lag
Once more,
dia
Brett.
dari sananya.
Sassy drones out through B main,
refresh aja,
making
bro.
it feel like perhaps there's some level of aggression happening over there. They're trying to prompt the reactions out of Gen.G. But this team is so
Wah.
smart.
Nih ya.
Wait for a full commitment
Breeze.
before they decide to do
Terus
stuff like that.
abis itu bind. Bisa Asen. Wah udah.
Voyager actually here, making his way
Aku
all
tahu
the way
Gen.G itu
up through
kurang
walls.
memuaskan di bind.
It's not a full commitment on the A split just yet.
Quite.
Tapi,
Like to play,
bro.
get some info.
Does like to take the initiative though. That player to watch for here, Meteor. Holding. Kibi's a util, potentially the flash there, I believe, in his hands, but thinking twice about it. And again, it's just pure silence. They're letting Sentinels stew, hoping that they make a mistake.
No real reaction though from Sen. They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone, at least should trigger that reaction with the knife. Down, cancels it! Reactions there from Zekken, repositions there with a dash, but my...
Israel Zekken OP Israel kah, bro? Kita lihat Munchkin udah di sini, ke suppress karena ultinya dari seorang Tens. Night Owl udah fully retake. Ini kalau misalnya Munchkin gak ada yang nge-cover, dia nge-stuck di dalam. 3 orang udah main di sini. Karon masuk. Masih ada Zelsis. Gen.G datang. Headshot dari Gen.G. Tapi di reload. Nice, 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 nice. Nice. Terlalu ini. Terlalu mahal matchnya. Match mahal, bro.
Gen.G dominated this map when the sides were
Guys, jangan lupa di-share ke teman-teman kalian. Tapi teman-teman kalian pasti pergi ya ke itu apa.
He had to kind of adjust in mid-air and Zelsis caught him, plucked him out the air like a butterfly.
Gila, 20 menit aja udah seintens ini ya. Ini baru 20 menitan loh, guys. Udah 25 menitan deh. Tuh. Ini 25 menitan. Dan itu baru half time. Tuh, 40 menitan juga ujungnya 1 match. Wah, tuh. Main mental, bro. Aku sih gak bakal kuat ya. Tapi mereka emang dilatih seperti itu. Jangan lupa makan, guys.
Time and time again in these high pressure scenarios. Well, last alive here, like back against the wall to try and find a bailout round to really try and recover this. We're so used to seeing him now in this scenario. Yeah.
And it's ridiculous because this guy just turned 19 in his first international
Tuh,
final.
he just turned 19.
And the journey for this guy has been long.
Anjir, mamanya nggak beda jauh juga.
He was only 17
Bener-bener
years
ngambil
old.
mamanya banget nih.
Exit on stage. At the time I talked to, his parents were there with him, going along to Istanbul.
Bener-bener ngambil mamanya banget nih, Zekken.
This is a picture from America
New haircut.
of his grandma out with him, supporting in
Aku
the
jedai.
crowd. He's a young guy, but he's had his family all the way behind him throughout his journey here.
Kalau lagi makan nggak enak
Now he's
cuy
at a
kayak
point
gini.
where he's in an
Jadi
international final
aku
and really
jedai.
in that discussion for best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about Zekken is just not only does he carry himself like an absolute pro, but the man is
Tapi aku
just
pengen sih
so
potong rambut.
meticulous in the server high puck. But he's
Pas
going to
lebaran aja kali
continue
ya.
to output more if this team wants to get back into
Yeah,
it.
definitely. I mean, Josh was leading
Aku
on
tuh
this
pengen
in the
banget
classes where
boneka
you've got
Dan
people
itu
on the
loh,
other
Dan
side,
atau nggak
Tecware,
wingman.
Meteor to
Lucu
really
banget.
Karon obviously being the clutch master on that controller role. Zekken's definitely going to have his hands full today if he wants to continue frontlining versus this Gen.G roster.
Gen.G's post plans got them a great half here, but their comp also excels in the retakes. They have a lot of util to bully Sentinels out. Gen.G looking strong in this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Sentinels and for Gen.G. Hey, it ain't going to be a walk in the park either. I'm expecting some fireworks in this second half. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
The pistol round is where it really needs to start here for Sentinels. I mean, we've already been highlighting
5-7
the
nih
importance of it. Gen.G winning
dengan
6 out of 6 when they last played each other.
So now 7
kita lihat ya dari agentnya ya, ini agent umum ya. Agentnya dari Sentinel itu agent attacker banget, bukan agent defender.
Kaplan said that they came in with an anti-strat.
Mereka juga bisa fast retake,
Called it wishful thinking.
terus bisa Zekken bisa maju dibantu sama Tens. Terus bisa di cover dengan wallnya Zelsis. Info dari other side bisa sama Sesi. Gen.G tinggal main flank dong. Nice wall, bro.
Gen.G, they do play to those sound cues. Oh my, just missing a chance and the timing there for Tens, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get a move on onto the A side still. It's Karon. It's locked down into the corner position. Guess what? Zekken punishing the rotation. And 3 heads roll. Down and out here. Karon cannot win his fight out. Zekken.
Munchkin 1v5. 1v4. Jangan nge-save sih. Mati aja. Kalau bisa nge-kill.
Munchkin spotted.
Nice.
Denied, but that is the first pistol that Sen have put on the board in the rivalry that's blossoming between these two teams. And what a fantastic attack side strat that is. So much better.
Oh iya, ini baru pertama kalinya Pistoron mereka menang loh. Sen itu. Baru pertama kalinya Sen ini menang Pistoron lawan Gen.G. Pas kemarin mereka main, gak pernah menang. Sebenarnya Pistoron itu menentukan loh guys, leadnya bakal kemana. Jadi biar di second round-nya bisa jadi bonus.
Exactly what Sentinels ordered. Clearly doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up, granted for them, without too much pushback. Of course, got to be aware.
Jadi second round kalian bisa full buy. Kalau menang bagus, kalau kalah ya udah itu bilangnya bonus round.
Timing the recon dart that Sassy threw into mid, I believe. So they have no idea that Meteor is positioned this deep, but no one on Sen looks like they want to get into that area at all. Sen running a default looking a little more like when Loud played against Gen.G, not going for the early round group ups in A main, but happily now grouping up together to make sure that they can trade out the lower eco players. And like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabouts to face early on. John surely hearing this one now, facing him, but it's too much to overcome there.
Wah, tapi tekstur dan cerut tuh.
Through Tens to try and at least lock this one down into the side of the smoke. But they have found him. Right-click bundle diff, apparently so. 3 players still left to stand here for Meteor. Find that one, maybe could be a chance, but it does go.
Iya, 3 cuy thrifty-nya. Baru 4 round udah 3 thrift, baru 7 round ya, 7 atau 6 round udah 3 atau 4 thrifty. Gila anjir. Kasian cuk, Mastercard. Nggak usah kasian kan dia salah.
A little difficult to be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when Gen.G have smokes that you have to play around. They're flashing into the smoke here to blind Karon. Clearly they have a good understanding of how Karon's going to be playing.
Nice cover anjir.
That they came into the last time on Breeze was that
jangan digituin, aku juga mau.
They thought that would give them easy access to the A site. In fact, Gen.G have way more layers to it than that, but you can start to see Sen looking to break them down. And now coming into a bonus round.
Jangan lupa di like ya, jangan lupa di share, jangan lupa di kasih tau ke teman-teman kalian.
By the brain trust of John and Kaplan. And Drew as well. I should give credit to my kilt-wearing neighbor from the north.
You certainly should, yeah. Takes a village, after all. But it has been evened up in terms of that scoreline, 7-2-7. And like you said, the bonus round is where Sentinels will look to see if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture. Toast, okay, not going to be able to play anti towards that one, and everybody playing inside this cloud burst, not expecting him. He pounces up, already just locks that one down. These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these players are coming from. Texture now with the dash. Smoke to play in 4 Tens here, but how do you really overcome this? You just can't. It's just raw mechanical prowess on display. And an easy one is what it feels like here for Gen.G, overcoming all sorts of obstacles that were thrown at them.
And I think that's an example of what was going wrong for Sen last time. Gen.G are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits. And this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. Gen.G's crossfires are amazing. Karon can always play around Pyramid because he has smokes to dip and dive inside of. And then you have Lakia up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break. The weakness with Gen.G's defense is to do with Lakia, and him being overstretched, having to run around halls,
jump spot heard. Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment. You are right, it is that weakness. That's why they have to put bodies into it. But now a double walk up and phase. Second, got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be?
Ow! Sayang sekali ultinya tidak ada yang tergunakan.
Exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, great reclear. Gen.G are going to go for those occasionally because
Thank you,
that is the weakness of their composition, and they need to make sure that they have info in that area of the map. Meteor going for an info peek when they're up 5v4.
Everybody's got their backs turned to every possible position.
Oi,
Tecware
bro.
seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT Sassy.
Oh!
Down into the back
Wah!
and it is traded and cleaned up by 10
Terlalu
still. To
ini,
the left stand here for Sentinels.
terlalu
Get
kasihan di
control
dalam
of the
set
B side
sendirian.
and the plan online.
Jadi nggak bisa ke,
Also,
jadi bingung mau masuk kayak mana.
Texture.
Tapi itu bisa mati juga sih kalau di com sama temennya. Disulun, just go, just push gitu.
Orb on the spike. They can see that over towards mid. So he's probably not playing post plants, probably on site with 10s.
All up.
Harusnya main santai sih.
Just feeling unsafe, but I do take control of main once more.
Wah.
Play this post plant from this position still.
Delsis ada smoke.
Karon puts that one up, but a kill found still. It's down to just 10s.
He's got to do it all.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what a play to make. Texture so damn aware, but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakias sticking. Half spam. Damn it! He's just about got it. Unbelievable from 10s.
That is cold.
Anjir.
That split-second decision to pull out the
Anjing.
fragment grenade and make sure that you have additional damage.
Wah,
What a 1v3.
That's on a knife's edge though, isn't it? Look at it. But my God. Look at it slow down.
Oh, very, very close.
I'm shocked bro. Coy, coy.
Drawn the game back
Anjir.
8-8, where Sen actually have the economy advantage, putting together much better rounds using more of the map. And Gen.G, even though they're finding advantages, letting that one slip away. This time, Munchkin going wandering, tucking underneath where John QD is playing.
Dexter benar-benar ngemanfaatin di situ anjir. Buat one line gampang nge-kill.
You're just 100% dead, but taking a risk on a round like this where you have lower
Mereka
economy
harus
is
bisa
absolutely worthwhile.
Oh yeah.
cover.
And of
So
course,
close banget,
he
parah.
will be able to hear rotates if they
Focus,
go
bro.
heavy towards B. And he'll hear them early enough to call those defensive positions.
Back here with the Bucky.
Gila, anjir, sumpah.
I think he's going to be going for a
Okay.
peek here. Still wants to hold that close.
Okay.
Dark Broken is going to be pulling players actually.
Ya,
Reaction out of
ini sebenarnya main kayak gini aja gak apa-apa anjir.
presence there, but now
Terus di pressure sampai 30 detik.
A bit of confusion into the camp for Gen.G, wondering where the hell are these players landing.
Mereka
With only
gak ada yang
40
bisa
seconds
nge-push.
left, time could start to become a problem. But Texture, he was the real danger in this round, at least with those knives, and with him shut down, now it opens wide. But Munchkin immediately there.
Oh, udah.
No command sent flying.
Oh, udah.
Bucky gaming.
Bucky!
Dropping 10 straight down to it. Removes him from the fight. Aiming
Bye.
granted and
Bucky is
gains,
the
tucks
best,
it up
bro.
and doubles up. Now with the drone over, an attempt to punish Karon, running and gunning. Zelsis time, 12 seconds.
Wow.
He needs to find this kill.
Nice
The rifle
one.
has been handed over, and so is the spike. John QT, head on a swivel. Too much to deal with. Too much.
Oh,
to overcome.
nice.
Surrounded, man. Surrounded.
Kan harus main kayak gitu,
That's the value of
coy.
Gen.G taking risks. I'm telling you.
Halo,
Munchkin
meletup.
tucking into that spot.
Meletup.
You won't see him do it often on a
Hello,
rifle
you.
round. But what a timing to do it. And Lakia, he gets the perfect glimpse of
Kakinya aku banget,
but
coy.
also, they had no idea
Kakinya
that Karon
gue banget
already pushed
dulu.
down through halls and was in this position. Tens is comment that there's only one person in A main there for sure. Because they just had no clue that the Astro
Wake
was
me
also
when Sen win. Kalian lihat gak sih?
holding Lakia's back during the drone. Just like that, all of Ten's good work in the 1v3
Main sabar.
undone
cuy.
in a moment.
Payain inisiatornya aja
Economical disadvantage.
susah.
And from watching
Ngentrinya.
Gen.G, they love using
Inisiatornya
Meteor's ult
Sentinel
to
tuh
help
cuma
them defend
nge-support
sites.
duelistnya
Mixing
masuk.
weird using the Aura world, that means there's another player that can't.
Hello.
Huge pick.
Gila sih. Ini tekstur kayak lagi not on fire, udah capek dia.
Can shut down Texture as a
Udah
player.
pengen cepet-cepet ganti map
Reaction really
anjir.
called here with the neural theft gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury, Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor. Out wide here with a dimensional drift. He was hoping for a chance to really get that punish onto Sassy, but it's all cancelled in time, and now the rest of his team flooding in.
Oh,
Munchkin
udah,
spots
di-pick
it
tuh
just
kan.
the shoulder,
Hmm.
and finally the kill. Straight to the dome, a wider peak indeed, but it's going to be face down! and spraying through entirely. Tens finally deals with him. The pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. And Lakia is out wide, firing that util. A pull already going to be used and utilized. But three players
Come on.
standing now for Gen.G.
Gak ada yang tahu, gak ada yang dengar.
Already in
Gak ada yang dengar.
position.
Jelsis, try to clutch. Jelsis, di sini deketin Jelsis. Wow, nyaris banget. Meteor langsung masuk ke ulti gak tuh? Wah, gila.
But I think one of the key problems
Anjir. Wah, itu aku sebel. Itu masih aku sebel. Aku langsung banting-banting mouse sih. Anjir, bisa-bisanya timingnya bagus banget anjir. Dia masuk ke dalam ulti cuy, jadi gak ditembak. What the fuck?
If they had been able to move a little faster and had that set up a little quicker, Munchkin probably ends up just going something like 1-for-1. Center in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come
Wakil Asia versus subscriber Adiuda, ya guys.
again online
Aku bikin voting deh.
on an eco swing round.
Aduh, udah bikin voting, aku harus ini.
Massive ults.
Yaudah, ketik 1 buat wakil Asia, ketik 2 buat subscriber Mas Audi.
Making it nice and even, potential chance. Overall, Gen.G just holding that edge.
Bisa sih,
They saw
bisa.
Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players halls unless it's being pushed. But that's not where Sentinels are going. Looking instead to dominate mid.
Rebutan aja tuh mid, gue liat.
Line. Karon is sometimes going to peek that. But it doesn't look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they cause a distraction in B main that
Ayo.
pushes people into Zekan's crosshair?
Second. It's all about the reactions. The texture, of course, is favored. On LAN, already in position.
Kepiknya kuci-kuci tahe cok. Oke, nice ult dari Jelsis. Ultinya buat apa nih? Buat ngentri ke dalam toh? Oh ya, pas banget tuh buat entry ke dalam. Tapi itu menutupin POV banget ya sih. Semua pada di B. Mereka mau ke A. Belum ada info yang di A. Udah ada comms. Mereka bertiga di B. Berarti kemungkinan 2 di A. Tapi gak ada yang tahu. Tapi gak ada yang tahu. Oke. Gak apa-apa. Wah!
Could have absolutely sealed it up anyway. Beautiful work from Gen.G.
And that round should be the first nail in the coffin here for map 1.
All in Gen.G, bro.
They're going to push Sentinel's economy down into a really rough spot again. And Texture opening things up. It just looks so simple from his point of view.
Kayak emang orang-orang pro player ini benar-benar memanfaatkan warna highlight gitu ya. Ya ngerti gak sih? Kayak buat para OP user gitu. Wow. Nice. Nice-nya ini ya. Taunting mensupport itu. Nice gitu.
It's remarkable. Santai.
Kalian nggak lihat itu PC-nya RGB guys? RGB semua guys di bawah. Nice bro.
Gen.G, this is a new roster. Sure, some people have been here before. It's becoming the top Pacific team and then beating every other team in Madrid play.
Wah, rame banget ngomong Sentinel. Guys, wake me up when Sentinel win ya guys. Wah gila nih. Kayaknya karena rame banget misalnya jadinya ngelek guys. Anjir, Breeze ada ya ini ya. Aku baru tahu cuy di Breeze ada ini.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the pressure
Tahu aku
probably
ini.
would have gotten to some of these players a little bit ahead of time when they're playing against the top, at the time, Korean team. That was DRX, even in just the kickoffs. I mean, Gen.G, this is a squad that was put together, and really.
Guys, kita toxic dulu. NA artinya, ya, near airport.
Knock down every single obstacle they faced and more.
And now the pressure is on Sen's side. They've taken this tactical timeout, and it's going to be for this round. This is.
Ya kan, kita lihat ya di sini mereka udah mulai mencoba stratnya push mid to B. Jadi yang megang spike udah nunggu aja, nunggu yang pikan dari B-nya sama entry dari B-nya udah, kan? Kan? Nah, parah banget cu gameplaynya. Textbook anjir. Tuh kan? Ketahuan cu. Babam 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 nggak sih? Babam babam nggak sih?
Sentinels that are forced to react.
Babam babam lah. Babam babam.
How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that boggles the mind.
Babam babam gak sih?
An almost impossible spot.
Babam babam gak sih?
Gen.G not giving them anything. Diligence off the charts.
Aku nyebelin banget ya. Babam babam. Ayo. Babam babam.
Never overextending. 30 seconds remaining.
Cuy. Hah?
Wide again, John QT, that was his own.
Sih.
They have to deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out. Dash forwards, but Munchkin again. They weren't expecting it, right? It's the IGL Oasis.
Bye-bye.
Credit is due for this guy. Munchkin, one of the players with the...
Wow. Anjir, nyebelin banget ini. Cok, ada apa nih, Cok? Bisa di...
Pushing up with an ace to get to map point in the first.
Babam babam.
Not just any old ace, not an eco ace.
Bye bye.
There's so much pressure, pitting, running to. Making a mockery of them. Sen have to force up again.
Scraps, man. Pure scraps.
Udah. Udah, Cok.
And I think they found the most success when they've tried to find people, push people into aggressive positions, but that's almost impossible to feel good about lurking and then taking a 1v1 if your player has, you know, a bulldog or a stinger even. Yeah, you just don't feel favored.
Ini bibit-bibit thrifty nih kita lihat, guys. Israel 10-13 gak sih?
What's that little bit of fear, that little bit of doubt into the back of your minds, John QT?
Jangan ngejinx lah, aku dari tadi ngejinx, Cok. Capek banget, aku ngejinx tadi.
He's not thinking about it.
Not thinking about it at all.
Bam!
Punishment is there in place over the
Wah, nggak kena. Zeken udah mulai panik. Zeken udah mulai panik.
Zeken needs that rejuvenation.
Zeken mulai panik. Nice.
The trade is there. Fundamentals off the bloody chart for Gen.G, and this is it. Surely with the map
75 nggak tuh?
the positions already
Oh,
there.
78, 30.
Reveal the position, flash through into the box.
Nah,
Sassy
wall,
out wide and alone. Scared for his life. Too much
Shut
to
up.
deal with. Too much to deal
Yeah,
with.
nice.
Gen.G
Nice.
lead the charge here in our grand finals of Madrid, taking map 1.
Looking calm and collected, doing it too. It could be a long series,
Percaya
but
sama
Gen.G
aku.
are going to try and wrap it up
3-1.
as quickly as possible. They had the double map bans. They got to pick the first, and they've set the tempo. Certainly closer than last time, but as soon as Gen.G got onto the defense side,
Ayo, main santai
difficulties.
aja.
Absolutely, plenty of questions up in the air as well. Bind is up next. Gen.G haven't played it
Main
at all
santai lu
so
aja.
far this tournament. What are they going to be coming out with?
1-0 bro, 1-0. Oh lucu ya, yang ininya dibikin kerlap-kerlip. Tapi gak terlalu cantik sih. Oh ya kan juga ada master, master kan ungu. Kalau champion baru merah. Orange gitu, gak salah champion tuh orange. Apa nih Cok?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Buset, rame banget ditarik 200 coy yang nonton. Tawa anjir. Ya suara. Ya suara kayak balik. Wah, kamu gak lihat tadi aku bisa mempredik babam. Anjir, gila. Merinding. Ini kita dapat gue. Ntar spam B9 dulu.
Red Bull gives you
Temen naro mamam.
Cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo, yo quiero más y más, y poder soñarte y verte al despertar y volar, porque solo tú me llevas a otro lugar. Quiero más, solo dime, baby, que no va a pasar.
No! What the fuck? Ngelek-ngelek, bro. Hehe. Nggak seru emang. Ya nggak seru sih, nggak ada ayang juga. Ini gimana ya? Guys, kemarin kan aku KitKat sake, sekarang ya aku ngasih review KitKat terus ya. Sekarang KitKat yang kalian ini KitKat bites gitu. Tapi ini aku waktu itu mau buat es krim kan. Cuman kemarin tuh aku mau beli Hagen gak jadi kemarin. Karena udah aku makan pas aku sakit. Nanti aku coba beli lagi. Ready to use. Oh, ready to use. Install for dessert. Blah 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 blah. Kita mamin aja. KitKat. Kito-koto sake. Ini aku ada KitKat sake. Tapi aku udah makan deh yang satu. Oh well. Gen.G, wah, percaya nggak sama aku 3-1 Gen.G yang menang. Percaya lah. Percaya bro. Oh ya, sama hari ini aku mau dadakan ngasih link server. Wahahaha. Jadi kalian get wreck dulu guys.
What a fantastic start it is for Gen.G. I'm now joined by their coach Solo and Jen to do some translations. Now, the last time you faced them on this map, it wasn't as competitive. They clearly made some adjustments coming into this. Did you guys also have to make some adjustments on Breeze as well?
감독님, 지난번 센티널스를 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 접전인 경기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 센티널스도 많이 준비해왔고 또 젠지에 맞춰서 좀 카운터를 많이 준비해온 것 같았는데 젠지도 오늘 하면서 좀 즉석으로 전략에 변화를 주던가 아니면 어떤 준비를 했는지 궁금합니다.
원래 하던 대로 하려고 했는데 그 센티넬이 생각보다 라우드식으로라고 해야 되나? 준비를 잘 해왔더라고요. 그래서 저희는 라우드식으로 하면 어떻게 이겨야 될지 알고 있었기 때문에 그 후반전에는 좀 더 수비적으로 해서 게임을 이긴 것 같다고 생각합니다. 네.
Well, in the beginning, we tried to play our own game, but Sentinels have done an incredible job coming in heavily prepped, and I feel like today they were playing more of a loud style, so we were trying to figure out how to counter that, and in the second half we tried to be more defensive and ngefan banget nih sama cewek Korean ini. And trying to counter that loud type of style that Sentinels were pulling out.
Oh, that was a great game plan. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. Good luck in map 2.
Gen.G picking up right where
Orang tuh pada nanyain
when
buat
they defeated
background
Sentinels
music.
on
Bro,
Breeze last time. This
use
time, though,
Shazam,
we got a
bro.
Sentinels that had a bit more up their sleeve, but I think it goes without saying.
Prediction
Gen.G,
started.
They knew exactly what the game plan was getting ready for this one.
Tadi map
They
apa?
had to beat him on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was
Mapnya
saying,
Sentinel apa?
Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this.
Bind,
Gen.G did a great job of
bind.
adapting, slowing down, going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense.
Predict
Instead, playing more
6.000
these
lah ya.
tactics with the
6.000
Euroflash
nggak
dark
ada, cuy.
combos, and it works really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, the key thing to know here is every
Gen.G.
time we watch Gen.G, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve.
Can someone
time and
tell
time
me
again.
what are they
Sentinels
chewing?
perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of,
Chewing
play style.
in their mouth?
I mean,
Is
players
it like a
Karon,
gum or
obviously
there is
Tecware,
it
Mitchell,
anxiety?
the
That's
ones that
not.
we time and time
Itu
again talk
untuk
about, is one of
aku
really
juga
actually
belajar,
reinforcing
aku
that
juga
play style.
gak tahu-tahu banyak sih, tapi yang aku ngehnya dari
Yeah, I really thought that second clutch was going to be the
yang aku ngehnya dari ini dari pemain-pemain pro player gitu, itu tuh buat ngilangin ngantuk gitu loh, jadi kayak gitu.
But they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great
Iya,
example
begitulah.
of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those thrifties, and oftentimes
I'm
they're on
hot.
top.
I'm hotter than the translate. Sebuah kepedean yang sangat bagus. Nih, mapnya Breeze, habis itu Vine, habis itu Ascent, terus Split, baru decidernya Icebox. Buh! Sentinel salah besar sih. Nggak salah besar banget sih. Ascent kalau mereka pakai Gecko sama kalau mereka masih pakai Fate sama KO lagi, senang sih. Terus, senang sih. Gila. OP. Kita ngeliat. Apa sih harus coachnya gitu, Zeken gitu loh yang ditanyain, please lah. Oh ya, lupa ganti guys. Very good.
We feel great about Ascent after yesterday too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead of Icebox for us. Yeah, and that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on Bind.
Well,
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit.
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity maybe for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. Gen.G hasn't played this one since Pacific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid. They debuted a new comp playing the Gecko and the Sky and implemented it really well, taking down a Team Heretics who were looking hot.
Yeah, whether or not Gen.G have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw was very one-sided versus PaperX. Whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, the allusion towards Sentinels prep. Actually, is this a question mark for them? Is this something maybe they're expecting to have to deal with very early on in this veto?
Yeah, he said yesterday, Coach Kaplan being him, that Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their prep was focused on in those first 3 maps of the pool, which they predicted. It sounds like what he said in that coach interview is that they're playing for the 3-1 here, that these next 3 maps are critical, and he's absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox, but we've seen it hasn't looked great. That's one of Gen.G's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens.
Yeah, there's a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of
Buy Sentinels bundle. Sens is my god. Lucu-lucu anjir kalau kart-kartnya di luar nih. Wah, lihat itu di depannya. Ternyata guys, ternyata Master tahun ini dikasih kupu-kupu buat itu anjir. Ikonik sekali. Ikonik sekali.
Gen.G were the team to kind of throw that off balance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they were the team who dominated them on split.
Yeah, exactly.
The map in their home this entire tournament. Even back in Americas, they looked incredible there.
Tapi kalau dari deket, dari close up kayak gitu, di close up kayak gitu bajunya Sentinel tuh bagus juga anjir. Agak-agak nggak ada berbeda dari yang dulu-dulu.
I'm not going to focus on hindsight because they were amazing at that map and they
It
still
takes
are.
nothing away, but I think it gives massive credit to the teams that can dislodge that sort of statement.
And it really goes to show how close all these top teams are, that you can big up all the fundamentals, all the ideas Sentinels take, but it just takes one good
All
game,
in Gen.G.
showing up, and that
All in Gen.G.
We have the agent select coming up here. We'll see what we end up getting.
Brimstone Zio.
It's just going to come down to the margins, really.
Brimstone guys. Fine, bus mirror enggak. Suka Gecko. Aziz guys. Mereka pakai Aziz. No Sentinel, gak ada Sentinel di Sentinel, tidak ada Sentinel ya, seperti lucu juga ya kalau ngomong. Di Sentinel gak ada Sentinel.
Sentinels can re-clear extremities, can have that dizzy back online. Gen.G on the other hand doesn't.
It's time to see who has the better ideas here on Bind. And let's go ahead and send it to your cast. We got Sideshow, and I had to say it, Bren, the birthday boy. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bind being a stage that has been set here between these two teams now for map number 2, and it's a series of unknowns really for Gen.G. I mean, we haven't seen them pull this out in quite some time. They are running the same comp as they did when they qualified for this event of Madrid just before it all occurred in the kickoff. And yeah, some question marks really about their play, about sense preparation, how comfortable.
All in Gen.G.
Clearly, there is some level of that. It was the first map the Sentinels got their pick off when they actually got to wrangle that map, pull that map veto.
Kan guys, saya guys tetap dukung aku untuk menjadi pemenang Gen.G.
Gen.G looking to fight over Shower's control. That's where Tens and Zekken both are.
They are rapid onto the corner here. White face, 3 players though left to fight them. Tens hightailing it out of there. Backs away. Does a smoke drop down at his feet as well just to cover that retreat.
Looking like they want to take
Let's go.
Immediately over towards short. Tens just trying to make sure that nobody
Jadiin dulu nggak tuh apa? Jadi attacker dulu itu. Oh nggak mau, mereka harus nyuri poin. 6-6 lah.
Sassi's already used one of his flashes just to let him know that Fountain was clear at the beginning of the round. But now like here a Munchkin gaining information, peeking into John.
Mati nih, lihat nih. 1, 2.
With the jiggle, a little bit of damage done.
But John, look, not pushed off that angle.
Ini laki yang nggak mau ini ya, bener-bener nggak mau manfaatin, bener-bener nggak beli heal cuy. Lihat nih. Oh. Pergi kemana itu pitnya? Kalau boleh tahu. Oleh boleh tahu kemana itu pitnya? Gila, Aziz. Aziz serem guys. Gedein dikit aja.
Fantastic pistol. Completely turning the tide of the narrative in the previous match that Gen.G were dominating all of those important rounds. And the player to watch there was Tens. He did such a good job. That's a fantastic play from Sassy too, but I love the wingman usage. I love the double up with Zelsis.
Aziz guys.
And making sure that they
Anjir lucu banget.
When I watched Gen.G last time playing on the attack side on Bind,
Kiri
the
kanan
play that stood out to me was
awesome.
Meteor. He gets so aggressive on Cypher.
Oh yeah.
A little Alpha Yer-esque.
A lot of solo takes into Showers. This time though he's supported with the whole pack almost here. Still Outlaw. Next meets his match, drops to the floor. And these are kills that you don't really want to be funneling into Zekken. Want to get those showstoppers online, but with Showers control gained, peace of mind granted for but a moment. They still need to deal with potential lurks.
They've actually pinged out where John Cutie was playing in the previous round, and everybody on Gen.G looking to group up over towards hookah. So perhaps, you know, because they found that positioning previously, they're going to look to try to punish it. Look, again, setting up, making sure the crosshairs are in the right place, but John playing a different angle.
Yeah.
Escapes without any danger.
Good jump spot from Tens too. Gen.G again, the whole pack just roaming around here, looking for those openings. Here's Meteor. Talk this guy up. bigged him up for good reason. His mechanical abilities off the chart, and he can just solo open things up. Cool, calm, and collected with the aim. Has to really steady the hand now through and out into the site. And they have dropped the players for assaulting the positions.
30 seconds
Karon
left.
spotted. Ten's holding position, just waiting for these reinforcements to come through. It's looking fairly clean. Nicely done from Sentinels.
Back to
Ten's
me.
building up to what looks like a fairly speedy Thrash, which could be a massive ultimate to work with. I think this is the dangerous side, actually, for Sen. When I was watching them play this composition against Heretics, bearing in mind that we've only seen them play it once,
Oh, ketik di
they've
Twitter
really
lu guys.
adjusted
Aku
their
baru main
defensive
Twitter.
setups, or at least did in that game. Whereas previously,
All
when they played
in
the Yoru, they
Gen.G.
were focused heavily on showers and B-long. We saw much heavier focus towards hookah, short, on defense.
Seems to be a return to that, right?
It seems to a little bit, but bear in mind we've only seen it once prior to this. So that could have just been their game plan against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been doing early on in this game, and more similar to what they've done classically on the map.
Here's the Meteor Classic, as I was talking about. I mean, the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards showers. He tries to play off the timings as well and noise that the rest of his team
Perkara
makes.
Ryzen
And I would say that this is
nggak ada
Munchkin's
PPR
weakest map
jadi sepi.
individually. I think that's one of the reasons that Sen will have picked this and felt confident about it too.
Sekarang nggak ada
Gen.G's
PPR.
map pool is just outrageously good, but this is probably down towards the bottom. If they're able to recover here and put up an excellent attack half, I mean, they might just be the GOATs. Who knows?
Oke, entry, nice entry. Masuk ke rumah nenek.
Bonus round as a call being made fast. Look at that Stimmy 10's following it through all the way into Lamps.
Polinya kelambatan.
And they are just running and gunning. Karon didn't stand a chance. A second go of things now. Dizzy. There's some.
Oh!
Can stand his ground, rooted into place with 40 seconds left. Time. Not too much of a problem just yet. Slow it down and pick off these remaining players around. Sassy back at the site, winning it, but now just facing all together. Second realizing it, backs himself away now up towards heaven.
Lakia has to plant here with 3 HP. Zekken has a nade. Is he going to be able to get into position to deny this?
Opens himself super wide, but he just takes the risk. Actually, just goes for
Langsung
one
pop.
swing, and Lakia, yes,
Nice!
straight bit of damage. 140 to the chest and texture. Back at the site, not accounted for. Gun round.
So spicy! Whoa, deep bro! And why is lagging?
One out.
An amazing spot here, you know, Guardian, Bulldog coming into the next one. And there was certainly danger. I love this decision to fight that site. It was a little disjointed.
Kalian lihat Lakia tinggal gini dong.
Call. And Sen's defensive setup again.
Lucu banget sumpah. Kenapa sih nge-lag? Oh, penasaran deh.
It's time to be split. Waiting out the molly, and Texture's just not scared at all. Look at this guy.
Ini servernya expired po. Enggak tuh.
Not worried at all with the wall was down.
Yang aku pin, bukan yang di description YouTube.
Tens, what is the call to be made? They are really just out wide and open. If this wall goes down, they should know the timing for it, but it's going down. Flash through and out. There it is. Meteor falls, deleted. Lakia.
How's he done that?
Way, I'm not too sure. Jumping up and hopping up. That was a trailblazer kill that I just saw filling up the feed, but the spike dropped down. Texture will seek to reclaim this one, and all this action has happened with still a minute left on the clock.
What is Munchkin's call here? Zelsis is still waiting over by Showers, expecting them to use that teleport, because Sentinels have lost B-long control. Love the play from Sassy and Tens. Going for a fake B-long re-clear and then a real one afterwards with the wingman. But it still left things in an even scenario. This is still looking like they could take the teleport. But Munchkin's getting into more and more of a committed position.
30 seconds left.
Now assuming
Susah banget tuh entry-nya nih. Padahal trio-entry loh.
Into this site. Here it is. Munchkin has a snake fight, we'll send it flying. That's just to block off that CT exit and still the face. And the fight is called. Munchkin. A lot more left to do now here with only a few seconds left. Removes the Seeker, was pesky in his face, a bit of a problem, but again, time against him. And with the spike in the middle of nowhere, clear win cons, acknowledged there. Zelsis, yeah, he runs his way out.
Very well handled from Sentinels in this round, and Sassy stepping up. A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team in this new version of Sentinels has been purely supportive. You don't often see him at the top of the scoreboard, putting himself in good positions to dominate in the same way that we saw him when he was on Loud.
Messi guys.
But this round, finding great impact.
Take a breath, take a gas,
baby. Shutting down Gen.G. And all of that economic damage that Sentinels did on the bonus now really.
Emang kalau seorang leader tuh anteng ya mukanya.
It's a much weaker buy and approach here for Gen.G. They're sending out that cross-map molly. Should be familiar with it by now. It's going to be landing onto B long. Allows Texture to claim that ground. Slowing it down. In the right moment, waiting for the team to back him up right behind him here. Classic playbook of Gen.G. Just contacting in, hoping that they can take a fight and trade it out if it goes poorly. Sassy is the one to watch for here. And look at that Texture. I mean, insane awareness.
Itu gepeng sih. Aku yakin dia pakai layar gepeng itu anjir.
Spam battle one, how to at least evened out.
Evened out, and Munchkin is looking to try to take this timing down short. He's posted himself in an aggressive position. Second and 10s want to re-clear.
theft. Molly was sent flying.
Oh, they missed it!
He missed it! Still walking into the Molly. How are Gen.G finding all of these kills are onto the A side already?
That is ridiculous! I thought Tens and Zekken had the awareness that Munchkin was there, and Zekken, he ends up getting caught as well, giving away his positioning. He's going to have to pull out heroics to get this. It's looking awesome for Gen.G.
One-way smoke.
Doesn't do anything there. Gen.G doubled up. Almost every decision accounted for. Sentinels. Yeah, decisions be made for them. Backing away from this one.
Brutal decision that they have to make in this spot. But terrible economy on Tens, Celsius, Sassy as well. How have Gen.G managed to pull that one away?
That's a confusing one.
It felt very similar though to that eco round that ended up swinging things.
Maju dikit
when
langsung
the
ada
score was something like
suara
8-8, you know, I think it was round 17 actually, yeah, on Breeze, where Munchkin tucked underneath window over towards B, and he made that aggressive move, and he got rewarded for it. And this is similar again. There's a distraction play over towards B, and Munchkin gets into position. This opener is lovely. But I think what actually ruins them, oh, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the timing to be able to punish Tens and opens up the A site.
Wah, gila lototnya, kalian lihat itu. 12.000 sama 22.000. Wah, gila.
Short to catch Munchkin hiding behind that box.
Miskin banget cu, Sentinel cu. They win but at what cost anjir?
3 players that'll die to a double tap.
Really just trying to min-max as well, that money. Keep it flowing. Face now out wide. Munchkin. Great awareness.
Udah bang, tenang Munchkin. Kamu udah tadi sekali, udah nggak usah nambah lagi.
Guns being reclaimed out in the open.
Gak usah nambah lagi.
But certain now going to be that third round.
Jangan marah-marah.
Do a bit of that damage, but yeah, guess what? He's not letting him get away with that.
Punishing the gun pickup instantly
santai
I said earlier that from what I'd watched in Pacific, I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map individually.
Kayak lagi di warnet banget nih.
When I think about Gen.G, I'm thinking mainly about Texture, Karon, Meteor being the 3 powerhouse players.
Langsung revamp. Langsung pelurunya tuh langsung di sekitar badannya ini semua. Badannya Sassy semua.
Because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin ended up top fragging on map 1. He destroyed them last time these two teams played split.
Kalian nonton di atasnya ada si Nesi ya guys.
Nade off the Dizzy's contact and a fight as well out into the open.
Dizzynya bagus cuy.
That's the one who's going to be coming up on top. Seekers here. A little bit of chaos now strewn really into the mix. The orbital strike was committed.
Kekuatan rata kiri tuh.
And Gen.G wounded. Be limping themselves away now back over towards that A site.
They know that Celsius took the teleporter, so they know that there's a Brimstone around there with ult to be able to deny the plants. This isn't a round where Gen.G can just try to fight quickly. They actually smoked off.
Kalau di plan udah pasti
the teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took side control, expecting a crunch from Sen. Instead, it was that double up under Hookah that did the damage and put Gen.G in this spot.
Plan dulu nggak sih?
Langsung
ulti. Prepare for the hellfire.
Sent flying out to the back of the side. Lucky, a pop flash play out and collected. All sorts of kills and face of Celsius. Beautiful with the movement. He glides and saves the day.
The god of clutch. The god of ace. The god of everything. Trying to get a clutch inside.
He actually might be able to tap
With
here and use the
20
teleport,
seconds
but he's
left.
to try to take the fight instead.
Trying to make a play. Every angle needs to be watched for, and it is.
What a round by
Sumpah,
Zelsis.
Zelsis ini definisi tai anjir. Dia tuh kalau Free Fire dalam smoke tuh dapat terus, Cok.
Impeccable play there, and I love what Gen.G went for too. The awareness from this team is spectacular. They're thinking about the fact that they could get sand crunched at the start of the round.
Kalian
Then they
lihat
go
gak sih
mid-round
tadi?
over towards A, tap, and look to flash
Siapa?
backside to punish the
Si
players
tekstur cosplay
who are
Yoru
going to be
anjir.
trying to get into the pit at that time. Love what they did, but Zelsis shuts it down from
Woi,
his position on
the
top.
king.
Very competitive game that we have here.
Time out dulu gak sih?
His dominance on the entry, coming straight down mid.
Time out dulu gak sih? Time out dulu gak sih? Mati tuh ketentung.
Flying players seeking to try and plug up that gap as well. You can see them Gen.G trying to swarm that position. Mosh pit does relieve that pressure, but eventually claiming the kill.
Yo, 3-2 yo, 3-2 bisa yo.
Meteor, he splits it up.
He's distracting. He's pulling 3 players over towards A. Munchkin, though, instead of rotating, decides to reinforce his player, who's in a deep position. But this crossfire looks impossible to break.
Aduh.
Oh, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it themselves. They don't swing.
The trade's late, swings late. Meteor's gone for seconds, you greedy boy. But spam down at a triple point, and now there's the call. Finally, a TP by Munchkin. Gives the indicator again, but Sentinels left worried. They've made the right read onto this one.
They have. If they double swing at the same time, they're going to be able to catch Meteor. Do they predict it?
Discipline, the Meteor. Still 30 seconds left, and again, it's a wrap around, the ring around the roses, straight through to TP. Munchkin, though, will be met or placed.
Peluang.
It's going to be blocking them off, at least from being able to flood themselves back into it, but he actually didn't activate the orb.
And he didn't throw the snake bite either.
Bit of a misplay potentially, but now finally out into the
Nice,
open.
nice snake bite, nice snake bite. Masuk ke Viper wall. No one knows. Try to make a lineup.
Fake tapping there that they didn't even
Oh,
get
it's not a
into
lineup,
that site in time. So now Munchkin snakebite with the
It's not a
orb
fucking lineup.
completely locks them off. They are worried. Where could
Gak ada
Munchkin
yang
be
nyoba
right
lineup
now?
ya. Masalahnya di sini ada Gen.G tapi tanpa utility, dan di sini ada sesi tapi cuma ada heal doang.
Play it as the first point here. Sassy just sticking, holding with faith in his teammate.
Bros, don't fake!
You can feel it all the way
Bros, don't fake!
Paranoia settling in for John, but still he lands the shot in the end.
Okay. Ania. Gitu kata dia.
On Munchkin. Look at that. Fantastic positioning by Zekken, and he hops over the top of it. Playing jump rope up there. And Kaplan's happy about that one. Sen starting to pull away. Not doing enough damage to Gen.G's economy just yet.
Anjir. Gemesin banget, Cok.
Ults abound. Their defensive setups are working, and another fight potentially here.
Gemesin banget dia cuma bisa ngacungin jempol anjir.
Similar positions.
That's why the fast face comes out, it looks like, from Sentinels, just making sure that they take away the cam, don't let Media set himself up into that spot. With John QT, his pit
Nice
off
pit.
He's one section of the B site.
Nice pit itu. Tapi apakah kalian sadar bentuknya?
Might be looked to be bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah, you can see this setup. But it's possible that if Gen.G have enough players here,
Bentuknya kayak
this could just be
bentuknya
and everyone is here.
Anjir, apakah match ini Sentinel bakal unggul? Gak tahu. Tapi menurutku enggak sih. Karena kita ini karena aku balik lagi aku tadi bilangnya kan bilang sebisa mungkin Gen itu ngambil poin.
Damn good at trying to play the map into this fashion, but yes, he did make a noise, and now the Seeker's being used. It will point him towards him, has to break it, drops down the cage. Direction, Gen.G turning in and facing over towards the B side, and again, Sentinels will be running and following them fast on them, hot onto the heels, inside the smoke. Meteor dominates the angle, dominates the space of his own neural theft down. Gen.G stand a chance, and more. They fight into the back of the
Kelamaan di dalam bentukan smoke.
The pace from Gen.G is just far too much for Sentinels to deal with. This team reacts so quickly.
Tuh, udah langsung fist banget, cuy.
Amazing.
bentuk kesukaan Mbah Manca. Tapi iya kan guys, tapi bentuknya kayak ketutup sama Saweria ya. Sorry. Ketutup sama Saweria guys, jadi nggak nampak. Aku baru
like throwing Karon's molly over
My bad,
towards
bro.
that smoke and stopping the Sen flood retake.
Ketutup sama Saweria, kalian nggak bisa lihat tadi. Sorry.
And I was seeing this all the time
Bentuknya
when
kayak
these two teams played on split. To me, one of the biggest issues was Sen could not keep up with the pace of decision-making from Gen.G. Like there, Tens throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke and I'm going to get into it first.
Dapat
And he
2.
doesn't realize
Wah, lu
they've
keren
already
sih
thought of it
mungkin.
and got there
Keren
quicker.
banget sih kalau dapat. Halo.
Tiny adjustments in time
Anjing.
be all the difference.
Live stream.
Cool idea as well from Sentinels on that short hold.
Ram.
Halo live chat. Kagak aja mampir bentar pergi lagi.
Extra layer of flashing through the smoke. It's just so good.
Gen.G atau
While Sen
Sentinel
felt like they
Ram?
were pulling away with their wins in round 7
Gen.G
and 8.
atau Sentinel?
It's actually them with a
Gen.G.
battered economy now.
Yes, Gen.G guys.
Zelsus can still be a real difference maker with the judge.
Ini tuh kalau mau betting pun juga nggak guna. Karena udah ketara.
Oh my goodness, you do not want to be standing there.
Kecuali ada miracle ya, Sentinel mainnya outplay guys.
It's a hard read perhaps that they were going to go for that. Sassy and Ten set up to go for that re-clear down B long again.
Tadi kedatangan pro player juga guys. Namanya Rem Your Bay.
Sassy's out wide here. It's jiggling.
Anjir round 10 aja kayak tensionnya berat banget ya tanpa timeout. Kayak bener-bener map yang terberat buat keduanya gitu loh. Tapi yang si satu Defender side. Ini kalau Zelsis bisa dapat keren. Ih, kayak cucu.
Maybe the noise. Dog.
Laki yang nggak dapat info. Laki yang nggak dapat info.
Like there could be more presence over towards it. Sentinels making calls of their own to just triple up into hookah, but with Lakia not spotting anything.
Oke, mereka udah rotate. Dengar stepnya udah rotate. Dengar stepnya udah rotate. Langsung info dari Tekken. Langsung lemparan grenade. Nice banget.
Heal online too, so he will be topped all the way back up.
Healnya yang sangat memukau ya teman-teman. Langsung all in heal gak tuh. Tapi Lakia harus rotate bantu temennya yang di shower biar bisa ini. Nice healing dari Lakia. Karon mau Karon gak ada itu guys. Wah. Assalamualaikum dari Tencent. Wah, Tekken nih susah banget anjing anaknya. Sampai jam piro? Sampai VCT kelar. Sampai VCT kelar guys. Atau sampai nemenin kalian sahur dah. Kalau ini sampai imsak ya udah. Tapi kalau ini sebelum imsak aku gas lah paling main. Aku Valo gak bisa main guys, aku bego.
But bear in mind, nobody on Gen.G.
Oh my god, my team is so good lihat bukanya. Oh my god, my team is so good. Langsung dapat time out. Time out dulu gak sih? Time out dulu gak sih? Gak, nontonnya VCT, tapi bawanya Messi. Messi kamu mau punya temen baru gak?
Texture off duelist, Karon not even a pro player, for God's sake. And every time Munchkin had turned up, there'd be a language issue and the attack side call.
Ya sampai sahur. Aku mau nemenin, tapi kalau rame, ayo lah. Makanya ramein, jadi biar
just
seru.
exceeded every expectation, even the coaches.
And then the respect region wide. I mean, they've come knocking.
I remember Gen.G were standing up a bit too much. No, they're gonna be sitting down.
Number 1 seed of Pacific for a reason.
And it's not so much, in my opinion, that they're standing on the shoulders of giants and building on what Pacific have done before. They look
First
to be
master
straight
and
up
first
leapfrogging
finals
them.
for me. Today will be a difficult game, but we
How
are
many
very
times have
confident
we
we
seen
will do our best.
DRX and
Americas and
PaperX
EMEA
try
for
to
me.
break through that glass
We need
ceiling?
your support.
And yet Gen.G, what ceiling?
Someone
win before? Why not?
membutuhkan support EMEA.
It's actually kind of easy. It's unbelievable.
But EMEA doesn't
Double
support
outlaw
you.
here for Gen.G on the attack side, predicting the fact that Sen are going to be on an eco.
Jadi kita
Maybe right. It would be right.
kan? Nah, sekarang kita ngelihat Gen.G jadi belum. Round 11, habis ini.
Lah,
55 guys, sengit dia.
Reactions on point for texture, just sit through the wall. Sassy barely survives.
Sassy tinggal 7 cuk, entok cuk.
Does Meteor have a read that Zeken's in his corner? Zekken trying not to make a footstep
Oh,
while staying agile.
Nah, gila. Outlaw 2 nggak tuh? Tuh ngapain anjir? Ini mah thrifty cuy.
Difficult it must be for Sentinels. They see the dog go up B long, the shots fired off towards A. Flash sees nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Flash sees nothing.
Anti-info and Sassy's leaving. How has that happened?
That is ridiculous. I have to see a replay of that one later, and it's already just being sold even further.
Oke, ngeluarin 3 utility, langsung entry. Langsung entry, nggak ada yang ngeliat Huka. Nggak ada yang ngeliat Huka. Masih nggak ada yang ngeliat Huka. Oke. Nice.
Hunts him down, sniffs him out.
Kayaknya tercover ya, sekarang tinggal cek elbow banget nih.
Brutal situation for Sen to be in.
Wah, sumpah ini sengit-sengit banget nih.
Oh, body block there for a moment.
Body block banget nggak tuh. Tapi nice. Body block agak lucu tapi tercover. Nice. Tapi sih ngelek-ngelek. Jangan dong, jangan ngelek-ngelek guys.
Oh, and they're just playing with Sassy.
Dimainin, Dimainin,
In the round for Gen.G. Completely upset by that bird telling lies over towards B long.
See this one?
Yeah.
Way to go. Not
Flashes around. I mean, it just goes into garden, but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose there, really. Just happened to give terrible information. The bird disappeared without a whimper. A canary in the coal mine as Sentinels quickly did the same.
Guys.
3 ops online for Gen.G here, looking to try to close things out if Sen get aggressive.
Okay. Let's get silly.
They've all got rifles, I would assume, to be able to pick back up as well.
Round 12, final round of this first half.
And actually a really important one, I think, for Sen to be able to get online. You know, they've got the ults here. Zels is 1 away from having an orbital strike too.
All it takes is 1 misstep though. 1 opened up body, just trying to gather the information from Sentinels. It might just go down to it. Zekken again, jiggling. Meteor, eager for the fight, eager for it indeed! And there it is! The first punish online. I mean, operators across the field. It's Karon.
Okay, I'm back.
Out of the picture.
And that reaction trying to set up the showers crunch where Zekken could re-ult back onto Meteor.
Madrid tuh siang nggak sih?
Didn't realize Meteor had already left. They read the play and punished the reaction.
Sore jam berapa?
They want to flood back into this one, trying to catch that
timing.
Here it is. Double up high low, Sentinels. This might be the right read for them, but Lakia is brute force to barrel through Sassy.
Gila.
Fancy might have brought them a window of opportunity, a chance. Very narrowly.
Tapi kalau udah dimasukin tuh susah. Kecuali kalau kamu udah standby di elbow. Langsung aja lah. Nampak high click dikit.
It's lifeless. Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. Expected a position. Sentinels claiming the 6.
Zekken takes over in the 11th hour to tie this one up at the half. But if this is where Sen thought they had the biggest advantage over Gen.G, this first half has taught them that...
Ya gak masuk akal, sumpah. Sumpah gak masuk akal Zekken, cu.
It's an ocean for Gen.G. Lovely play from Sassy there, utilizing the brim smoke, ducking, dipping inside of it. But this is anybody's game.
Right. A series of unknowns really as we head into that second half.
Keren banget tekstur asli.
Absolutely insane stuff, but on the floor standing by, we have a special guest.
Lucu banget. Lucu banget tempat trofinya, Cok.
I am here joined by Valorant studio head Ana Donlan and obviously our global head of esports Dia Ferrer at Madrid. Uno de los motivos y las razones por los que estamos
Global head of Valorant esports.
Así que os voy a pedir un fuerte aplauso para darles la bienvenida y las gracias por este pedazo de evento. That's just for you guys. So thank you for this event. Now, Anna, I want to ask you today. We just
jangan lupa di-share ke teman-teman kalian, guys. Karena kalau aku nge-react, pasti aku ngerasa kayak orang paling bego.
We've been working on for a really long time. I'm so proud of the teams back at Riot. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone to get to play them next week. I thought the show match today was amazing. It was so good. Congrats to Mixwell and Team España. That was amazing. And yeah.
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, bueno, obviamente creo que la veis.
Artinya apa, Bang Messi?
Que tiene muchas
Messi,
de que tengamos entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy guay. Now, Leo. Of course.
Now, Leo. Wah, ngebut itu langsung slow temponya anjir.
Gorgeous event here in Madrid.
Oh my God, we are so happy to be here. We've been dreaming about coming to Spain for a very long time. This is our first time here. You all have been incredible hosts. Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you. This is just the first event of the season.
Karena kalian nggak tahu translate-nya, kita lihat ini aja. Lihat Messi Pargo.
So thank you all again.
Nos da las gracias por estar aquí, por ser tan acogedores. Esto para los que no habéis hecho el workbook. Pero la verdad que lo estáis haciendo genial. Obviamente todavía nos queda todo el stage y todo lo que queda por llegar en 2024. Recordad, cuanto más ruido hagáis, más conscientes serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos en España. Pero obviamente esto no ha terminado, así que seguimos con el partido.
Lihat Messi Pargo.
Do love a bit of crowd work.
Lihat guys, sekarang kita ngeliat Gen.G jadi defender. Karena menurutku Gen.G jadi defender itu bener-bener bagus. Dan di sini tapi kita lihat ya, dari Gen.G dia bener-bener mereka by utility banget fokusnya. Jadi lebih banyak spend daripada Sentinel. Messi thrifty coba Fra.
Are they prepped against what Gen.G are going to bring out here? This is a must-win map for them.
Sentinel. Wah, kalian jangan gegabah gitu guys. Gen.G.
Just for a moment, bakes out the shots, but it does get the info that he was after.
Tapi dapat info itu.
I think he was aiming to pick up.
Tinggal nunggu tekstur, tinggal nunggu si Zek kena info aja nih.
Are so happy to follow the noise and trust the read with their defensive rotates. This is such a key thing when you watch them. They stack sights.
Dia benar-benar percayakan, lebih benar-benar percayakan ini meteor tuh dia. Padahal di counter sama, padahal ada inisiator sama controller di sana. Langsung aja mereka bilang gua udah bikin wall buat tutupin buat masuk rumah nenek. Tapi mereka masih try to hold B, gak ada suara step apa-apa. Mau gak mau udah dapat comms. Udah dapat comms, langsung rotate 1, langsung rotate 2. Wah, tiga-tiganya udah masuk rumah nenek. Satu planting, satu nyiapin smoke. Wah, ini namanya clean entry guys. Clean entry banget. Clean entry. Tapi nggak kedapatan healnya.
To hold down onto this ground here for Sentinels.
Nggak kedapatan healnya sumpah.
Gen.G, they are methodical in the nature, the way that they approach a lot of these retake situations. It all comes down to the minutiae, these tiny little details. Flooding now, front of the site, shots found, kills. Online! The Gen.G team in the defuse, Karon half already. Has he bought them time enough potentially for Gen.G here with 2 players left? Lakia! The orb, at least there, another kill, found, and defended! You're joking!
From the first Masters event.
Tuh, aku kayak abang itu tadi guys.
Here in the most recent Lakia. So clutch. These shots are unbelievable towards the end.
Duo.
Defending from every
different
avenue.
Ampe, weh.
Oh my goodness. Lakia himself said in a recent interview,
gila.
His biggest mistake in his career was joining DRX, then known as Vision Strikers, after having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
Yeah, imagine that.
Gold.
And now,
kalian bayangkan mereka ada awalnya dari Global Esport. Dan itu sangat disayangkan. Global Esport gagal mengasah sebuah permata ya guys. Langsung diasah oleh Gen.G. Jadi kita lihat di sini Second udah di belakang. Second pergi ke A, bro. Tapi mati sih. Saya sih mati. Kita tinggal ngeliat aksi hebat dari seorang adik kecil. Adik sekecil itu. Langsung bingung lewat dari mana kok bisa. Tetap kalem.
Shouldn't be any opportunities for him to win it out. It'll have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from Gen.G to really topple this one. So
tetap kalem. Tetap kalem. Nunggu skill Lakia keluar, ngedefuse.
These are just the consequences of Gen.G winning a beautiful pistol round here. They get themselves up to 8.
Kita menyebutnya bonus round.
Lucky is going to take the defuse. He's now only 2 away
enggak deh.
from getting Seekers.
Kan yang menang tadi, yang menangan tadi dari Gen.G kan, enggak bonus round. Bonus round juga sih, hoki-hokian. Karena mereka kan full buy.
Normally that's going to be Munchkin's job, defending onto hookah. And when I was watching Gen.G playing Pacific on defense,
ayo guys, ramain kayak kemarin lagi guys. Kemarin rame banget.
Not in a coordinated early round manner, but just looking for those mid-round timings, trying
Pada
to use
sibuk
the fact
besok
that
kerja ya.
combined
Padahal ini
teams
kerjaanku
don't
sih.
tend to be as spread across the map, watching everything all the time. Of course, Sens comp doesn't have the Cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so if anybody finds the mid-round push timings, they're good for it. And it is Munchkin looking to cover hookah, while Karon picks up short.
Sentinels
clearly aware that Munchkin likes to play that aggressively. I think this side is where we've seen weaknesses from Munchkin before, but he also loves to take fights so much.
Besok Selasa. Oh, udah Senin dia. Sorry, my bad.
And he was in their last match.
Besok Selasa.
He could easily be the win condition for their team, in fact.
Lah langsung cepet rotate gitu. What the hell, bro?
Rapidly, at least.
But Bren, if the judge wasn't in hookah, where else is it going to be other than short?
Now they're walking right into a Karon.
Wah! Keluarin utilnya pedas banget. Wow!
Lands a shot. Good adjustment in the end, but Tens does return that fire. Now
Anti-fragger langsung diinin.
For a moment, Sen's line a nade. Now there's 45 seconds here for Sen. Collect yourself and cool down.
Nice. Tapi dibikin 100 lagi semuanya dengan healnya Sesi. Berarti heal Sesi belum hilang. Tapi Texture bisa membunuh dengan Guardian yang sangat manis untuk ke atas ya. Wah, langsung gagal sekali. Gagal lagi ya guys untuk mencuri mereka dari sebuah cornernya Cabi ya guys. Susah banget gitu kita lihat. Wah, langsung fully rotate ke B. Tapi mereka nggak tahu kalau di B masih ada orang. Kalau misalnya mereka turun tetap aja sia-sia. Kecuali karena tidak ada flash. Ada flash. Nice. Kuronami on the win, bro. Perasaan tadi Sentinel unggul. Makanya pilih ya. Jadi tuh, kenapa tadi aku bilang nunggu ini. Jadi aku tadi berharap Gen.G kalau nggak 66, 75. Kenapa? Karena dari agent pick-nya di bind, mereka kok nggak mendukung jadi attacker. Pokoknya kalau bind ada sentinel, pengguna sentinel, mau killjoy, mau cypher, mau sage, itu tuh nggak nguntungin banget di bind. Karena bind itu lebih ke bener-bener you harus entry cepet banget. Jadi kalau nggak duelist 2, initiator dulu 2 di bind. Second masih ada, Trash-nya masih ada. Nice.
Back to all of them, chasing them down, hunting them down. Sassy wants even more, offloading the Seeker's line on a winnable spot, a winnable position. Karon all alerted to the presence, but he picks up the rifle almost with the pre-fire. Still 2 versus 4. Spike has to get planted here, so Sentinels will at least earn that.
Semua ada di rumah nenek.
Inside lamps. It's a really unusual post-plant position.
Semua ada di rumah nenek. Oh, langsung dapat info.
Previous gun round, not after losing most of the scenarios where they had that advantage. Thrash off that tap. Satchel over the top here, and a seek to punish. There it is, Texture, last one left, last one alive through the box. Nade, earned again.
Nggak masih ada Gen.G,
Away
guys.
from the position, it's Sentinels trying to play this one just with a little bit of intelligence. And John gets that information.
Thrifty, guys.
And a shot to the head.
Sumpah,
Thrifty here.
Sentinel dari tadi
Well
thrifty,
earned.
cuy. Sentinel dari thrifty, cuy. Mereka udah kaya, anjir.
Like Gen.G was running away with this game. And this is a must-win map for Sen. This is where they felt the most favored. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to.
Tadi mereka tuh udah kaya, cuy. Thrifty berapa kali, anjir?
Hoping they don't even need to get to Icebox. Incredible shots being hit there. Fire here on bot.
Buku minus 80, guys. Dipukul 2 kali, anjir.
We expect to see those a little more, I think, from the Gen.G players.
Bukunya tuh,
Here it is.
2. Wah, minus 80, guys.
Great time. Texture with an operator looking down B long.
Wah, tekstur udah OP. Danny.
He's got himself onto a really nice forward angle. Spotting out this operator is going to be
pretty
key and essential here for Sentinels, but they don't have anything concrete to clear it out. Look, even a Dizzy just clears it. Jump spot from second was really out wide, but giving up that space.
Balik lagi.
But Gen.G putting such a heavy premium on control of just both B long.
What the fuck?
Showers, even got the cam set up.
Anjir.
To hold it down.
Bener-bener gak mau ngepick
Yeah,
loh.
I've actually not really heard much on either side. Karon goes for the gamble over towards B. I'm interested. Munchkin didn't quite find the timing to take a duel, but he's now tucked in a position, going to get cleared.
Wow, udah dapat info.
Certainly should be. Zekin eager to take the fight there with the boombot just right behind him. He knows the rough position here of Munchkin.
Oh, kena daw tuh.
Karon's back immediately over towards A. So there's still 3 players defending this.
But only 30 seconds roughly left here. Mosh Pit sent flying over the top now as well. Trying to take the space. It's only 10s and he's left alone to his own devices. Split up for the rest of his team here. With only 25 seconds. That's a spike drop down on top of it. It needs to be heroics and it needs to be masterful play.
Lucu banget.
Munchkin almost going down to the stray satchel, but it matters not. Overwhelming aggression from Gen.G. Full lockdown
nice.
approach and play.
Kitty, the leader, is going to be killed.
It's Gen.G up to 10.
Masih
The stack, the crossfire,
nungguin
way too
ini,
much for Sen to deal with.
nungguin burungnya
And not
laki
just
ya.
that, Gen.G
Maksudnya
fighting
skillnya.
close.
Minumnya kedip,
Not trying to hold into backside.
Gini ya.
And rely on the fact that, you know, they'll give Sen the play and try to push through smokes or anything like that.
Aduh,
They fought
mataku yang sakit.
almost even before Meteor was taking contact from the short trips. Look, they pick off 10s here. They're looking to try to fight.
Wah gila, itu adu aim anjir.
They mollied off showers as well. So Second
Jelek
couldn't
banget
help.
posisi Zelsis, tapi mau gimana
They
lagi?
picked that apart and fought aggressively.
Zelsis sih kacamatanya kacamata gue banget.
During another interview where he said that Gen.G tries to make the
Jangan
plays
tadi
that other
lagi
teams would
guys,
hesitate to
kamel.
make. That's a very conscious thing that
It's
they've
real
come into
guys.
this year trying to do.
Kalau kalian mau
We are
join
gonna
Discord,
try
itu udah ada
to be the team
aku Easter egg
that picks
for
that time
today.
and fights
So, hope you guys
So
enjoy
well for them
sesi
here,
ke
Gen.G.
Look at the
server.
rotates, Brent. Look at the rotates.
Set up and yeah,
There is less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to 5-stack B.
Second showstopper. Loose here was vulnerable up close to the corner. Does he clear? Lakia! Well found what? Snaps it. Sentinels.
Sumpah, Zeket gila
Converting
anjir.
it now into a round win.
3-4. Wah, enggak sih. Ini lebih ke 3-3. Enggak ada yang 3-4 deng. Itu Sasi langsung lari ke Gen.G tuh nge-heal tuh. Satu. Langsung full lagi kan. Hai banget. Elek guys. Burungnya laki ya, what the fuck? Skill birdnya tuh, skill birdnya. Wah, sumpah, laki ya rip aim bro. Tuh, laki ya rip aim. Laki ya rip aim. Tuh, Zelsis. Menurut Mbak Afra ini Gen.G ada yang strateginya bagus atau agent Sentinel yang nggak diuntungin? Nggak. Strateginya bagus. Strateginya bagus. Mereka tuh gini ya, coachnya percaya dengan outplay pemainnya masing-masing. Dan mereka balik lagi apa namanya percaya dengan gameplaynya gameplaynya para pemain juga gitu. Sama seperti di Sentinel juga. Mereka percaya dengan pemainnya kayak Ten, Zeken. Tapi aku nggak terlalu sukanya di Sentinel ini, emang terlalu overrated di dua pemain, Zeken sama Ten. Jadi Gen.G, Zelsi sama Sasi ini lebih ke cautioning ke strategi sama gameplay. Jadi kalau mereka nggak bisa ngikutin hype up gameplaynya Ten sama Zeken, mereka yang ketinggalan. Makanya kayak tadi tuh Gen.G selalu jadi orang yang nge-save weapon terus. Nah di situ tuh dimanfaatin tuh outplaynya sama Gen.G ini. Makanya tadi aku bilang kan, di sini karena Gen.G jadi attacker duluan, aku mau nggak mau bilang Gen.G harus bisa curi poin kalau nggak 6675. Kenapa? Karena di defender mereka nguntungin banget. Nguntungin banget. Karena pertama, map ban itu ketika kamu jadi defender dan kamu sentinel itu nguntungin banget. Tapi ketika kamu jadi attacker dan kamu ada sentinel itu kamu kalah. Jadi ya hoki-hokian. Makanya tadi kan, wah memang bener-bener beruntung banget sih aku bilang Gen.G itu dapat.
The tension in those kind of rounds when it gets down to a post plant is palpable.
Menurutku tadi harusnya Sentinel ngebuat mereka nggak dapetin banyak poin. Kalau bisa 9-3, kalau nggak 9-3 lah 8-4 lah. Harusnya tadi kayak gitu ya. 8-4 tuh masih bahaya sih, masih bisa dikejar nih. Harusnya 9-3. Karena bisa jadi menguntungkan mereka jadi attacker. Karena mereka jadi attacker tuh entry-nya ada 3. Yang bisa ngebantu entry-nya Zeken ada 3. Pertama si Ten, kedua si ini, si Sesi. Jadi dengan dua inisiator tuh emang bagus banget jadi attacker di bind. Tapi ketika kamu jadi attacker dengan Sentinel, itu tuh benar-benar harus percaya pada teman-temanmu kayak untuk bisa ngejar poin banyak gitu loh. Jadi biar kamu jadi defender pas switching side jadi defender, you bisa benar-benar ngebantai attacker mereka yang nggak punya Sentinel. Yang apa? Lu harus ngebantai tim mereka yang dimana mereka tuh nggak bisa ngentry-nya sendirian. Harus berdua, karena kan kayak Killjoy kalau di bind itu Master of B. Pokoknya Sentinel itu Master bind-nya B banget dah. Jadi ini emang defender sided menurutku ya. Ya kalah taruhan malam ini ya, Rif gope. Gope!
The ultimate, but again, might just earn it himself. He does with him dropping, sent to the spectator seat. He's gonna have to sit on the sidelines and really fester and wonder about what went wrong there. Now it is explosive. Second through and out into the elbow position, spraying down texture. This is explosive into the back of the side. They try and stand their ground, but they can't hold their candle. Not against the weapons.
Time out. 3-1, percaya sama aku 3-1.
Clean one. Sentai the game up.
Lakia apa terlalu nafsu.
Put online a couple of rounds ago, where Zelsis orbital strike made all the difference. Now look at
apa ya guys, aku sambil rebahan.
Huge tools
available
to send. If they're able to lean on those,
bocil Sentinel aku dulu aku bocil Sentinel juga. Aku dulu bocil Sentinel. Sekarang aku bocil Fnatic. Tapi karena Fnatic gak masuk master, aku dukung something PPRX. Aku dukung something. Halo Mochi, welcome to the Watchparty live stream. And hope you can claim the Easter egg, cause
this is looking like you thrash to try to put pressure on people. Yeah.
Dia sunatin aja masih kuncup burung. Wah, trashnya udah keluar. Wah, itu kan udah entry banget tuh. No.
First one to fall, fills up that feed for them nicely here. But Gen.G might even look
Gak
to fight back with the pit down.
naro apa-apa di B loh.
Maybe even a few stray
Meteor
bullets. Sassy
Meteor nggak naruh apa-apa di B. Tuh lihat tuh.
They didn't plant
Kayak
that. They're
trapnya
still
aja
getting
dia
it
nggak
down
ada
now, and
make.
Gen.G are taking elbow control in the meantime.
Might work against them.
Kayaknya
Has cut off these angles and the core mate to contact. Works out beautifully. Thrash through with
Wah, pakai lagi
on
mati.
top of it. It comes down to how can they win these kills out second. As the Wrangler beast that is his rifle lit up like beacons, but it matters not. Sentinels. It feels like almost the first
Bocil
time
monster,
here in this series.
yoi.
Get that lead.
Bocil monster, bro.
And relying so heavily
Aku
on getting
bocil
those ults
monster,
up.
guys.
Look at this play, Munchkin stuck while the rest of his team ended up playing for retake. He was just hoping to go 1-for-1 in this
Wah,
spot.
anjir, sumpah
But
entry-nya.
Second's entry has so much to help it. Seekers coming from B long, a thrash, nade into backside, smokes to cut off all the angles. Sen just
Tekstur
decided
udah mulai. Tekstur udah mulai.
to drop the nuclear codes and just send that one into B. And that's a great time to do it too. Oh, the punish on Alakia. Huge. Great read that he was going to be going for the ult off at the start of the round.
That's play just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these anti-ecos clean for Sen.
Ayo, sumpah lihat Meteor kayak bapak-bapak mesum di drakor. Nah, juga orang Korea anjir, speknya kayak gitu semua anjing. Nah, gitu kek, naruhnya di B. Jadi udah mati wae trapmu satu langsung info. Masalahnya mereka udah di garden semua, bah. Mati itu Meteor.
Above the top of it here, second satchel now to see the ball position with Meteor down. Really no more danger. Sentinels.
Tuh. Kalah udah.
Steady as anything here.
3-1, percaya sama aku 3-1, Cuk. 3-1.
On the precipice, getting that 12th round
Ay,
here.
dong.
A critical map.
Tuh,
the junction that is this series.
Texture and Munchkin really with no chances in the round. Though Sassy looks to take the fight
Double
instead
pick.
of relying on the double up.
Zelsis. Safe pair of hands there. Rifle in them. Make sure
Lihat
there's no
Munchkin
funny
nih guys.
business.
Habis
See the motor mouth.
ngeliat Munchkin habis teabagging bilang bye bye. Bonus round ini mah. Harus mati sama Spike mau nggak mau. Tuh.
And they do not seem happy with the idea that Sen are going to be able to win on their map pick. There is still a chance for Gen.G to get back into this one, but these recent rounds have all gone the way of Sen. A reminder though that they did it.
Timeout gak sih? Apa? OT gak sih? OT gak sih? Serius bro, tekstur itu mukanya kayak abang-abang bengkel mobil di Drakor. Meteor kayak begal kelamin. Dengan timeout kan? Lakia kayak bocil kuliah. Munchkin tuh bukan kayak ini, Cuk. Munchkin tuh kayak abang-abang yang apa ya? Kayak abang-abang kuliahan yang tukang pala gitu anjir. Kalau Meteor tuh kayak ya sih, kayak abang-abang. Jangan, goy. Tepak, bro.
Even guns on Gen.G
revive midget, anjir masih ada revive midget, bro. Salut.
I think you are right. I mean, you're right on the money in terms of just talking about the game plan for Gen.G. It hasn't really been going
12
sih. Getting ran over, steamrolled almost by just that sheer ult economy that's just been churning, generating constantly for Sentinels. But
pengen banget anjir VCT ke Seoul.
Gen.G have to put a stop to it here.
Aku bahkan udah nggak main Valo lagi loh, tapi aku I still enjoying to play Valorant.
We're talking about it running out.
Masih
Sassy
naruh
could
di A.
certainly play for the Showers Orb here. It looks like Sen are set up for a fast Showers take. And unless Meteor's able to pull off some magic, because he's going to be vastly outnumbered.
Let's see it.
Seekers are going to be online, surely.
What have you got up your sleeve, Meteor? Team needs some
Ayo
magic.
guys, OT guys.
Need it now. He's back
Laki
in the
kayak
wave.
bocil yang emaknya jualan ayam goreng gitu sama bapaknya kebanyakan ngomong Aigo. Aigo tuh mamanya nggak sih yang sering ngomong Aigo? Kalau bapak-bapak Korea tuh kayak
They've got to be a bit cautious. Look, Tens, Zekken, ready to punish the players that might come through the teleport.
Sesi.
Using
Wah,
Sassy
Sesi.
as bait. And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
Seek them out.
Texture.
Sahur.
Close
Kami
up
yang
onto the
sahur.
angle.
Aku
Dog
belum.
broken. Boombot as the first layer of contact.
Munchkin is pushing out through
feet is Munchkin, and he's been doing this at least in the qualifiers. It could be a punishable element. They have to be aware of it. Gaps in the play for Sentinels.
Ini sampai pagi nggak sih guys?
Seemingly clearing most of this.
Ini sampai pagi nggak sih?
Tiny window.
These are slow rotates. Second though, making a little bit of noise.
Okay, guys,
Munchkin's going to make the call. Look at these rotates from Gen.G. All come in, beating the rotate.
No way.
Getting into B.
Flooding back in.
And Munchkin has not overplayed his hand. Makes sure that he just feeds the info his team needs. And what a call this is.
Gets the hell out. 30 seconds. This is going to be a full committal. Straight into the maw, out wide. They're not expecting it. Gen.G players holding their ground, rooted and snared into place, but they're willing to just fight tooth and nail. Spike drop down, Molly's at the feet. Nobody can advance, nobody can step over the line. There's going to have to be those shots, going to have to be that firepower. But again, is it enough? Is it enough? It's not. Meteoric.
What just happened? Oh.
And what a call by Munchkin, man. We saw him go for those sun pushes all throughout Pacific, often getting punished for them, but played this one to perfection.
Aku baru ngebaca WA, anjir.
Sentinels have got to be scratching their heads after that.
Pantang tidur sebelum
we were fairly quiet.
3-1.
And had made noise throughout showers.
OT or GG?
How did they know?
OT lah.
Incredible play from Munchkin.
Gila,
without really even popping up on
bahkan,
the feed.
Wah, langsung time out gak tuh? Gen.G menang langsung time out anjing.
Defense side rotates.
Tense, udah tense. Udah tense.
And to make that play and just
urus
push the
pertikan
very
aja.
boundary of what you can get away with.
Apa
In a
guys?
round that now makes this feasible, that we could be heading to overtime.
Aku tuh suka sama analisnya Sentinel tuh pakai celana yang apa tradisional apa sih? Sentinel sih yang menang nih. Wah, live chatku isinya. Live chatku isinya support Sentinel ya. Gen.G bro. Gen.G bro. Gen.G. 3-0 lah. 3-0-nya ke Gen.G kan Tung. Soalnya satu tadi udah di Gen.G bro. Gen.G bro.
These are ultimates.
Dan sudah kawin aja cuy. Ih ya cowok. Udah tunangan. Masih sibuk nyari duit apa? Tuh mau bikin acara semegah apa lagi anjir? Iya bingung dia. Tadi ada fun match kan, ada Keda ya kan.
Don't see it. Looks like they're going to try and set up Munchkin for that deep pit in through a main choke, and he is going to layer it down. Needs to be defended in time, but here's that showers fight. Molly drop down. Gen.G walking, but losing the fight. Initially, it's up to Lakia. Hold it down and stand his ground. The short players.
Wah, Tens gak ngecek juga. Oke, ada dua.
With murder.
It just flips in an instant.
Gak apa-apa. Tadi emang karena line up.
Pushed outside of it.
Aku nggak rela kalau Pacific menang selain Paper Rex. Aku nggak rela ya. Aku suka perubahan apapun yang ada di VCT. Aku tidak suka juara beruntun.
Straight into these trip setups. I mean, this just looks absolutely brutal for Sen to deal with.
Pacific on top.
Dire straight.
Fnatic number one bro. Fnatic aku. Tapi karena Fnatic gak lolos ya udah lah, gak apa. Fnatic harus ada improvement lagi lah menurutku. Bocil booster nih bos. Langsung ngasih info, udah ada yang entry, langsung kan, itu kan, nggak di ini, nggak di foto, jadi foto dulu, mampus.
There's a perfect example. I mean, look, let's.
Guys, kalau misalnya Gen.G menang, kalian valid gak sih ngebuatin aku jadi analis Valorant? Tang prediksi Valorant nih bang. Bocil VCT dari 2021. Tadi aku lihat nanti kalah. Bocil booster.
Trust the read.
Dulu aku suka Sentinel. Soalnya dulu aku lebih kenal Valorant tuh juga dari American. Terus semenjak makin rame di tahun 2022, semenjak makin rame di 2022, aku langsung suka sama booster. Sumpah booster tuh literally mood. Aku tuh padahal berharap di master ada entry dari Fnatic tapi ya. Wah, gue masih OT, bro. Kamu ngebetnya di menang apa gimana? Oh, ngebetnya di skor ya? Ya.
Karon's got one smoke to play with. Smoke off heaven, you can have somebody watch over towards pipes.
Nih, kamu ngebet lagi nih. Kalau kamu ngebet, jangan, nggak boleh guys. Nggak baik.
Waiting for Munchkin.
Yes, but what is Munchkin really gonna do? Tens is on a great angle at B long.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's an off angle at that.
I just don't see how Munchkin clears this.
Yeah, an ADS spoils it for Munchkin here. Tens.
It's weird though because they don't know where Gen.G are. They could be all the way up heaven, all sorts of spots.
It's going to cause the push out here by Sentinels, meeting them right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. As a trade attempt by Karon, he will fall too. Everybody topples. Sentinels flawless here.
Sentinel yang menang. Sentinel yang menang. Mereka masih jadi defender. Pokoknya selama Sentinel jadi defender susah. Karena Gen.G jadi attacker. Pokoknya kata Gen.G punya Sentinel, Cypher, berarti mereka gak gampang entry-nya. Ngebait-nya dimenang, ya.
It's integral.
Bahan scream.
Look at the overall map pool in this best
Sentinel juara, gila. Mochi bener-bener Sentinel berat nih guys.
Bind is a necessary component that they need to take away.
Mochi Sentinel berat nih, ngepur satu itu. Gila, gua suka. Es gak sih? Es lagi gak sih? Es lagi gak sih? Drang.
Strong before the utilities used perfectly. This is gonna get scrappy though because they want to fight.
Anjing dulu kena di Munchkin, langsung Zelsis, langsung Free Fire. Zelsis langsung nyerang.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all three players are there, and this is a race that Sen have won. Rare for them to be able to beat the defensive rotates, but...
Soalnya aku belajar Valo dari Tens, makanya all in Sentinel. Oh, make sense. Aku juga belajar Valo dari Tens. Enggak, aku bukan dari Tens. Aku dulu belajarnya dari... bukan Grim.
Sentinels even it up 1-1.
1-1 guys. Sentinel yang menang. Yeay, siapa tadi? Clifford. Anjay. Clifford dapat jajan guys. Gak apa-apa.
To the elation of the crowd, Sen, a grueling win for them, forced into overtime, but they do it at the final moment, converting a 3v5.
Absolutely incredible stuff so far. Plenty more action where that came from. Do not go anywhere.
Apa aku bilang? Padahal udah bagus tadi Munchkin, cu. Emang posisi Munchkinnya aja jelek. Anjay. Gila. Gila. All in 02 Sentinel. Aku belajar Valo aja. Aku tuh belajar Valo dari bentar, kita buka YouTube-nya. Lupa aku namanya siapa. Quarky. Aku belajar main valo dari dia. Aku belajarnya dari dia. Langsung kasih aja pialanya ke King Sentinel. Wadaw! Seram. Seram, bro. Gue sih all in Gen.G. All in Gen.G. Aku belajar Valorant dari Nuts. Nuts dulu juga dari Sentinel kan. Red Bull give you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Guys. Oh ya, buat kalian jangan lupa di like. Kalau yang belum ada masuk ke Discord, I give you the Easter egg so you guys can enjoy. Karena Easter egg-nya cuma ada di hari ini aja. Gak ada di besok. Tidur dulu yang menang kan pasti Gen.G. Aku suka. Wah, kalian gak lihat ini. Tarik 227, cuk. Wah, gila. Tapi Shark main Dragon's Dogma, anjir. Dragon's Dogma lagi bagus ya? Dragon Dogma. Anjir. Bukan game aku ya. Mas Odi main Dota, coy. Aku bikin kopi dulu boleh gak sih? AFK ya? Bilangin ke Gen.G mau diobok-obok King Sentinel atau ngelainin biar ke Sentinel dan Gen.G seret. Gela! Aku takut ada bocil Sentinel di sini. Aku bikin kopi dulu ya guys, kalian akan ditemani sama Nesi. Oh, ngambil ini dulu. Ntar ya. Pushing me closer to the edge, and I don't let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge, and I don't let loose. Don't mind if I do.
Well, folks, we got ourselves a game. 1-1 tied up, and there you can see the Vibe Merchant himself clocking in for a hard day's work. An incredible run from Sentinels in overtime. Took some heroics 100%, but goodness gracious, did Gen.G make them work for it, guys. I mean, Mimi, that was just... what a game we were just treated to.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G was looking incredible in the first half. It seemed like all 5 of their players were stepping up and having moments. Lakio winning clutches. But once we got into that second half, Sentinels Sentinels execs with this double flash comp were incredible, Mike.
Yeah, their ability to really slow down the tempo. And I mean, Josh kept talking about the rotations and stuff being absolutely key for Gen.G. But what was crazy was Sentinels continued to slow things down. And that's those sort of rounds where you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, Gen.G have got the reads, they're going to have people in the right place at the right time. Yeah. Sentinels were the ones to actually dictate that. And they came out on top. That string of rounds was absolutely insane.
Oh, it most definitely was. But let's not forget, though, that there were some brilliant calls. That actually takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. A little bit of a different one this time around. Mimi, why don't you go ahead and walk us through it?
Yeah, so this round, I think the real reflex of it is just showing how good the timings on utility is for Sentinels. Zekken using one satchel to get over that molly and then waiting for the second one. But right as that happens, you see that Sky Flash Dizzy combo coming in from long and from short. Perfectly catches that player in hookah and blinds everyone on site as well. So these traders from Sentinels can swing out together and win this round. Their synergy on those are incredible, and it really relies on these two guys on your screen, Mike.
Absolutely does. I mean, Zekken, we keep talking about how he's so explosive. I mean, no questions about it now. The most explosive player in terms of impact, in terms of what you see him doing on screen. And I think so far, it's 51% overall round win rate for Sentinels. It's 70% when Zekken gets the first blood. He's dropping, literally, there's a 1 in 4 chance of him getting a multi-kill. He has over 80 multi-kills already at this event, topping the charts. It's just insane to watch.
And I love watching him and Tens play together. No matter the agent, that duo's synergy is absolutely on point in the server.
But you know who I got to give some love to here? I got to give love to my ball brother over there, Sassy. My guy's holding it down. This dude seriously has been impressive, Mike. And this is a question mark coming into this. How is Sassy going to be? How is he going to perform? And I think in this one, he proved exactly why you want this world champion on your squad.
Sure, and we said this earlier, top of the show, Sassy maybe not numerically has had a couple of rough performances, you got to say it, right?
Sure.
You're bottom of the scoreboard.
You'll be the first one to tell you.
Yeah, you're lacking the value from utility, but particularly with this composition, like you've just noted there, having that second layer, particularly for some of these slow mid rounds, has been absolutely crucial. And Sassy, in my eyes, this has probably been one of his best maps so far at the event.
And exactly when it was needed. We're already into the agent select for Ascent, and this is a map where I think we really go back to what we've prided both these teams on, their excellent fundamentals. They're both going to be playing the default comp, but I think we have to put some extra pressure on this map, because for Sentinels, in my mind, this is a must-win. If they lose this map, they'll need to go to Icebox, where they are absolutely not favored, where they haven't had time to prep. They really need to take home Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely great. And we've also still got the concern of split. That's
right.
Behind Ascent as well. So talking about aiming for the 3-1, looking for this to be a little front-loaded, this is the one you've got to follow up from that Bayern victory.
If Gen.G can win this one, they have a real chance to lock in that trophy to win the first for Pacific.
It's a pivotal map 3. We'll see how things land and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Even more important with this one here, getting us started. Ascent in our staging ground. Territory left to be claimed for both of these teams in a best of 5.
Ada apa nih? Aku menyamar aja kak, biar ada yang dukung Sentinel. Padahal sebenarnya buat sesuruhan aja kan, walaupun beda pilihan kita tetap saudara. Yoi. Kalau terlalu cuma di satu tempat, susah cuy. Tak seru, harus banyak gitu loh. Nggak cuma di satu sisi yang ngebrok. Negara map apa? Ascent.
Both teams
di sini mirror ya, agentnya ya, mirror. Gak ada Aziz. Gak ada Aziz di sini. Iya ada apa ya? Ada notif. Oh ya, sorry, aku belum ini.
It's going to be Zekken eyeing it up onto the angle. Orb picked up. Now a smoke.
And this is quite nice because once you break the turret, you actually break the trap setup in mid as well. So Sen's setup that was dangerous to walk mid on, dangerous to walk cat on, now gets dismantled a little. The macro game continues to be played really beautifully by Gen.G.
Taking a bit of a wander now, straight down mid. Got the alarm bot to notify them of this one here. Sentinel's potential chance of a reclear, but no, just a shock dart. Bit of damage now onto Munchkin. Now steps going to be made with the alarm bot broken. Here it is, the flurry and rush from the Sentinels players. They have to really back them up. He does have the flash. Paranoia goes. Does not connect onto the necessary target, and that is Zekken still.
Ngapain itu? Dua yang nyuruh lucu banget.
Sentinels. Collecting and colliding. Only 2 left to stand here for
Emang inisiator andalan.
Side by side. Now, there is damage done, but the door has been broken into their face. And with only 12 seconds left, Spike drop down and spawn on top of it. You have to make a good go of this if you are Gen.G, but you have to take liberties.
Ini udah perang mental ya guys. Udah di map ketiga nih udah perang mental coy. Baru juga ngomong perang mental. Langsung panas tuh Zekken. Siapa tuh? Iya Zekken.
Zekken gets the clean up on the final two, but his positioning tucked
Emang harus perang mental cuy.
Even the pick on Meteor, I believe it was, who tried to push lane. That's the one that's huge. This kill right here. If he ends up losing it, Celsius is under pressure. Suddenly the B side looks like it's gonna fall a little. Very good setups from Sen. From the pistol into the adjustment. All looking good.
Somebody to keep an eye on as well. I mean, Second does seal it up onto that pistol round here. Getting a bit of acknowledgement, but we'll be taking a gander at that head-to-head. Him versus Texture. Texture, another great map too on Bind. Seeing how that made manifest. Will there be a continuation into the series? Yet to be seen. Now Gen.G looking to just take control, maybe get an orb if they can, but they're really just being fought over this every step of the way.
Yeah, mowed down. Not really funneling the ult orbs into the players that would want them most. That's a silver lining to what has otherwise been a very simple round so far. Trying to bait out the second shot so they could punish. Good movement. But second with the ghost as well.
Sepertinya akan susah.
Knocking that one out.
So that is flawless.
Pasti ada game kelima sepertinya adik-adik.
Third round here. Really critical one.
And I think this is where we'll get to see, are Sentinels going to go for the defensive set plays and that aggression? Because this would be the perfect round to try something like that.
Yeah.
You know, flash recon into mid, have TENS teleport into a smoke or something like they've done before, or even go for a tiles crunch. It kind of looks like they're set up for a tiles crunch, except that there isn't a flash in mid. Maybe just a bit of aggression over towards B main instead. Doesn't particularly matter anyway, because Gen.G, all 5 players grouped up as if they want to go for a fast A.
Stacked up. No time wasted with that one, just a flash to get them control towards A main. Deep knife. Cover going quite deep enough, actually, really. Looking to tag. Or it does, in fact, actually, now, but the turret's going to be broken with the Nana Swarms. Still not deaded.
Yeah, nobody has gone to close the door, so the Nana Swarms haven't been used. Now they're popped. Karon took one of them out and gets a safe door down.
Insane pathing by Gen.G, just avoiding all that Sentinel utility, but it does set it up now for the 5v5 retake. Now, of course, guns not on the side here for Sentinels, but they do have the util.
Controller
With it in the past. Texture. Let's take the fight there, but caught out in the open with the paranoia. Tight into these positions, being flooded and swarmed. Not enough with the bullets to spray them down. Reflank attempt now in through it. TENS, he spots it, but doesn't expect the second player. Still, Celsius not being able to stick that defuse. He can't even get second onto it, and the damage has been done to all of them. Sassy has to really stick this one and pray for his life. Not enough.
Gila, apa yang lewatin
for Gen.G.
And they lose Lakia too. So that's a very expensive round to get on the board for Gen.G. I like the idea that they went for their 2 players, Munchkin calling it, going for the wrap, back down through Catwalk, and then playing it one at a time, so TENS thinks he's dealt with that post-plant lurk. And Meteor's able to pop through. At the end of the day, though, I think that's a win in the column for Sen. It's not
Ini bedanya centang biru di Twitter sama centang emas apa
kept
sih?
the economy under control for Gen.G and got themselves the Odin, the op. Big tools to work with.
Massive tools. Essential, really, to any good hold of a Sentinel defensive sides. Zekken took an early peek down mid, but twice about it, I think, off the back of all that noise that Gen.G are making. Open for a bit of a tussle here. Now, the drone does tag. Will there be any danger for TENS inside the position? This time, Texture aware of it. Flash through around the back as well, but he can't quite lend a second one. At least his teammates can. Lakia cleaning up duty for him, and now retaking with the operator. Zekken, a stray shot.
Aku masih nggak ngerti cara make Twitter, bingung.
Oh! Ridiculous.
Centang biru udah dibaca, Kak. Itu WA.
Get out of there. Not a fan of that defensive hold.
Sentinel jangan sia-siakan duitku, aku yakin bandelmu yang aku beli nggak Kak, ada IG nggak Kak? Nanti aku follow. Ada. Ada Killjoy, pasti dong. Ini tuh Killjoy banget ini mapnya. Follow aja guys, Afura.
TENS or Celsius could start dominating that smoke and trying to spam him down when he's going for the drone.
Afura hanya 3.
There are little counterplays that you can do, but just not A huge find for timing that Tens chose to try to get back into the
3-1 nggak sih?
The attackers are going to be in there.
Tadi oke.
Alright, so Sen silver lining still kept.
Oh my god, kenapa tadi? Kayaknya aku ada 2 match nggak ngeliat Gen.G. Kayaknya aku nggak boleh ngeliat Gen.G deh.
Backpedaling. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair and honest Valorant.
Gila. Oh ya guys, belum aku follow di fallback nggak tahu, tergantung.
Yeah, we'll see. Sen have managed to at least scramble a buy together ever so slightly. It's half armor and Guardian.
I think this is going to be fast here, Brent. I think Zeken's going to want to look for an aggressive position. Or are they going for the one-way and tucking into wine?
Gearing up for it, and that didn't tag.
Yeah, but it did onto Tens, who was thinking about using Paranoia.
Now mid. Name of the game here for Gen.G. 4 players waiting. Zeken, too much to account for here. Wow, still gets out and still.
Aku baru ngambil kopi ini, kalau kopiku jatuh gara-gara Zeken yang marahin anjir.
Can't hit it with the readjustment there still. Now he nails it. Body's hitting the wall. Texture though, he's so rapid. Look at this guy. He's all the way up into heaven, but he is going to be shut down in the end. John QT. Good awareness from that one. It's about trying to keep up with the tempo. Can't let Gen.G run all over you.
Don't mess up my tempo.
One shot left for Zeken. Shot dance. Pushes him out.
Great punish.
A lot more to do.
Lucky is so good, yeah.
Lucky has been astoundingly clutch, but he's not going to get anything this time. Celsius shuts it down. What a round from Zeken with the operator in hand.
Oh yeah.
When we saw him play against PaperX, barely pulled out the op on defense actually. Mostly rifling, mostly going for those defensive aggression plays. Now he's just allowing people to walk into him.
Ya aku masih gak ngerti. Munchkin mentalnya udah ngedrop nih cuy.
Very well.
Harus ada yang bisa nge-boost Munchkin cuy. Amerika itu ya, Amerika itu yang aku salutnya satu. Mereka kalau main mental, mereka paling jago. Mereka paling kuat, sumpah. Yang mentalnya gampang loyo itu ya, Pacific, sumpah demi Allah. Makanya, aku tadi berharap 2-0, jadi biar mentalnya. Tapi ternyata lagi bleo-bleo juga ternyata.
Incredible from both of those players, Texture and Karon. Now Sen got more than they bargained with. Gonna play a disadvantage retake.
And they got on off. Very difficult.
Nothing to write home about here.
No, Gen.G.
You are powerless.
Position, yet Texture goes down close. Quarters action for Meteor. Action indeed, but he does go down to the follow-through, spray-through of Sassy, anticipating it. The reflank now, just to re-clear into mid, and now regrouping up here for Sentinels. Damage done, but so is still on the opposite side, Zeken. You respond with that one. Need to deal with these players though.
Udah biasa main tembak-tembakan kalau Amerika mah, makanya mereka tuh belajar mental dari ini cuy. Belajar mental dari apa namanya? Belajar mental dari chess. Kira kamu anak EVOS, soalnya beberapa produsernya EVOS aku kenal. Maksudnya? Berapa produser EVOS aku kenal. Maksudnya? Nggak ngerti. Nggak ngerti maksudnya? Gen.G surat aja kasih ke King Sentinel pelanya. Aduh! Balik deh! Gen.G jangan menyerah! Kenapa analisnya lebih overrated anjir? Overrated anjir. Tapi kalian mau fun fact gak sih? Kalian mau fun fact gak sih? Yang jadi awal mula react ekspresi itu sebenarnya dari Alec tau. Karena waktu itu Alec gak sengaja emosian banget kan. Jadinya tuh sisa-sisanya tuh semua kayak beberapa jadinya acting. Jadi kayak on frame gitu loh. Kesel tapi gak pernah on act banget gitu. Apalagi aduh aku jadi kangen Mami Potter anjir. Mami Potter tuh bro. Jadi kayaknya ini Sawerianya aku tutup aja deh ya. Kalian kalau mau donate lewat link aja deh. Biar kalian bisa ngeliat mapnya. Aku nggak enak.
They are hitting the weaker side.
Apakah Amrek belajar mental dari perang dunia?
Oh my goodness, what a timing for the ult. It's away to knives and now texture. Weak as anything.
Jadi beberapa produser yang produserin iklannya EVOS gitu, aku kenal. Amerika. Masih nggak ngerti Tep.
What the hell is going on here? Still, the adjustments there with the flick
Wave
of the
sedikit
wrist.
nggak ngaruh ya.
Left scrambling.
There's 15 seconds left and they don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep these into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep
Ayo,
the
10 detik kalau belum masuk side susah. 10 detik kalau belum masuk side susah. 3 detik harus ngeplan.
Maybe enough. It's going to be going
Boom!
to the wire. And they do get that continuation. And Meteor gets the kills. And it's concatenation, man. Round to back, it's watched for. Texture will get shut down. And flanks on flanks need to be managed. Paranoia now. Doesn't break the door down. But the is blinded. That is perfection. Immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health. Another dreams will be fading away.
Time out dulu nggak sih? Time out dulu nggak sih? Open mabar nggak kak? Aku main Apex. Aku nggak main Valo, aku main Apex.
Boiled the carrots for too long. Now turn it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply. I mean, Munchkin almost gets an opportunity to get in there, but Zekken makes up for it with a gorgeous refight with the operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals, Zekken's looking just as good as he did when he played this map previously. And Texture's not really finding those openings as easily.
Of course, it's harder when you're the attack side jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util. Not going to be favored into a lot of those fights, but
also it's Texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from him. Here's a fast play though, Texture. This time not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the site. He's worried about backside. Still, he could seek to deny. There's no one watching the back here of Zekken, but he does dash away and out of the fight here with the smoke. Covering it, 4 players spotted. Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Gak main ML, main just for fun. Tapi karena just for fun dong. Aku nggak jago guys, Mobile Legends. Aku tadi belum flexing ya. Aku habis MVP tadi sore. Jadi Angela. Wah kena.
Oh, just a tad here with the plant down. A potential difference making. Look at Lackier's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor. Takes up that space, but he was blind as anything, and John QT, a little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade. Hunter's Fury now is being used proactively. 2 tags, no
nice
kills,
one, okay. It's okay. Low. Yang penting low.
Open through with the flash.
Nice!
Putting them down side by side. Tens will follow through. Time has run out entirely. And another's been bought here with all of these plays. Gen.G barely pulling that one out from the jaws of defeat.
I really can't believe that Lakia decided to send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time. Because time seemed like it was the biggest asset on Gen.G's side.
Udah round 9 anjir.
That ended up being the deciding factor. Anyway,
2-1 nih menang Sentinel. Bah.
Worried there for a moment.
2-1 nih Gen.G cuy, 3-1. Gen.G yang juara.
The Pacific teams, PaperX do this
I
too.
believe in my improvement of analysts.
When they play the post plants, always looking to contest.
Jadi beberapa iklannya EVOS, head kreatifnya temenku gitu gampangnya.
A recon looking to push away Zekken if he was playing around mid.
Hubungannya dengan aku anak EVOS kenapa? Aku malah nggak kenal produsernya EVOS loh. Ngawur cuk!
Couldn't have been better.
Ngawur cuk! Munchkin udah mulai lemas, sumpah.
He looked completely
ngawur cuk!
The game plan worked for Gen.G, it's just
Free Fire-nya nggak kena.
They just couldn't land the shots in the moment. 2v3 though.
Aku bilang Raja tuh kalau udah pada umurnya tuh turun tahta cuy. Jadi harus ngasih yang lebih muda. So, udahlah, kasih aja ke yang baru coy, ke anak-anak Pasifik bro. Emang alter ople.
Yeah, do they go for the ult? If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
Wah, Karon bagus banget sih tempatnya. Karon bagus banget posisinya demi apapun. Karon tuh posisinya bagus banget, sumpah.
He's not going to be detained from this spot. Here's it. Tekken not adjusting
Kan?
for that.
Posisi Karon tuh bagus banget.
Expecting it here. Now they have to worry about this crossfire setup, but Gen.G is halved already. Onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, shocked out, fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again. Lakia this time prevails.
Mereka miskin habis beli Odin. Miskin habis beli Odin.
Time again.
Miskin.
The enemy of Sentinels.
Minimal mereka nggak beli util lah, satu. Jadi terus beli Sheriff sama Bulldog. Tuh. Tadi tuh bagus banget Free Fire entry-nya si tekstur. Tapi ada yang rip aim. Laki aja sampai bawa handuk cuy. Mana liat gak sih handuk di Laki di kursinya tuh? Saking keringetnya tangan dia kan.
Texture might just be blinded fully. He's playing inside the smoke. He dominates it. Tends to be playing this one before, but with the Odin spam at least potentially evened out, but not quite. Lakia.
Anjir itu namanya ini map cu, Free Fire map cu.
A massive advantage with
Aku juga miskin kalah, Sentinel kalah.
That killjoy utility over towards B that's disabled.
Dia miskin kalau Sentinel kalah.
Call here. They can't just wait this out.
Gen.G are just doing the exact same, waiting.
Gak baik,
hoping to
bro.
catch that proactive call. It's a great read. Celsius might just walk and wade right into it. The crossfire of a century, and look at that. The call to 3-2-1 peak.
Yo. Tekken, sumpah pedes banget ini bocil.
He wants to make a go of it. He's got two, but might be too little, too late. He has read this though. He might be able to get into spawn at the right timing to cut this off and get another for free.
Doesn't break the knife actually, yes, and he's got the dash back online.
You just don't think logs here though. You just never think about that.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially.
Guys.
Still close to the corner. Jiggling from Lakia. Decides to take the timing and to fight right to him. So 5-5. Even up now again for Gen.G. And this is a really good spot for them. Attack side of Ascent. We've got to imagine it plays out a lot more typically.
Sentinels going for their first piece of defensive set play aggression there. And it's dominated. They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on Ascent. And Tens that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent, dominated it, and got the win. This time, Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. Sen knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
Have to take risks here. I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting Gen.G take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Second, he's given an indicator.
Good awareness, though. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zekken is not going to get away with his Bucky play.
Movement, enough to survive, doesn't even use the dash.
One of those rounds that Gen.G would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well, 5 rounds on attack side Ascent is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
It has been somewhat even. Sen have in fact actually been pretty good on the attack side too.
Up through mid. Gap is spotted here by Gen.G. Now a fast play approach. Trying to slam into these anchoring players, but it's on them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again, the weaponry just not ideal for the job. Now, Texture feeling it necessary to really clear through a lot of that. Hello, Karon spotted and an upgrade here for the anchoring players. Again, close, tucked to Dice, but there's no trade and no swings. The anchoring players out back here with the Sheriff. Gen.G, but not expecting it. Away with the Bucky! Gaming! No! Can't land the shots. Damage done to it. 10 set up. It's a 1v1. That's such an important one at that. The money was dire. Tens. 6 bullets accounted for. Exactly what he needed.
Another miracle. Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think. How are they doing this?
Halo.
What a
Sorry.
timing.
Aku habis ngedengerin video orang.
Didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked that Zekken didn't one-shot them.
Anjir, habis ngeplannya nggak di dalam, Cuk. Buru-buru nggak apa-apa.
The other week, Tens wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening.
Cuk, nggak direspon, Cuk, sama NA, Cuk. Udah di thumbs up loh, memanckin loh. What the fuck, bro? Nah, santai.
Economically upset the time.
Emang kayak gitu, Cuk. NA tuh sombong
Slightly for that final round, but still the knives online for Texture.
Emang cuman booster doang ya di hatiku.
Respect that one with the dart coming through.
Respect ya, Kak.
trying to play in order.
Wah, ini emang nyebelin banget sih. Lihat tuh, sesi 2 sofa pakai Odin nggak tuh, bro? Janganlah, bro. 2 sofa pakai Odin anjing. Plat 2 jam ya tuh, tai.
But you've also kind of set up for a bit of a retake A approach. Now Tens and Zelsis looking to re-explore perhaps. Right here. Pinging out the alarm bot, important. Gen.G have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
Walking up now, Sassy. It's all about when you pick your timings. A counter spam. Almost gone down potentially there with the damage down, and out of here, the drone, everybody lit up, but a shot goes wide and just goes a miss. Second though.
Watch them run.
Now there is that danger facing, but cancelled. Only 30 seconds left. What is the goal to make the reposition?
Di ulti ya tuh. Kena 1 kelar.
20 seconds indecisive. Running back to B. Can't be making plays like this, man, but maybe just getting hectic in those final moments. TP again, he's lugged his way in. Damage done, and another kill found. It's all being added up. Right click, kills here. Needs to stick in. Right click, gamble incorrect. Oh, the body block! Oh my god!
Body block ya anjing, aku sampai speechless.
Celsius 1v2, rushing entirely into
Sumpah body blocknya ya Allah.
I think I've seen around that chaotic the entire tournament. Gen.G didn't know where to end. What a way to finish that half. They pulled it out of the back of Meteor getting in. Tens went for an ult play, cancelled it for info, got caught, and then they have to
ini yang body block nih.
To avoid him being caught by Zekken.
Anjir.
In front of the classic.
So close, okay. Wow. Gila, sorry ya guys, maaf teriak-teriak.
6-6.
Half time-nya sangat-sangat
absolute insanity, but standing by on the floor, some of Sentinels' biggest fans.
Hampir bikin nangis guys.
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand final.
Anjir. Mamanya siapa nih? Oh, Sesi udah punya istri. What the fuck?
Every map has been so close so far.
Mamanya Tens sama Sesi tuh. Mamanya Tens kelihatan lebih muda daripada istrinya Sesi. What the fuck?
But it's a 6-6. We're even. I think we got it.
Oh, I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I can feel it.
Oh, well, it's been, 1,029 days since Tens
anjing. Gak ada namanya sholat itu buat menang judi ya. Anjing.
It's amazing, entertaining.
Ini aku tinggal mandi boleh gak sih?
I'm in awe of him.
Biar ada wangi-wangi kemenangan gitu. Aku belum mandi, Cuk.
I think so too. Come on, guys. Give it up for Tens. Come on. And for you, Sophie, you won there.
Gen.G sih, Gen.G. Gen.G itu singkatannya GG, bro. So, menang.
I think if we get the trophy, it's gonna be
Istri Sesi kalau hidup di Jawa jadi bidun, iya Cuk, sumpah. Kalau kacamatanya dilepas ya, terus dia apa namanya? Ikat rambut konde gitu. Itu doang anjir. Emang gak ada Cuk, soalnya tamu dari Gen.G Cuk. Sengaja mereka. Jadi nanti yang Gen.G fansnya doang.
A reminder, it is only Tens returning to the final stage for Sen. But Sassy also making his third time here, both looking.
Sassy 3 kali anjir dia.
An elite group. There's only 5 players, I believe, who've been able to lift the trophy twice.
Ayo, lagunya.
Tens and Sassy. We've also never had somebody win a Masters and a Champions before.
Sassy.
Ini perdananya John QT, perdananya Zekken, terus perdananya siapa? Di Gen.G. Dexter udah pernah sih. Ini finalnya kan? Iya. BO5 cuy. Ini kalau Gen.G menang,
puts even more importance now onto this first round for Sentinels.
Mapnya Sentinel. Wah, udah.
I'm looking at the Gen.G defensive
Game 5 nih
rotations and
guys.
how John tries to play with
Icebox
those.
meneh ini anjing.
Because Gen.G are just so happy to trust the read.
Ya tuh. Udah jadi attacker.
Look, I mean, at the beginning
Ini
here,
sesi kalau dijawab bakalan setongkonan sama Uut.
Oh,
Sally guys.
like he's going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking it was A.
He's out open.
Wow, udah.
Not really going to be quick enough here.
Udah, nggak dapat. Nggak dapat. Rotate fast, bro.
Plays like pause into the angle, waiting now. What is the call from the rest of them? A flash play into the back here, but they're just waiting for the right time to strike, potentially, but now jumping right into his face, and there it is from Gen.G.
Gak dapat, gak dapat, gak dapat, gak dapat, gak dapat, gak dapat. Anjir, di Free Fire gak tuh Meteor anjir. Bingung, Zelsis bingung. Zelsis bingung. Zelsis bingung. Zelsis bingung. Bot house padahal 2 orang. Zelsis bingung. Aduh, one way. One way smoke. Aduh. Pistoronnya sangat sengit. Aduh.
Wonderful patience.
Aduh. Salome.
Certainly. They look great with it. As soon as Sen put pressure on the player backside, that is instantly
Gen.G. Hey guys.
So, as soon as they know that Sentinels are focused
dengan kekuatan turret, cuy. Turretnya tuh ngasih, jadi tuh turretnya ngasih short POV gitu loh. Jadi lebih diperkecil POV-nya. Tuh, aku tuh suka tauntingnya Munchkin. Munchkin tuh jadi ngebuat taunting PME, bro. Dari tadi tuh ngasih jempol, cuy. Tapi nggak direspon sama Sentinel, parah anjir.
It's all the fundamental stuff. The timing is excellent. They're confident. And they're doubling up together in these moments.
Wah.
From Zekken, tagged up by the knife, but still
gila.
Take that fight.
Zekken bengong. Padahal tadi bisa di Free Fire lagi ya. Padahal tadi bisa di Free Fire. Gak apa-apa. Udah lah, kapok berdiri lagi. Belum, ini baru 1-1, kecuali udah 2-0. Baru kamu. Sabar bro.
Clear game plan here though from Sentinels on their eco.
IGL-nya di sini tuh Munchkin, bro. Tauntingnya something lah, jari manis sekali. Enggak, something tuh enggak fuck you cuy. Jadi tuh tangannya tuh ke ini kayak gini, pas banget. Jadi pas banget satu jarinya tuh ketutup. Dia nggak kayak gini. Dia gini. Tapi kelihatan kayak gini. Emang ayamku something tuh emang kayak gitu cuy. Apa ya?
Straight into the fragment nade and the bullets sent flying, so flawless, everybody surviving for Gen.G.
Beautifully done. Now this is where I want to see what Gen.G have got planned. You see Texture buying the operator when the rest of his team is going for the bonus. It's not too crazy, lots of teams that end up going for that. But do they have a game plan to set him up? One of the other things that stuck in my head actually from listening to an interview from HSK was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Like, not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily,
kalau misalnya flawless jadi kita gini ya guys.
By wanting to fight in moments like these. And Texture looks like he wants to take the op for a walk off the back of
Aku kayaknya harus mandi, gerah banget anjir. Ya aku tinggal mandi, takutnya kalah tuh. Nih kalau misalnya Gen.G menang, aku belum mandi, berarti aku nggak boleh mandi coy.
Can smell it, blood in the water.
That's the same pace and anticipation.
Wah, enak kali cuy bahasanya can smell blood in the water. That was a really good catchphrase. That was a really good catchphrase, bro. Can smell blood in the water. Oke, nice blind. Tapi nggak ke blind. Different blind. Karon tapi bisa ke blind. Ternyata buffering, ibu kamu mah. Ya Allah. Halo. Weh. Production.
The only player A main through a power.
Oi, tuh FF semua, Cuk. FF semua, Cuk.
And again the
Apa
anticipation.
terjadi, Cuk? Weh, anjing. Kan F5 tai.
And from a player, Karon, who was.
Duh, Imperial Hall udah live lagi. Weh.
Basically, that was a long time ago.
Oh, menang. Mereka menang. Refresh ding dong. It's not refresh, bro. It's lagging, fucking.
Karon knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to.
Oh, nice entry, bro.
Yeah, and a call is made again from Gen.G. All stacked up.
Pause play lagi.
It's already starting to run.
Takutnya ini, Cuk.
Exactly.
Kan?
Util expended here though, with the dart fading away. Karon shuts that down, doesn't he? Tens forward with the sheriff, but again, not too much you can do, not without the rifles.
Nice! Udahlah.
See, weakened down, full awareness of the positioning here. This is Gen.G, not just in control, they're running away with this map.
Kalahin Madridnya, guys.
But it's one where Kaplan early
Kalian mau nggak kalau aku kan nggak pandai main Twitter nih. Aku nggak pandai main Twitter, guys. Kalian mau nggak nge-follow Twitter aku?
The desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on bind, ascent, and split.
Ajarin aku main Twitter dong, aku nggak
It's looking less and less likely the more rounds go on.
Aku gitu orang yang paling kayaknya buber banget deh, kayak nggak ngerti cara make aja. Aku nggak tahu cara pakai TikTok. Terus aku lagi mau main Twitter, aku nggak ngerti Twitter.
And so far, they're nowhere near.
Terus karena
the flash, okay, return of the fire. Second.
Anjir, gara-gara flash tai.
Rebounding. Meteor dodging over and around. No way. Zek was blind as anything. Dashed forward to try and punish, but Meteor is tucked into this corner. There should be that punish on
Nice one, Karon. Nice one, Karon. Di ping-ping itu sama Jelsis.
Drop down onto his knees. I mean,
don't pick, bro.
Rez to pull him back
It's going to get punished. They need to be aware.
Surely picking him up. Celsius there, but no. Spamming through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
ETA cosplay in effect. This guy has found the gaps and more. And another one to the collection. Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
That's incredible. What a read by John. Getting himself tucked
Tinggal
into logs
nge-tweet
because
aja,
Meteor
Mbak.
went down
Gampang
early and that
gitu
was
aja.
open to them.
Oh gitu ya?
Huge play. Not exactly running a fake, but just challenging Gen.G for the map control.
Mending kill Tens.
I don't think Tens is going to survive this interaction. But
Karon mau kena.
Well, I'll shut my mouth.
Gak mau. Gue mangan Barbara. Ayo, makan. Yo, yang sahur.
Was that a team flash or what
Looks
even
like
happened here?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a team flash play. He just full stares at Zelsis' flash. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of
Kalau
that
bikin
situation.
X pasti gue
Not
follow. Iya, aku
necessarily with his
bikin
macro
Twitter.
calling, but with a great solo play. Reading the game.
Ini nih. Nama
Sentinels that need to
X-ku.
dig even deeper.
Ini sih cara ininya.
To spread default to try to start the round. Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A, right? And this is where you start to see the defense pulled towards that A defense. It's only luckier over towards B. But now as there's a little bit of mid-pressure, you see things shifting around and Texture with an operator looking to take that pick
Ini
through
sih caranya.
They might just walk
Kasih
into
lihat.
Texture's quick. Is he there before Zekken? It looks like
Lihat
it.
kan sih.
Now he's
Kelihatan
found
dia.
the timing. It's just so damn instinctual! And again, a difference maker. Zekken. He's left Texture reeling.
Not
Back to
your
back rounds now.
favorite crush.
That is a ludicrous swing. Perfect pre-aim. I mean, pretty much a pre-fire, I think. There's no time to react to that. He just knows exactly where the jet is going to be set up.
Grouped up, gathered.
Not your favorite crush yang gambar
Shot
kucing.
dart. Here's that one now. The close. No,
Kalau enggak, Akuracan dah gitu aja
It
gampang.
needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made? Gen.G.
Oh,
How
udah
do you
nih.
fight this one?
Lagi ya sambil nge-reload ya kan.
It's really only Munchkin, and they're just trying to get Lakia out of there. Hunter's Fury through and out into the spawn, into the location. 12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down and planted. They need to push this one back and away, but Gen.G, they're out of there.
only John in an aggressive position in the post plant right now, and Sassy's miles away, doesn't have that ult to work with.
Doesn't indeed.
He's not going to have shock dart lineups from there, so he needs to find some way of having impact.
Start clearing the paranoia here. Still close quarters enough. It has revealed, and they have cleaned him up. With John down, finally a kill. Foul, second. Not going to be blinded up by that one, but still emanating out with waves of the suppression. He's dropped to his knees. Meteor, last one left, unless he can get Munchkin back alive. A tap. Fading out the spray here. 3 players left out in the open. Sentinels running over them.
Nice one. Mulai mengejar.
That was a difficult situation there. John getting caught
Udah
in
mulai
his aggressive
jealous
position.
ngasih comms
Sassy
ya.
way out of the fight. Zekken needed to step up.
Tapi lebih baik sih time out sih. Kalau saranku.
And then he also follows up by being able to punish Lakia and
Ampurajan banyak ya.
It's an amazing round from the star player of Sentinels. I say the star player. One of the superstar.
Not coming back.
Plenty to pick from. Plenty to
Aku
pick
namaku.
from.
Iya, aku nggak tahu, cu. Aku lupa.
Still making a go of this, even though Gen.G are in the lead.
Gimana sih cara ngilangin Twitter lama tuh? Aku tuh dulu cuma buat, gak pernah pakai. Kecuali yang Sokjin. Dulu Sokjin tuh bukan cuman aku yang pakai. Jadi tuh bertiga. Jadi satu akun itu bertiga yang pakai akunnya. Ini udah nggak tahu deh.
Gen.G not over-rotating this time. Keeping a couple of players in mid. Realizing that it's not a full commitment from Sen here. They're just fighting for map control.
Overrotation tuh banyak ya.
You could
Iya, aku coba
consider
buka
this a
X.
window for Sentinels. Because they're going to be going into a side that only has 3 players on it.
Yeah.
And that's assuming they commit to A.
Munchkin gathering that information. As the nade ready here, as time runs short, Gen.G, hello. Flash forwards on top of it here, backing away, will get cleaned up.
Oh yeah,
Bojo fragment, nade, texture, and Munchkin all combined, and they have shut down his approach.
Tens with ultimate is going to try to get into the B site and get the plant down.
Yeah, it's an open site for him. Still rapid
Sassy get there?
approach. Sassy, he's picked them apart. Texture onto that rotation, but he is alone now. Tens is going to do a hell of a job to try and hold on to this one. Karon sticking no way up onto it. Just gets that information. Now 2 players.
Bukan yang 3K post guys, yang
Sassy's so far away.
Ini aku nggak tahu tuh.
Sassy is miles away.
Aku
Reinforcements
lupa
are lacking.
emailnya apa.
Lakia seeking to disjoint it. That dart, it was fantastic though. Still playing inside this one.
Yang not your favorite crush.
A tap, Sassy. Does he think it's
Langsung ketemu, mantap.
the fuse?
Pokoknya
Spamming
gambar
away.
kucing.
Counter spam from Munchkin, sticking from Lakia. Full
Munchkin,
defensive
8-11. Israel gak sih bro, 8-13.
Nice try there with that dart, seeing if he could assist Tens while still being positionally a long way away. I think it wasn't quite planted in the spot where he was
Bisa
able to
pakai
get the
Ares
wall
wah,
back there.
sumpah. Ares tuh definisi apa ya kalau di CS ya?
Towards A, stopping Sentinels getting in on the A splits. It looks really nice from Gen.G. Anytime Sen have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. They're just sending a drone in there and they can't actually push the players from Gen.G who
muka
are killing the people
tekstur
like that.
sama mukanya si Munchkin itu tuh kayak gak beda jauh anjir, sama-sama kayak kakak adik
Look at
kali ya.
this, Sen are so convinced that this is going to be defensive aggression in this round. They know that Texture had to pop knives. And they are ready for the Hunter's Fury play, a classic set play that teams would love to do.
Gen.G,
Pulled 20 seconds off the clock here.
With how time
Gen.G,
has been
bro.
an issue for Sentinels.
Ares pemain
Little
bronze.
moments like that might make the difference in the
Bronze
round.
pada ini ya, Ares ya.
Grouped up now with Texture. Fast rotation to try and back up the rest of his team out towards the A site.
Love this positioning from Lakia as well. If he stays over towards Market, he'll have
Posisinya Lakia bagus banget anjir.
but instead he drops back towards B.
Udah tuh, di situ tuh.
People in mid and maybe just worried that it could be a
Dapat.
split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is.
Kuncin muka-muka pemabuk. Iya. Kayak abang-abang yang suka ngajak mabuk gitu anjir.
Finally going to be showing some presence, but with the knife
Kamu kayaknya jago banget ya nonton drakor sampai kayak
Doesn't give you too much info. It
bisa
could be a cat push, could
menerka-nerka.
still be a B split.
They're going to get destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence. Perhaps, I mean, the spike is in the middle of nowhere. Certainly they are.
Oke, yang bagus dari Tekken tapi gak ada ketemuan sama siapa-siapa.
Even more so. Hunter's Fury to punish. Alarmbot chasing them into the top section of mid. That's tens.
That's
He's got
what
to
you
try and get
get,
some value in.
good
He's got to try and
boy.
get some kills.
The lockdown.
It's really just absolutely brutalized them, slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it.
Okay, nice.
Onto
Ultinya
the
masih ada.
angle again. They're
Ultinya
swarming into
dihancurin.
position and behind
Wow.
them. Texture rips them to shreds, rips them to pieces.
Tom.
Has to stick. And
Tom.
there's no chances, not anymore. Gen.G up to 12.
Kalian nggak lihat mukaku, guys?
You watch what Texture does on defense, it's so good. He gets pressured here with the paranoia, instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that. And he immediately notices it's a fight. If he dashes away there, they don't get the info, and those B players might not have stayed on B. But because Texture is so confident to take the fight, to dash forwards, to look for the others, he gets to come to the rest of his team. This is Cap, guys. They ain't coming.
I mean, absolutely. It's looking disastrous, to put it lightly, here for Sentinels on this map. Now, of course, it's not like the whole series weighs on there, but I think that every single map matters, and especially early on, you know, going back to what we were talking about. I mean, Kaplan in that coach interview saying they felt comfortable in the earlier maps in this series, Ascent being one of them, Split coming up. And it's Icebox, that territory where it gets a bit messy. If Gen.G end up taking this map, they're forced to win out on Split just to continue that series, and then they will be forced to play on Icebox.
And bearing in mind, Gen.G beat them 13-5 on Split, dismantling them. And does Gen.G look like they've taken any break today? Does Texture look like he isn't performing incredibly today? I don't think so. The Sen players themselves shooting back a bit more, but I think they're also just getting outplayed. The teamwork, the way that Gen.G are playing off each other, and their confidence is just getting them so much more info to play with on their defense side. This defensive Ascent has been lovely to watch. Certainly feels like there could not be a better moment for Pacific to pick up their first ever global trophy. And Gen.G, if they get this one step forward on Ascent, they'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
On the precipice. Through mid, that's Sentinels. All eyes on that now.
Mau
The
bersihin.
knives. Grouped up as well. Might be looking for a flash.
Pada ini aja, guys. Jangan lupa yang sahur udah jam 2:30.
Forwards here, just showcasing.
Buat yang
it doesn't break it in time. So it actually
sama
both
Wita,
players, and they're already
sahur
up for
duluan.
mid as well. Paranoid misses. Texture, clean shot, rips it away, and this Dreams being dashed out and away. John QT, maybe a chance. Turn with the one kill, but it's still a player disadvantage, and they don't know where the rest of them are. Into the corner. Hello.
Wow.
Walkabout, Celsius dropped dead to
balik
2v2 still spike
2v2
in
nih.
the open. And that control gained and gathered. Munchkin follows through with the fire.
Sesi bisa.
Doubled up now, understanding the win con. Smoke to block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karon is actually looking the other way too. They've split up to form two 1v1s. Could Sassy be given anything? He just doesn't expect them coming from spawn.
No, there's no way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be it. The map done and dusted. Gen.G edge ever closer to that title, ever closer to that trophy.
Aduh. Sentinels.
Done yet.
Apa?
The job isn't finished.
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final.
Berarti aku nggak mandi, guys. Aku nggak mandi, guys.
Mean that the job is finished.
Aku nggak mandi, guys.
They're in a great spot.
They're in a fantastic spot. It's yet to be seen if Sentinels can fight back. Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Mukanya John QT udah sebel banget tuh.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro
Gila.
with tons of storage, so you can take all
Pulang
the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15
Okay,
Pro
kita lihat
and
masalah
iPad
dia.
and Apple Watch SE all on us.
In big time, you can collect big time cryptocurrency.
Guys, lagi main Dota. Main Dota ya dia? Oh, nontonin Ivan. Apa main nama Ivan?
Wow.
Killing spree.
Makro ya.
Don't say you love me.
Nek berlima gas ya. Malam Andi Vivian.
3-2 nanti juga. Duh, 3-2, 3-nya Gen.G ya kan. Motor gini.
Uang. Yuk kasih yuk.
Lah masuk dia main tadi. Udah. Gila guys.
Turu dulu kak.
Anjir masih ada Mas Haris dong.
Makanya aku 2 kali kebangun gara-gara teriakanmu, cuman kebangun ketidur.
Oh, kenapa aku kira udah gak ada orang aja di voice.
Jadi orang gak pernah dimainin.
Ya Allah, ya Robi.
Gas kalau ada orang.
Ya udah mau dulu kak.
Iya, selamat bobo.
Kalau tinggal 5%.
Ya, saya ketiduran kak, makanya saya nggak sadar kak.
Nek main sendiri.
Terima kasih.
Sayang.
Iya, gak kebangun dikit gak ngaruh.
Kayak gitu seru dimainin rame-rame.
Baik. Selamat tidur Mas Ais. Bilang guys, selamat tidur Mas Ais.
Malam. Enggak dengar.
Di X hati-hati Fra, sejak dipegang Papa Elon walau nggak ngapa-ngapain kadang-kadang harus hitung batu maksudnya? Belum mulai puasa lagi Mbak Fra, belum bersih gitu loh.
Game, terus turu sampai jumpa nanti sore. Malam Daniel, sehat.
Kemungkinan besok atau lusa sih aku.
Udah di ornat kemana udah nyoba.
Udah mulai
aku sih tinggal gas aja yuk. Engkau rame-ramean.
30 detik lagi ya.
Udah ancient loh, kalau ancient udah lama coy. Justru kok malah ancient ya kan. Terakhir tuh masih defense 4.
Guys, sambil kena capture gitu, Fra. Oh, baru tahu aku. Tahu. Ya, po.
Nggak main sama anak-anaknya sopo.
Oke guys, kita play lagi.
Ahead of them here, and that would be split that we're going to be seeing in a moment. And oh
Split
boy,
nih.
this could go either way.
But
rumahnya Sentinel nih guys.
On the course to win a trophy. They have 2 maps coming up where they have looked great thus far. That Ascent win could have been the make or break in this series.
Yeah, undefeated on Split so far here in Madrid, and they've taken down Sentinels, the ones we hyped up as the best Split team. It would almost be poetic to close it out on Split.
Well, let's talk about some of the great ideas that we were seeing from Gen.G, because honestly, it just feels like Munchkin Mike is just making some brilliant calls, and on top of that, the plays have just been immaculate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a perfect example here, just a real slow burn pistol round. There's 2 opportunities for this to actually slow down and go back into Sentinel's favor, but Gen.G just make the right decisions time and time again. There's a second freeze here where actually in the post-plant situation, they wait for the turret to come back up.
Ayo win Sentinel bandelmu terbaik.
I think the way that Gen.G plays like pace is like no one else in the tournament. They can have rounds like this where they slow down twice, they take these pauses, they force their opponent to make a move, and then they have rounds where when they have an advantage, they're pressing it, they're going hyper-aggressive, they're relying on the aim. They're so good at breaking the timings, but also going back to playing this super standard style of Valorant that just makes them so hard to call against.
Yeah, it has to be the most difficult thing for John and Kaplan to have to make these plays work against a Gen.G squad that just seems to have the playbook.
One round you're playing against PaperX, and the next round you're playing against a better DRX.
Yeah, no, real talk. Yeah, that really is a great way to break it down. Of course, though, one player that we have to highlight as we, well, could maybe see him make history here for the region. It's Lakia.
Lakia!
He's been in these positions before, but now not like this. This is going to be monumental for this young man who's able to pull this off.
Yeah, in particular, I mean, he comes under flak occasionally, but he's the second leg to
tuh
kind of
random
munch
anjir MVP-nya, bukan cuma satu orang gitu loh.
Being proactive, we come back to that composure as well. Their ability to swing mid-rounds back in their favor when they concede a first blood, nearing on 50% of a 4v5 conversion comes down to players like Lakia.
And imagine if he could win a trophy now. He was there when Korea had their next best placement at an international event on New Turn all the way back. He has been grinding since then.
Full
had
circle.
Multiple opportunities, joined DRX,
Wild.
it didn't go his way, went down to Tier 2, but now he's back in the Tier 1 in the first final that his country has ever made in Valorant with a real shot at winning it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the odds gotta be on the side of Gen.G, and you can even see it in the poll. People are starting to come to their senses here. Don't get me wrong, I love Sentinels, but Gen.G's cooking.
Have Sentinels ever lost a Twitter poll?
Well,
regardless.
They're making a comeback now.
Oh, they're making a comeback now.
But it's going to be a lot harder for them to make a comeback in this server here.
This is crazy. The fans have no idea where this is going to go.
Yeah, it's wild. Sentinels honestly shouldn't be winning this because they're going into split. This has historically been their best map. They were excellent in America. They were dominating the early stages of this tournament, but Gen.G's on a 3-map. Figured them out last time.
Wow, dua dueling,
hyper-aggressive pieces.
Dua controller tapi satu initiator. Sementara di Sentinel ada John QT with
Gen.G have been the
Sentinels.
benefactors of controlling the pace, and that was the story last time. Sentinels just
Rico,
seemed
sor-sor
2
malah
steps behind
PCS.
Gen.G every single round.
I think the biggest change for Sen needs to be on their defense, doing a better job of handling Gen.G's disruption.
Yeah.
What they were doing so well was fighting forward and shutting down Sen's set retakes. If they can't make that change, if they can't come back on a map that has been their best, Sentinels will be out and Gen.G will hoist that trophy.
Will we go to a map 5? I know the crowd wants it, we want it, but let's go ahead and see if we get it. Bren, Sideshow, the floor is yours.
For a 4th map here in the grand finals, it's up to Sentinels to really steal their hearts. You've got to
Yes.
imagine despair settling in. Think about it, Gen.G with a better momentum on this map. I mean, split that used to be the bane of many teams when they were up against Sentinels. People arguing, why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they ban it?
Yeah. But I mean, you look at what Gen.G have been able to do this tournament on split. It's been fantastic.
Gen.G bisa main di split cuy.
Paranoia being thrown, countered as well.
No way, Tens, he can't get away with the kill.
Tens mulai
also
marah.
realized that that's a bit of a fake. It's not everybody in that area.
Second gets off the line for
Ini
just a
benar-benar
moment.
main
Now he's
di
going to be
map.
faced with an absolute onslaught. They rush his position in still, walks away with 2. Return of the fire. Sen not leaving anything to chance. They want to try and funnel and rotate everybody towards them, but yet still Gen.G have played right into their hands.
One enemy remaining.
There's no help.
Low on health indeed. Meteor forced to scatter and back away. I mean, we are talking about the opening 35 seconds here.
Benar-benar main game 5
Now
ini
grouped up
anjir.
side by side, looking to put a pistol round on the board.
Senna getting antsy
Mati.
here, though.
John QT out wide, Tens wide face, and definite chances, but Sentinels necessary beginning here for this map on split.
It definitely is. That's a great opening.
Dan tau gak sih aku deg-degan
You
anjir.
saw from the very beginning a lot of actually Gen.G's attack side. The last time these two teams faced was dominated by A ramp fights.
Yeah.
And kind of that fight over A heaven, actually even in the post plan. So Tens uses the paranoia instantly to try to stop anyone from scaling. They realize that instead it's coming through mid. Zekken does an amazing job at picking up too.
Got to remember, this is still Sentinels, before getting smacked around by some of the APAC teams. Still one of their better maps here. They might just try and jump onto this one, but Celsius spotted out, backs away, not getting caught out into the open. Still, a few stray shots in. One of the key real win cons for Gen.G I found as well when you were revisiting, the split map when they last clashed and played against one another, was Celsius kind of getting caught out in the open.
Nyala bangku, nyalain sendiri nggak bangku?
Talking about earlier, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous time these two teams faced, they tried to set up a high-low in mid and just dropped the orb and faced into 4 players.
Yeah.
It was brutal. This time, I'm not going to go for something that risky on the follow-up after the rifle, after the pistol.
They have given up a lot of space though to Cam. Spotting out the tippy toes.
And this is a very classic position for John's Cam. Gen.G are going to know that. They break it. Zekan's the only player here. He's got to get safe before the wall goes down. And Munchkin, almost getting caught in mid, will die to tens.
I might be looking to swarm here, just a wide face and peek John. He's under attack, and finally, he's going to have some reinforcements. Just
Wow, udah.
Side here, but everybody survives. Could have got dangerous, could have maybe got expensive, let's say.
Percaya nggak sih, bro? Di split OT, Gen.G yang menang. Believe me, bro. 3-1. Ingat, Profesor Afra berkata 3-1, Gen.G yang menang.
What doesn't work is when they lose the early round fights right off the rip. Gen.G now with rifles
Flawless
on
tuh
board,
bisa 2.
looking to try to dominate
Bisa
the main
hidup
by the look of
semua,
things.
bisa
Meteor was acting a bit
1 pokoknya posisi musuh 1 terus dia bisa nge-kill lebih. Posisi musuh 1 kayak udah kalimat last man standing.
Nothing to chance, is it? Flash through, no connection with the orb dropping down. Well, not expecting it.
Gak expect. Salah.
Fast on the approach.
Salah parah.
By Karon, and they have cleared out that B site.
I do like the way that Gen.G balance between pushing aggressively in post plants and waiting for the flood defense. This one is waiting to see if there's a reaction from Sen.
Jadinya dia boros 1.
Know that the economy's weak, expecting the flood.
Boros 1.
Danger spotted. Nade as well. He's stunned up entirely here. Sassy. So fast of it. Zekan combining with that approach here out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage.
Nice.
Still locked down onto the pillar angle. They wait a pause, but now the paranoia allows him to play it a little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Zekan is 1. He's got to be healed.
He is going to top back up to a bit more health still. Got to think Gen.G, it all comes down to the way these fights get taken. Zekan from the side. Temple taken out of Karon inside the cage, dominating but cleaned up. Munchkin in the back, 1v1! No bullets! No chance! Munchkin with the sidearm saves the bloody day.
Well, that's an extremely expensive round again. Sen on the bonus, creating
pressure,
applying danger. Pretty disastrous dash there from Meteor, actually.
Tadi guys, maaf guys, teriak. Ron mahal, bro, anjir.
Grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time. Just a little unfortunate that Zekan didn't have more loaded in the clip.
Wah, Ron mahal. Deg-degan euy.
For Gen.G, so it doesn't even have that much.
Ron mahal anjir, Ron mahal.
Gen.G were fighting over A ramp with 4 players.
Ron mahal, maaf. Ron mahal.
Teams faced off. This one though, a 1-1-3.
They pause and now they make the play here with the paranoid just a little bit too delayed. Rocket up and over, up trap saves him, but not from the bullets.
Sangat-sangat ditumbenkan, tidak ada yang kena.
Nowhere close, so he will survive, and Lakia is in mid.
Yeah, look at this awesome response from Lakia, realizing that Sen have overcommitted to the A ramp fight. He takes all of this space.
He tells us it's not going to be expecting this, not going to be expecting this, but still lands it.
What a flick, what a turn.
That is insane.
Gila loh.
Forced to pivot now for Gen.G.
Bentar ya guys.
He's not an option. So they go back to what has been working for them. They've been doing a lot of these mid-round calls. Group up, collected together.
I'm seeing
brute force and win these fights.
I'm seeing pings on the minimap, Bren, that indicate they want to push through B Heaven into spawn. I don't know exactly whether they're going to commit on that. The cam is going to spot them.
30 seconds left.
Just about. Snake bite though.
Yeah, look at this. They're looking to try to take the fight towards stairs while Munchkin plants.
Has got a plan. He was trying to pit. Goes down entirely here. The trades online now for Sentinels. Obliterating any chance here for Karon to even stand toe to toe. He'd have to hit those shots, and he can't quite manage it.
A supremely better beginning to this map for Sen. Putting the pressure on Gen.G, dealing, I don't know how, but dealing with Lakia coming through vent. Gotta see this again. Oh, what a flick. That's an outrageous one. If Lakia is able to get that, the whole round just pivots.
All laughs in the Sen camp, not letting the stress get to them.
I mean, I assume that there was an amusing reaction from Zelsis in comms as well. He seems like the kind of player to do it. But that's broken Gen.G. All of that damage from an expensive bonus round.
Here.
I don't want to count them out, but the economical advantage is massive for Sen, and they needed a hot start. They've got it.
You're right, we're feeling like you can't count Gen.G out. I mean, this team made a name for themselves as well, just in qualifying for this event by winning so many of these rounds where they weren't expected to. Shouldn't be as much danger, but you never know. Molly's flying overhead here. Quickly into the approach here. There was a paranoia, and there's pillars close to it. Players getting beamed down and ran down. Showstopper rocket out wide with Zelsis falling. Gen.G left scrambling. He's trying to pick up these pieces. Pit collected and corralled now. It's only up to him in a 1v1 second. Maintains that composure and holds down the fort just when his team needed it.
What a savior for Sentinels. 9-3 to begin. After being rocked by Monyet, it was the only map where Zekken didn't look like the best player in the low bracket final. But this one was so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Texture did as much as he possibly could to make this one a win. John taking out Munchkin though, dropping the pit, set Zekken up for success. So much danger in that round.
Pumped up after that one.
Gen.G have just looked so crazy whenever they're at a disadvantage. In the series overall,
guys.
they're still winning a third of the time when they're down a player. Never mind the Eco, you know, that
Dia ada yang mau
you
minjem
just
akun.
never count them out.
Almost unheard of entirely.
Anjir, susah cok.
It's a fast play
Dua-dua
from
nih.
Gen.G. They're gonna get
Kayaknya
access
lah,
and
jangan
gain
ngejinx.
over towards that B site. But now
3-1 gak sih? Itu adalah spray terjorok yang pernah aku lihat.
Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at
Spray
least
jorok banget lah
avoiding
anjir.
this flash.
Texture's gonna get valued. They're not gonna clear him out as well. They topple and fall and they collide right into him.
And that's more like what Gen.G were up to previously. A great balance of sometimes waiting for the flood if they anticipate it,
Kayaknya aku harus
and then
nontonin.
if they're not going for the flood, trying to disrupt the Sen retake.
Tapi
There
kalau
was
aku
a
udah
lot of
pusing
talk
anjir.
about how incredible Sentinels retakes were. We were at the beginning of this tournament.
Wah, kepala aku udah pusing nih. Nonton aja, buruan.
Retakes were amazing. At kickoff, Sentinels won 61% of their retakes. At Madrid, that's 24%.
Gila, jadi pengen beli baju Gen.G anjir.
To not even being a good
Tapi aku
retake percentage
pertama
at
harus
all.
beli baju
Never mind a
Fnatic
great
dulu
one,
guys.
an incredible one, unheard of one.
Kecuali kemarin ya,
So
kalau
Sen can get
PRX
back to
menang
that
kemarin,
kind of
aku
level
beli
and
baju
deal with
PRX.
Gen.G disrupt.
Tapi karena PRX kalah ya
major
kan,
win
karena emang
condition
udah seprediksi gue banget.
Oh, but from Zelsis seeking to reposition. Now this is
Hehe,
the usual
hehe.
angle. You can get cleared very easily.
It's nice though if Zekken continues to make noise and
Trailblazer
distract.
clears him. Trailblazer clears him. He's in trouble, and yet more so.
Oh, Zelsis ter-outplay. Kamu udah makan
Very diligent from Gen.G.
makan mie sih.
Zelsis getting caught by a mid stack again. Hoping
Gila,
just to
emang
be able to
midnya
pick
tuh
up the
harus
lurker.
dikontrol banget sih.
But look
Desi
at
mencoba
Meteor
untuk
again, kind of picking up that
flanking,
role
tapi
as
tidak, kayaknya
Sentinels
posisinya
push out through B main.
It's a good call to make here, but Sassy surely not favored into that one. And yet, just
Mundur.
backs away. Tens holding the angle for him, just over the shoulder.
Ruination is so good.
Flowed
bro.
those Seekers as well, giving him a good indicator now, but already getting a move on, a run now. Over towards A, fast sprint and fast in action. There are anchoring players. Zekken here, oh my goodness, almost claiming that one. It was a dink. Drops him down to 10 HP. Meteor falling,
Mati,
2 grenades.
Meteor.
Zekken still alive. Still playing towards the pillar with the help of his team with only 30 seconds left. What is a call now for Gen.G?
There's very little time
Ayo,
to work
30
with. They're
seconds,
going
bro.
into a stack. I mean, where's the win condition here? How do they get
So
this?
unlikely. It just looks so damn unlikely. Texture
bisa masuk
forward
mereka. Tuh.
in this approach again, but there's no
Cium.
setup ready for it. Just satchels to his doom and defeat. Everybody picked apart. Spike dropped down. No kill onto Karon.
planting nyari duit.
Maybe potentially push in, end and put a stop to it.
Big round from Tens.
Aku harus
Great shot with
mandi
the
nggak sih,
Guardian
guys?
to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round, I've been talking so much about how the Gen.G look like they over-rotate. They trust the route, they believe in it, follow the noise, that kind of stuff. Sen actually just hold their ground. They went for the B main exploration, got the kill, and they didn't gamble that it was going to be a B hit afterwards. They kept John and Zekken in anchor positions over towards A, and that's what paid dividends. Staying rooted, staying to the fundamental defense. And now Zekken's got a showstopper to work with.
Nge-push. Agresif, ayo agresif. Sebelum sesi balik.
Love that smoke from Tens as well. Not something that they were previously doing, choosing to fight A ramp. But now just making sure Gen.G have no
Di
opportunity.
titik ini aku 3-1 sih butuhnya.
Sen tripled up, looking to drop the wall and take the fight on their
Dari
terms.
tadi bilangnya harus mandi tapi nggak mandi. Tadi kan kalau mana?
And Sentinels, no chance entirely. It's all gone wrong.
Brutal. That's the bungle.
Ya, jadi tadi aku mau mandi kan. Tadi aku bilang kan kalau Gen.G menang berarti artinya aku nggak boleh mandi dulu, guys. Berarti ritualnya aku jangan mandi dulu. Takutnya kalau aku udah mandi ntar kalah.
That's a tragic misplay and looking so similar to what was hurting Sen on their defense in the upper bracket final.
It's an advantage situation there.
Tuh, Lakia tuh sampai keringetan anjir tangannya.
To make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking too many risks there. The paranoia doesn't clear out the lane fully, and Gen.G are so ready for that. They punished Sentinels many times before. What a huge one for Gen.G to be able to take.
Aku tuh mandi lama, guys.
Frankly,
belum lagi
against most teams,
keramasnya.
Sen would get away with that. But Gen.G are so sharp. Their positioning is so good over towards
Saya juga wanita mandi lama, guys.
Despite that shakiness at the beginning of split, undeterred, Gen.G have that economical advantage. Even the showstopper for Texture here should be looking at that fourth round on the board.
Texture got an amazing showstopper round against Sen previously by doing pretty much the same thing we just saw, stopping them fighting A ramp.
Its anchoring players are going to get tested.
Sumpah, kalau A tuh udah paling bener John.G anjir. Lihat tuh. Nampak kakinya langsung.
But with the wires taken out, he's pitting. Pitting early preemptive. Paranoia will not connect there. Where will the rocket go though? That is the question. And fires it straight into Celsius. He's dropped, and with that the pit. It's an open side out open still. Took a chance to take this fight, but not anticipating it. Meteor already up onto the high ground position, but Sentinels not messing around. A rapid approach, a rapid retake of this one, but they are being cleaned up entirely.
Zekken with the bouquet. Tadi padahal ada Vandal sih.
To stop anybody going through A heaven, but the players on site had already done his job for him.
Jadi kalau udah berapi-api bahaya. It's okay.
Most of it.
Nice one.
He's going to have no chances there. Gen.G getting a couple of huge rounds back to back.
Dia dalam hati dia. Kenapa harus baki, Cak?
Such a great start to this map, which was
Pinter.
exactly what they needed.
Kebaca nggak sih kalau kayak gitu? Tapi nggak tuh. Gak kebaca-baca banget sih sebenarnya. Lucu banget mouse-nya. Berdiri gak tuh lagi ya? Katanya, Hina aku dibunuh pakai baki, so time out dari Sentinel.
Potential turning point really, not just the map, but maybe even the series. That's why Sentinels are taking their time.
Is your name John? Cause you're a cutie.
We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. Gen.G earned that advantage.
Give all my power to Gen.G.
Sentinels on 2 of the maps in the upper bracket final and cementing themselves as the leaders at Masters Madrid.
Kalau udah berapi-api mah bahaya, emang bahaya. Gecko Div. Aziz.
The job's not finished.
Aziz,
That's why they're taking it one round at a time, because not just the hopes and dreams of their country. It's a Korean team, the furthest they've ever got in one of these international tournaments, going all the way to the finals, but Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here.
Buat teman-teman yang belum join server Discord bisa langsung aja karena Next aku nggak ada kasih.
Tumbled at the finish line many times.
Or some not even made it to the finish line. We're gonna talk about the Korean squads, right?
Yeah.
New turn, DRX.
Gen.G itu tim namanya Mbak, ya Gen.G.
Gen.G already overtaken.
Gen.G. Gen.G disingkat jadi GG. Udah so. Menang lagi.
Team's been put together.
Stop!
He's filling up the pieces here. Shots going wide there from Meteor.
Reload dia lumayan lama ya.
Tag onto the damage and it's definitely a threat of it. Celsius on the half
armor. Jangan dipik sih manis.
Guardiannya
pedih itu.
He's not going to be lurking A ramp.
Guardiannya pedih itu.
Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does
nice, ngabisin 3 ammo. TP, king position, terus rotate. Tempatmu hujan dah, Fra. Tim mana? Bukan tim mana? Gen.G itu tim mana? Oh, Korea! Sorry, mataku udah oleng cuy. Hujan gak ya? Nggak tahu, coba bentar aku lihat.
Here's some of this. Zekken's coming forwards to try to help.
50 seconds. Now Karon does have util as well. Paranoia, going to be getting good information with that one. Respecting the position here. Sassy, not eager to take that fight. Instead, doubling up. It looks like potential high-low setup. Yeah, it is indeed. With him playing up onto Heaven's satchel forwards. Cuts up the angle. Flash repick. No, not through main. Adjustment necessary. And Zekken comes up with the goods and more. With 4 ripped away.
Katanya. Tapi tunggu dulu, jangan terburu-buru.
I'm not sure if Zekken's asking the crowd to appreciate or telling Gen.G he can handle more of them.
Kekuatan Oni, boy.
The flash play from Sassy cost him his life. Makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was exactly what his teammates needed. It fed Celsius in through the back into heaven and also allowed Zekken to try to contest the main players too. What a spray control. He's 17-7.
Setauku ada yang kidal sih, tapi aku lupa siapa.
Dragging his team over some of these rounds.
Friend, the most rounds that Gen.G have dropped on split this tournament is 8.
Bukan?
Senna looking good.
Jangan dipik lagi cu.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too
soon.
Wah,
suara ruination tuh emang enak anjir.
And they're so good at, in the 4v5s.
Mid, di smoke.
Sassy and Zekken realizing that if nobody's there, they can take the space.
Disrespect. Zekken knows if he gets one more kill, he's got a showstopper
available
for him to just try and get out of the dodge.
The trip will give him the timing here to potentially make the play.
There it is, flash through. TP pass, broken. Backs to the wall, backs to him entirely. No way!
Zekken trip him!
Looking like ballerinas out in mid.
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here, potentially as the safety net to clean it all up.
Might be your time to strike, Sun. Step up to the line and really reward the rest of your team. As 2 topple and fall, texture soon after, and the movement, wide swing, wide face. Lead maintained for
Time out
Sentinels.
dulu nggak sih?
Vital, necessary,
Time out dulu nggak sih?
A relieved smile on the face of Zekken. No need for the replay, I don't think. After picking up 4 in the previous, look at that hand on his head. Thought he'd ruined it.
Guys, aku istirahat dulu habis
his teammates were there to pick things up. Huge from Sassy, who gave his life to make Zekken's play work in the previous round. And what a read from Sen as well, that they can get away with that because Gen.G group up so much in their attack side.
No, it's that. No, it's that.
It coming out of the press conference after the upper bracket final.
Wah, udah. Miskin.
75 already, and look how aggressive Sen are. This Trailblazer, I mean, it's so deeply pushed.
Sampai guys, aku reban bentar kayak gini.
Sassy is pushed entirely. He's given him the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
Dan kursinya harus.
Gen.G on the defense, right?
Kursiku
Just believing in the read.
Taking that liberty.
Celsius
kursiku harus agak lengket ke lemari karena kursiku udah jelek.
To walk up mid, Zekken's death earned him a showstopper.
No way.
Sassy can't die here. He can't take that level of risk. He's just looking for the information.
Gen.G all eyes now on the B side. There will be trips waiting for him. The nade should clear at least one layer of it. Smoke's now up with the Paranoia through, and it's a call made to flood right back into it. The rocket damage done, but already texture right behind. Snaps back second. Shuts down the adversary, shuts down the nemesis. But does he anticipate this? Yes, he does.
Lagi.
Sublime.
Oh. Babam, babam. Baru guys, capek, sumpah.
Another 4 kills and only 4 rounds on the board for Gen.G. Sen were held at 5 in their matches against both of the Pacific teams here.
Sabar ya guys.
But they've broken through that.
Si tenaga dulu, sabar.
The max amount that anyone's taken
Aku yang capek malahan.
here at Madrid. Second can feel it. 21 kills for this young player on the defense side.
Rallied and rejuvenated. 8-4, like you said, 21 kills, looking unstoppable truly here. Still a second half yet to happen and yet to be seen.
To all the people following us at home, I must take this break to show you all how incredible is the Spanish crowd that we are having right now on Madrid Arena. And for that, I'm going to use my mother tongue. Para toda la gente que tenemos aquí, amigos, sois un público maravilloso y vamos a demostrarle al mundo entero que como vosotros no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinels? Y ahora, ¿quién va con Gen.G? Amigos, vamos a dedicarle un aplauso a toda la gente que estáis aquí y también a los jugadores. Todos juntos, lentito. Primero, uno, vamos. Sois absolutamente increíbles. Para despedirme, todos juntos, calentamos manos. Una ola, de abajo arriba. 3, 2, 1, ¡arriba todo el mundo! Madrid, sois increíbles. Disfrutemos de esta gran final. Hagámoslo juntos, hagamos historia. Porque como esta final, no hay ninguna. Friends, on home, let's go back with this banger.
But the energy is palpable here in the Madrid arena. There's been mayhem, there's been madness, don't get me wrong. But Sentinels perhaps have done enough for them here against this Gen.G team put together. It was Gen.G that was standing on the precipice, really. They just needed this map to close it out and make history, carving out their own path. But maybe starting to feel that heat.
Sometimes in moments like this, it can just feel a little too real. The realization hits your texture, knocked down to only 20 health. When that's combined with the Viper Wall.
Few shots flying, nade rebounding, but not expecting Meteor here with the damage. Done! Kills collected, all on top, and it's all added up as well for that Gen.G advantage still. There are players low. Calling for the pause and around here for Sentinels, understanding the importance of it, not getting ahead of themselves.
Their map control is actually fairly good here, with Sassy watching behind. Lakia not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect information. That might drive people into Sassy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
Gen.G have gone walkabouts themselves. What's the thought process here? Flash, acknowledgement now at least that there's going to be players behind him, but Sassy feeling no real pressure, but now he's got to hear it. Jumping down into vents, they are just forcing the position and forcing the fight straight to them. Surely not favoured into this one. 3v2, damage! And down, drop down to the players here. Single shot will do it. Texture survives. Spike. It's still in the hands of Sassy here, but he's got so much more to do. And does he hear the drop down? He does not.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined health pools, barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able to weave around slightly. Pops ahead. Great resilience on show here for Gen.G. Even though they're in the lead, with players that haven't been in this kind of position before, the closer you get to winning, sometimes the more the pressure mounts. I was wondering if these rookie players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Karon, might struggle in a spot like this, but certainly Meteor has not given up the confidence.
No. That's back immediately here in the jump spot. Himself is not seeing too much down. Ends up getting punished. Meteor, real chance for him to feast. It's gonna be met though with a few shotgun pellets. Munchkin, really nice idea there and awareness, knowing that that could be a possibility. It's all being shut down, all being locked down.
Clean from Gen.G, very clean. Second just trying to get the orb online, and he does. He runs away with it. Call that a silver lining, yeah. And Sen have got to be fairly happy about this.
Like, yeah, hello, knives out. What the hell is going on here? Realizing it.
Could go for a knife fight. Why not? Second gets picked off, but Sen won't be too bothered about that. Another huge difference between Sen playing Split in the upper bracket final and now. The vibe, the atmosphere, it's so different. They don't feel as timid, unconfident. Ten said that he was zoning out throughout the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Zekken got shut down. It's different, and yet Gen.G are still keeping it within two. They're such a dangerous squad, and it's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. What a weird wall from Munchkin over towards A.
This is bizarre. Different twist onto some of them that are being thrown out. Blocks up this angle. Meteor happy to jiggle it.
Oh, Meteor jiggle coy.
Meteor jiggle dikit
mati. Langsung lari dia.
Spotting the one and now backing away. Munchkin.
Jiggle lagi loh.
Was he going to be aware of it? Meteor close now. Tucked to the corner. Trailblazer, any seek or attempt to punish this one. Might just be met pound for pound. 3 players grouped up.
Santai.
First kill. Damage done. Meteor dash to disengage away. And Lakia.
They're going to get caught here.
Covering fire. You're right. They are getting caught in all sorts of positions.
baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000.
Whoa. Texture though. Back at it again. It's not quite enough still. It's an overwhelming advantage now for Sentinels.
Tadi siapa tadi anjir?
Aku
yang kaget.
Texture caught. So much value out of this position over towards Vents.
Thank you. Siapa tadi?
From Sentinels to me.
Mas.
Baiting them into fighting over A ramp.
Mas.
And then just creeping
Thank you, Mas Cat.
Any time where you see Sen taking mid control without using dog or boombot, you've got to call it a hard read in my opinion.
Mas Kate.
They just know that Gen.G love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation, abusing the holes that Gen.G caused by trying to stack players. It is difficult though, because if you get the read wrong, you're just walking up mid into a crossfire. Meteor is now going to have an operator online.
Okay.
But he's holding very far back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get too much value. At least not in the early round.
Looks like Gen.G were setting up for a punish over towards B.
Yeah, and at the very
least,
least,
Zekken's one away from the ult.
Yeah, it also allows them to get good information behind Zelsis's orb, which he's put at the front of B main. And now as it goes down, Gen.G knows that there's nobody over in this area of the map.
Clearing a push with the flashes out into white face. Really white face. All the kills eventually being collected and traded there by Karon. Meteor though, gonna miss though to where these potential players could be. Good information, at least with the acknowledgement there. Trailblazer finding the target and the mark, but really chaotic situation. Pings on the map though, Gen.G are aware.
Yeah, and I don't think Gen.G are actually gonna think that it's a full commitment. You'd expect Zekken to be with the play here because he's one away from Showstopper. He's the entry player. So the fact he was in market, I think, has scrambled Gen.G a little.
Yeah,
langsung dibikin pusing gak tuh Gen.G yang Matens. Gen.G yang Matens langsung dibuat pusing.
Ten's almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now, and his position is being assaulted and swarmed. Paranoia is good, shot missed, going stray, still walks it down onto this angle, but look at it, they've just absolutely overpowered them.
Really beautiful attack side from Sen. Gorgeous calling from Jong.G, from the whole team.
Gila.
Plays in the previous contacting up mid to pinch the players over towards A heaven. This time, going for a semi-contact all the way through A heaven. Karon just caught a glimpse and gave up the game. We'll take a look at the replay as Lakia saves. Look how deep they are before Gen.G get the read.
Meteor dibuat pusing cuy tadi.
Gen.G on defense is the fact that they get the reads. They either play aggressive or they re-clear in the mid-round or something to give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. And I think you could see it on the minimap there. Gen.G were so spread out. Even after they re-cleared B main, spotting Zekken with the Trailblazer in market was a real head-scratcher for them.
Ada Koyo nggak ya?
Love what Jong.G's bringing out here. You can see that they've put in a lot of effort. And what a tight turnaround for Sen. They had to play basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with.
Jangan lupa minum air, Mbak. Oh iya, air
Gen.G are
putih
the
dulu
team
deh.
that should have been able to pull
Sama ke toilet
adaptations
ya.
out of it, but it's
Ditemani
harder
sama
when you
Nesi.
won. It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah,
That
truly.
seems like what Sen are doing.
Gen.G now calling this timeout, seeking a few adaptations. They're
Ditemani
realizing
sama Nesi
the
bentar ya,
map
guys.
slipping away from their grasp. Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now, map 5, Icebox, would be good news for Gen.G, but a lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's difficult from the outside to understand just how much mental game there is involved in Valorant. If you lose your confidence, if you hesitate, it doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how good your ideas are. If you can't execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away.
Exactly.
So that's what I need to see from Gen.G here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which I'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
Toss the hesitation to the side here. Trust the gut, make the plays. That's what carried Gen.G so far all the way to this grand finals. You can't lose your nerve here, not when you're at the finish line.
So this is the Viper wall now being put over towards B. That is a difference. Normally Zelsis has been putting in A and the orb on B.
What's this?
But it doesn't look like Gen.G are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a Bucky.
I've seen Gen.G do work in spots like this prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. There's the dog now, breaks it. We'll let loose that snake bite. So covering the retreat, but at the same time, John QT here anticipating every single play. Getting two there's a job well done. Karon did return that fire, but Munchkin pushed back and away. Snakebite vulnerable. Boombot in his face, barely dealt with. Still alive and kicking the Meteor. Rapid on the approach, rapid on the uptake.
They didn't help Zekken. Zekken got into sight and they were scared. Scared of the Buckies, scared of the Snakebites coming down. Something caused a hesitation in Sen here. And it's a 3v3, still with knives on the other side.
Fear might cost you if you are Sentinels, Karon. It's close, not quite concealed, only good for the one. There's that instant trade. The Meteor's way ahead of you. Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and tucked underneath. He's picked up a rifle, and this could be the playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion, but a tough plant. Not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1, or 1v2. Sassy removed. Meteor, what a play.
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before Sen had even realized they were going to end A. Meteor knew it.
That's trust in your gut. What we were talking about, having just no hesitation in terms of the way you make these plays.
And yet for Sentinels, I think it was a bit of hesitation. If they'd bullied their way through Munchkin's setup on B, they're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out. Listen, there's a possibility that it all goes wrong as well, but that's how dangerous Gen.G can be. Solo and HSK looking like that's given them new life. Wind in the sails.
Yeah, you can understand why. Zekken does have this showstopper. Critical tool that they could be using. Maybe swing this round when the economy, well, a super heavy investment. Gen.G should have some money just left in the bank, but if they lose this round, it won't look ideal for them.
Zekken was dominating on the defense side. I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the same success, but here he comes.
Yep, just following it. Dog going to be leading. No way, Meteor! Plucks him out of the sky.
Didn't get cleared, he was on top of the box.
And the threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tens though. He's looking for timings of his own, and this is the right time to take them. Got to play riskily now when you're a player down, especially against a team like Gen.G.
Texture.
Stacked.
Oh, they just missed the timing.
Texture. Oh, he's going to spot him now. Tens doesn't see it. Tens called
He's
out.
a dead man walking.
He really is. Should not be getting away with this at all. In fact, Texture not even worried about it. His team's going to be calling for it. He wins the fight out. Munchkin taking that one alone, but already it's Texture sees the advantage, and now that close position tucked to the corner, punishing the orb pick. Himself is wondering how the hell did he get there? Two players to stand, but turning it down, and Meteor turning up the bloody heat. All up to John.
Again, another Sen player in a 1v2 to end this situation. Not favored. 25 seconds, doesn't know where Meteor is. There's barely going to be any time here. At some point, he's got to get a move on. He's going to give the information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
Can he knife out walk the entire way?
As much as he possibly can. Wants to give away absolutely nothing. But at some point, they got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time. So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him now. Doesn't know where the players are. Left to take some gambles. Lakia, what the hell was that peak?
That's an unbelievable shot, though, from John.
Absolutely. Brought it to the 1v1. 8 bullets left in the clip. Smoke out. Open Meteor. Spoils the potential play of a lifetime.
I believed it for a moment. He even got the game reset, but Meteor comes up with another huge round, saving Gen.G. They looked down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round. He dominates, shuts down tens, wins the 1v1 at the end as well. They'll have to film another take of that.
Oh, frustrations on display.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there. I believe we're going into a tactical timeout here as well.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean, the engage up into B heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players.
No.
They had the audio cues that they were chasing one away. They're expecting another to be hard anchored on B. They just don't think the Meteor's also going to be there. How do Sentinels adjust their attack side to get value? Because now they're also heading into Texture's ult. I mentioned it earlier too. Zekken, I think, had 23 kills to end his defense half. He was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against PaperX. And when he played Lotus against Gen.G, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents, cracking stuff open for the team. Kind of dragging the rest of Sen through some difficult moments.
Not in hot water just yet, but again, that lead that they had, no longer steady. Gen.G creeping back up to it now, trying to make it an even map, an even game. Texture. Got that showstopper here. Karon setting up the play out towards Ram.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. Intense is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture, though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one. Shot! The crouched up. Not expecting that. Too many players to account for. Texture falling. Karon now with the judge. Now, I've seen this one before. If they walk right into him, there could be trouble.
Yeah, but they've got the Cypher on. They see that he's got that weapon. They want no piece of that smoke.
Now a maneuver all the way over. Lakia out wide, trying to anchor this position. Follow through with the kills, and they do trade out those available plays, but Karon TP'd in the fight, in the mix, inside the smoke, trying to dominate this one, but he only has the judge. What can one man do? Not enough. Pit, lay it down for Sentinels. They're not leaving this one to chance. They need to clean it up now. Munchkin, the IGL. Does he anticipate Zekken's forward position? He does not. So, 11-1 now on the board for Sentinels. Off the back of that timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. Sen are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed, but the whole reason that they're able to take that space in mid silently is because they created pressure A ramp and then got knowledge about where Karon was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of. Now, last time we saw Gen.G on a broken buy, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But, I mean, their positioning is, it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Not going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where he is finally. Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all 4 of them. The trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
No reaction from Sen. They're not trying to take space elsewhere.
No. Holding the ground, ensnared onto the site. Now from that high ground position, spam through, but Ten's not being baited with this one. Texture, how has he got that? Opened it up onto Zelsis, rocket, rebound into the bag, kills, collected, and there's a 1v2 out of nowhere! Karon delivers. And I'm telling you, man, you cannot count Gen.G out.
It's another thrifty for Gen.G, man. And it's Sen not being quick enough, not realizing fast enough that everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the perfect information, it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screen control. You need to be.
Sepertinya aku rebahan di belakang aja, guys. Biarkan Messi yang ini.
And they just all got stuck on site. They were expecting there
Biarkan
to
Messi
still
yang
be
on
some
cam.
people over towards screen. Ramp or heaven.
Aku bisa nonton kok. Tenang, tenang.
And unreal mechanics on display.
Yeah, absolutely. Meteor to open, Texture's ult, and then Karon closes. The three heavy hitters.
Udah selesai bercumbu dengan Mr. Toto.
2 rounds stands between them.
Berapa sih gue pas Sentinel kalah? Udah, nonton aja Clifford.
Gliding forward, Zelsis go down to his own nade. And takes a with the damage follow-up, the rifle in play. John.QT is so fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy.
Camnya jadinya Messi nih, guys.
Too many players.
Surely. I mean, Gen.G don't have that many holes in their defense side either this round. Munchkin's already keeping B main control. You know, you've got Karon looking for the lurk play too.
Yeah, he's taking that real quick.
That was just an attempt from Sen to try to up the tempo. Use the fact that they'd faked fast A control earlier. But I think as soon as you saw the cages come through with the blast packs,
this is a full investment round for Sen.
Yeah.
You lose this, the economy goes tumbling once more. Gen.G up to 10, but maybe, just maybe you can find this kill. Zelsis! How's he getting away with it again?
But
the movement!
They can't use that. It does pull the Gen.G players away slightly, but as soon as the flank goes
3-4,
down,
3-4.
Gen.G are going to know that they have to focus on B, and Zelsis is
Kalian
going to get
kalian
rooted
sadar
out
gak
here.
sih Zelsis lagi low performance?
The 3 versus 3. The discipline, the diligence, paranoia sweeps through. Now the Seekers over the top.
Zelsis lagi gak banyak teriak gitu loh.
Sassy does not go down. Pillado, blade up, double up, guns need to be out and AI in play. Finally, Lakia. A 1v2 finds the first. Next one on the cards. Get out of here. It's lights out.
Anjay. Messi power. Messi power.
Gen.G in the clutch. He cleans it up again.
Apa teman-teman? Ya benar, Messi power.
To make things doable. But finally, Gen.G got rewarded for their good early round play. There've only been 3 successful rounds for Sentinels in this half so far. Gen.G otherwise finding moment after moment. And look at the reaction. Pure relief on Lakia's face compared to the elation on all the rest. The stress, the heart rates all spiking.
Tension is there, palpable.
But the economy declining.
Now they have to make a play, they have to make a play, and they have to make it now, backing away with a position of respect being shown. Don't want to tangle with that judge.
Gen.G have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it. They're only 3 rounds away from lifting that trophy. And this one should be a gimme.
Even it up 11-11. It's up to Sentinels to pull out not just miraculous moments, but honestly just divine intervention. Might just be necessary. A jiggle and folk gathering for Lakia here. Doesn't look like there's much chance of a punish. Here's the dog, Trailblazer broken, denying, and he's sort of grounded. He might be able to gain. Meteor is up close and personal now with this rifle in his hands. Does he anticipate this kind of danger? It's returned, at least with the fire, but he's already gained 2 kills for his team, and now John.QT wants to put a bit of a move on here still. Doesn't have a rifle to take that fight, dodging, ducking, weaving. Finally, the run and gun in action. Sassy, sticking his plan down.
Very nicely done there by Sentinels. Lakia just giving it away a little too early by
11-10
taking
guys,
the
3 on 3.
Maskat baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000 jajan buat Messi.
Thank you Maskat. Lucu banget ngasih jajannya ke Messi gak tuh?
twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia's
Kasih
exchange.
jajannya ke Messi gitu.
They just dodged the bout with the TP.
Bilang, Messi, bilang,
Texture
asik.
matters into his own hands. He's just blitzed his way onto the site now and out through the back of it. Neurofem. Maybe some false information, but they are looking everywhere now. Smoke, drop down, Texture, sticking, half, denied!
Buset. Gila itu sampai mic caster ada suara kesek-keseknya itu.
Both teams finding those avenues to be able to turn these into
Dureng.
It's lucky
Delsi sudah lelah.
Pulls the trigger a little too early, gives away his spot, and from there,
Iya,
John
jadi
and
kan
Sassy wiggle their way in
hitungannya
to be able to get
kayak
the down
ini
into
apa
such
namanya?
a nice area for Tens to play.
Kayak gitulah.
Pit in mid, Sen, Matt Point looking to try to extend the series, deny Gen.G the trophy at least for now, and move us onto Icebox.
How well Gen.G been playing.
3-1 ini.
Gotta think Sen are happy in this spot now.
Bro.
Guns are good. Gen.G's economy, listen, hasn't stopped them in the past.
Satu lah, bro.
Taking a hit.
Only a little one though. Munchkin
Tinggal
pretty happy with
bunuh
the judge
Zekken
here.
aja, bunuh Zekken sumpah.
He's really in the worst spot of things, but he's hiding inside a smoke, looking to try to make the play here.
Crouched.
Meteor,
off angle, loses his fight out.
Against the high-low there, it's very difficult to get anything done.
Will this be the domino effect
But
here?
look, it's a
instant reaction. Yeah, there's a
Thrifty.
fake Karon. He commits a TP to try and reinforce that A side, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against it. The onslaught sweeping him through all the bounds, and the Stinger's just not good at least for that. Paranoia though, has to be a follow-up and it has to be a clean-up, and there is there on time. Texture.
Gak apa-apa,
To the process now with 30 seconds left. Take a pause in the round and take a breather because Sentinels realize it. A chance now to extend that play in the series, to take it all the way to Icebox. A tap forces it out. The first little wave of the util. Oh, the flash is flying through, and so do the bullets. Lakia, a lot to overcome, a lot to do, and it's just impossible. Map 5 is on the cards.
No.
From a 13-5 loss, back-to-back, the last two
No.
times the Sen play split, they
No.
take their title of looking like a team who's best in the world on this map.
Icebox,
Absolute save at the end there from John QD2. The fakes have got to be coming against the way that Munchkin plays defense, and he had them in every moment.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we have it any other way? Map 5, Icebox coming right at you.
Anjir. Anjir, sampai map 5 gak tuh? Yaudah, 3-2. Gen.G yang menang. Aku capek, Cok. 3 menit lagi. Wih, gercep banget anjir. Gila. 3-2 guys, 3-2 Gen.G. Apa 3-1 bro? 3-2 saya tidak menang, Kak. 3-2 Gen.G bro. Anjing, sengit. Lomba mental, Cuk. Masalah aim mah kita percayakan sama mereka. Lupa, aku jadi pengen mandi, Cuk. Aku mandi ya, guys. Aku mandi ya. 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 Gila, sahur mandi gitu. Mulai panas aja. Terus, oh. Gila. Mari kita gunakan ritual mandi, guys. Ritual mandi. Ini bosok di TikTok. Dulu kita, guys. Mandiku nanti kelar-kelar udah penentuan siapa yang menang gitu ya. Bentar, aku buat itu. Sudah selesai tiba-tiba. Biar luntur, enggak bakal luntur, bro. Sambil, aku pokoknya bakal bawa HP ku ke kamar mandi kok. Kita ganti kata-katanya. Messi take over the camp. Ntar kalau ada yang nanyain, aku bilang mandi ya, guys. Kenapa jadi belok gini?
Bees still are beating hearts on pins and needles. Everyone in the Madrid arena was. And Sentinels pull it off, and they managed to force a map 5 on Icebox. What an incredible game we just witnessed. And if anything, it just goes to show for the Sentinels, hey, on split, third time's the charm, baby. You know?
Yeah, they look back. They were incredible on
Kiri
that
atas
map,
ya.
and coming in with a great game plan. Their attacking side in particular, Gen.G was making some crazy calls, just walking into mid, reading these stacks and punishing in the late round.
Gen.G itu
But
emang
damn, did Gen.G make it
king
close
of
with that comeback.
Yeah, but I gotta say, this is the first time we've really seen Gen.G actually struggle in terms of the decision making, the information game, and actually noting Lakia a couple of questionable decisions along the way, but his utility usage was amazing, and Sentinels still benefited in that regard.
And in that first half, I mean, we had a couple Sentinels multi-kill rounds that had no business happening. I feel like Gen.G in that first half was letting some things slip, right? We have this round where Zekin in one position manages to come out and hit the nastiest break transfer you've ever seen, and then immediately the round after this, Saucy goes and does this, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this flank, the fact we're even showing this replay again, it's criminal, but this was the sort of thing, there was time and time again we saw Gen.G just have kind of things slipping through their fingers, not having a solid grasp on exactly the position of Sentinels and the plan.
And look at this man,
just
19
wild.
years old, his first global final, almost dropping 400 ACS. He has 89 kills right now. If he keeps up his performance on Icebox, he's on pace to beat the global record for the most kills anyone has in a single best of 5 series. Right now it's Demon 1 at 101. Zekin's on track to best that.
Oh, very well. With the way that boy's playing, it's going to be lights out potentially on Icebox. But let's actually go ahead and talk about Icebox, because Mimi, statistically speaking, this favors Gen.G going into it. You gotta look at the numbers and feel like, man, this is gonna be a tall order for the Sentinels to overcome.
I don't care at this point. I don't think the players can care at this point. It's map 5 of a best out of 5. We already saw it on split. This is where it doesn't really come down to the prep, to what you have ahead of time, to what the coaches have been saying, but form in the server. These boys have been playing for, what, 3-4 hours at this point, putting their hearts into this game. It's about the team who can keep that pace into this final map, can find those big plays. The IGL who can make that adaptation and take home Icebox.
Absolutely agree. And in terms of the mental, in terms of the emotions here, for Sen to bounce back, take split back as their own and force the map 5 here, that's got to be a big boom for them.
You can see, I mean, look, I got to talk about it. Fans obviously going crazy for Sentinels here. Goes without saying, but oh man, I can't help but wonder, what are we going to get from Gen.G on this one? Because there's just so many directions that they can elect to go here. But what I think is most important is there anyone that's like standing out on the Gen.G side? Because when I look at the numbers on Gen.G, I just see a lot lot of consistency, Mike, across the board, but you know, you're really looking for a texture here to pop off and have that standout game.
I mean, historically on Icebox, it's been Munchkin really the one to be numerically delivering. Again, had a rough performance here on Split, but I mean, if we do have a pop-off game from Texture, do have a pop-off game from Meteor, then actually Icebox could be really interesting for things.
I think it's going to be about that Jet head-to-head, honestly.
Yeah.
Second is looking white hot. It's the same for Texture last map. And also, this one's really interesting, because a lot of the times with new Icebox, we get different head-to-heads. We get to see the Gecko KO versus the Harbor Viper, or versus the old default. This is straight up Gecko KO versus Gecko KO. Both these teams playing that new standard of composition, which means they're going to be hyper-aggressive, using those flash combos to set their Jet up, having tons of util to re-clear in the mid-round. I think all of that util, all of these 4 maps we've played thus far, really comes down to this and that head-to-head between those stars.
It's safe to say that this is one of the best Masters finals we've ever had.
The best.
The best.
The best
you know,
Masters
you're right.
finals, yeah.
The best. Let me go ahead and say it with my chest, because honestly, man, what we're getting here, just to go ahead and quote the John Cutie line, it truly is absolute cinema. A game where you got Gen.G taking it, Sen taking it, the constant left and right hooks that we are seeing, to make a boxing reference and contextualize it here. That's what it feels like. It feels like a slugfest, guys. Who's going to walk away with this? Are we feeling Sen? We feeling Gen.G?
I mean, I'm still leaning Gen.G. I have to give it to them.
That's
Again,
right, stick to your guns.
Statistics coming in. I agree with Mimi's point, obviously, about the emotion, the mental game that's on display here on the stage, but I feel like Gen.G are going to be able to drag this across the line.
Sentinels are hot out of that map number 4. I gotta believe in these guys to take it home. It's always the hard way with them.
It definitely has.
It's never
easy.
An uphill struggle.
I actually saw Kaplan at breakfast this morning, and I was like, hey, man, what's going on? He's like, hey, man, you already know. We just got to do it the hard way.
He just looks 10 years older now.
Yeah, bro, my guy, Zekin, he's aging before our very eyes right now. Might be able to drink coming out of this one. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. As far as the agent select goes, nothing crazy, as you pointed, Mimi. It's going to be that Gecko KO, Gecko KO.
Both these teams know how the other plays. Gen.G is looked good on this map in the past. They're favored here, but this is going to come down to the individuals. Pacific will either lift their first ever trophy, a redemption arc for so many of these players on Gen.G, for their rookies coming into their first ever tournament, or it will be Sentinels joining that elite few of organizations to lift 2 international trophies in Valorant.
Yeah, and looking at Texas to be the one to step up here. Alongside that, it's got to be Lakia and Munchkin to really enable him.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Map 5, and to determine who lifts the first trophy of the 2024 season. Let's go ahead and find out and send it back over one final time to the one and only Brent and Sideshow.
I don't think the Madrid Arena has really seen anything quite as electric as this. 2 teams pushed to the limits. Map 5, Icebox are staging ground set. For both of these teams looking to tussle and tangle, potentially get an edge over one or the other.
For one, at the end of Icebox, all the glory. The other will be gutted to have come so far and go away empty-handed. Texture takes a little bit of space over towards A, but that knife indicating, I think, that it's going to be a bit of fake pressure.
Yeah.
Sentinels have already stacked 4 players over towards A, ready for Gen.G's classic flash, dizzy, engage. But they're not going in that direction, and I think Sen are just starting to realize before TenZ takes contact.
Wondering where they might be. Thoughts creeping into their heads, wondering, oh, is mid exposed? Got to try and watch those angles. TenZ gets off the angle.
Munchkin's trying to sell it. It's only him here.
Yeah, it is just this lone player lurking up. Still Sen choose to stack the bodies towards it. In fact, they full board it.
Munchkin was thinking for a moment of calling his team back. You saw Gen.G doubling back towards mid just for a second, and now they've started walking their way into B. You're right, Sen, they bought this hook, line, and sinker.
Now realizing the errors of their ways, Dizzy lays the groundwork now to try and take towards this B site. The man with the plant down, but it's an open angle here that wasn't actually smoked off. That's not available for them. Still fights ready to be taken here. Sentinels trying to get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels. The kill onto Lakia, it evens it out to 4-4, but you got to think the advantage now to Gen.G.
Sassy's going to have Dizzy back online, I think. Was he able to pick that one back up? Surely.
Late lurks, Elsis seeming like he might be aware of it. Drifting back and forth. What a shot. Straight to the cranium. Sassy defusing is already on half. Sassy defusing. Wingman, hello, already on the half, but it might have just brought them that critical, crucial lifeline. Munchkin from the side. An attack from second is that uncertainty, but he's defended in time by John QT. You absolute beauty.
What a way for Sen to get back in. And that's after missing the read in the round. They were forced to play retake. They got a nice little spam kill to open things up. The pick on Lackey is huge. But the defense of Wingman, and then the defense again, as John held it down, huge.
Yeah.
This map, we're going to see whether the difference between experience and lacking it makes the difference between a trophy or not. So many players on Sen that have been in positions like this before. Some new players as well, like John, who's been calling a lights-out game and playing one too.
Exactly right. I mean, there's a chance of history on both sides. Of course, Gen.G looking for that trophy lift for Pacific for themselves as well as one of the most successful iterations of a Korean roster we've ever seen. Itia forwards now into the angle. Zelsis retreating and away with the turret is covering that angle there with Munchkin caught out into the open. Still a plan down for Gen.G. Can't be too much more behind this. They are dropping and toppling.
Very diligent play by Sentinels, making sure that they deal with the lurk, but not not clearing
I
the
mean,
corner.
speak of the devil, man. Texture makes a good go of it.
I don't see how Karon wins this though in a 1v3.
Now with a fragment nade, force him out.
Not possible.
Open to drop.
So a little bit of damage done, but not too bad. Double Bulldog and a Guardian saved into the next. And you're right, Brent. While there's history on the line for Gen.G, Pacific, they've never won a trophy before. Gen.G could not be closer. It's only PaperX in that final against FPX at Copenhagen, who were in a similar position to this, map 5, and it slipped away from them. But not only are they on the precipice of making history, but when you look at the two people at the top of the scoreboard here early on for Sentinels, Sassy and Tens both wanting to get into that, as the desk said, very exclusive club, double trophy lifters. And Sen as an org would only be the second org ever to have 2 trophies.
Wouldn't that be something?
The first and the last, or at least the most recent. I hope we don't stop doing them anytime soon.
I certainly hope not.
Sen looking aggressive at the start of this round, going forwards with 3 players over towards A, and Gen.G get funneled into a B hit. I think Sen look very confident and comfortable in playing the B retakes. They seem set up for it. And also, you've got to be aware that Gen.G at some point could try to flash Dizzy combo into Snowman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that Sen might be ready for.
Dizzy's exchanging the handshake there in the air. The shots are fired off here, but the plant's still down now for Gen.G. Coming into the post plant. Again, that weaponry isn't good, but the util is. Look at that. It's a coordinated effort. An absolutely filthy spray transfer. As Lakia, Texture with the final blow. Put an end to any of that funny business.
Does not matter how good your utility is if you're not able to get the kill onto Lakia as he sprays down 4. I mean, so many players that he was fighting there just didn't really seem to have their guns out ready to take a duel. Not anticipating that somebody would have gone in front of all of that util. That's spectacular. That gets his ult online. That can really start some momentum going. Huge play from Lakia. Sorry.
The big stage, seen the big scene before, even way back in the day.
I was just going to say, Brent, by the numbers, this would be disaster for Sen, if you care about them. 0 and 6 on Icebox Sentinels since May 2022.
God.
I mean, different roster at that point, basically, right? But essentially just not a map that they've ever had success on. Does it matter in a big moment like this, though? I would say it doesn't really. There's so much more to it.
The emotional aspect, playing to each other's forms, cooking up plays on the fly. Whether you can stop this one here from Gen.G, and they do with the knife. It's a good one. Thrash. We stopped and stunted, and the full group up again from Sentinels, looking like they are really ready to fight this one. Tooth and nail seems to be the call. Everybody through now with the Thrash, setting it up from Sassy. It hasn't been dealt with here still. Wingman forwards, Attainment not online, and they are really trying to flood in and through, but Gen.G And the high ground positions on high, trying to topple them over. Celsius, the difference maker. Right when his team needed it. 2 versus 2, and guess what? Spike dropped down, top nest.
Wingman delivered that one like a juicy little delivery.
Speaking of delivery, Sassy out wide, but Celsius again. It would have to be the ace, and it's shut down in its tracks.
Great try from Celsius there, but just not quite enough to overcome the player disadvantage. Sen have a clear game plan of how they want to defend against this. They're not getting caught by the flash combos at the beginning of the round, but they use their own utility to get back in, doing a retake before Wingman can even get started, making sure to break that as well so the spike's lost in enemy territory. But Gen.G got too many picks as Sen were trying to flood. That round win for Gen.G has knocked the economy of Sen. Celsius one away from the lockdown too. Certainly something to fight with if they can get picks early.
Doesn't expect the angle though. Meteor be close to the corner, swinging out, only gets the body shot, so 100 damage done, and already Texture gained all that ground, scaled rapidly on the approach. Looking to pick apart this Sentinels players that are left standing.
And this top 4-10 position is one where Gen.G were able to get value in the previous round.
It's broken. Just creeping right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, throughout all of this, Karon has just walked up B into Snowman and is calling for his team, listen, you don't need to take the risk of going into A. Yeah, you're favored, but why even bother with it? Let's go B, let's make sure that Munchkin gets his ult online for the next round and keep this snowball going.
Play it safe. We've got players in forwards, advanced positions. I mean, if there's any pushing out of position here by Sentinels, look, it's going to be captured by Lakia. If not Lakia, then Texture.
Looks like a great game plan for Gen.G here. Not just applying crazy pressure over towards A.
There it is.
But also being able to get the lurk in on B. The Gen.G A hit is so powerful. And really, this Flash Dizzy lineup that they use with Munchkin on top of pipes and then Lakia following it in afterwards, it's crazy hard to deal with. And that means that Sentinels are starting to stack A to deal with it more and cheat over towards the A side. And Karon's found within the first 5 rounds that opening on B as a reaction.
Chomping at the bit for the chance.
Already thinking ahead about how to stop Sentinels' counter-strat.
More importantly here for Gen.G, with these recurring wins, rounds online, they have big ults. Try and punish and keep that snowball going. Now the knife wasn't broken, so Zekken tagged up here. Players have to watch the belt position, at least on that high ground approach. Wall up in his face. There is some danger here. Up close, it's all about the reactions, but again, they could come from any direction. No command, it's a jiggle. Almost anticipating and expecting there to be that level of aggression. But still Tens is in that top position with the operator still into half clearance, and punishment in place.
Beautiful adaptation from Sen, deciding to take the fight to Gen.G. They know that the classic Gen.G exec starts from pipes control. And so Tens is already up there, using Zekken as a distraction, essentially. Everyone's going to be focused on the operator, shutting them down, trying to punish them. And they just end up running into Tens' waiting arms. Munchkin, the IGL, going to take a moment to see if he can win this round. Does he have an opening still? This isn't going to be a full save where he uses it as a timeout. He does still have chances here.
I mean, the money's stacked.
30 seconds.
Make a go of it.
Spotted, plant, now 1v3.
Sounds into this one here, but it's Munchkin who he needs to seek out the weaknesses, really. Will Sen give him any? Doubled up, shoulder to shoulders, an updraft peek here from Zekken, so he's just clearing all the potential possible spots, but there is that blind spot. Munchkin eventually cleaned up, but knowing this team, I'm a believer in almost any scenario.
Now that Munchkin's had his go at winning the 1v3, he'll have to start thinking about what went wrong in terms of the macro of that round. Did they need to put more B pressure in order to pull players away from A?
Stay down. My ult's ready.
Was it that they need to be applying a little bit more utility to clearing out pipes before they go for the exec? These kind of things are going to be racking through his brain as the score's at 3-3.
Really good job. Really good positions.
Celsius clearly happy with that one. And Sen don't start this round with a stack over towards A. I think already anticipating a change-up from Gen.G. There's not one coming.
Gen.G happy to opt into that brawl. Knuckle fighting. Picked up by the knife, slowing it down for but a moment. Now waiting for it. Right time to strike. Big ultimates for them to use to try and get themselves into this. In fact, it's on the other side of things. So they have anything to deal with Zelsis. This lockdown contacting, walking right now. Finally, the mollies being used to try and take that backside control texture. Oh, he's
lineups. Here it comes.
Spotted lineups.
Oh, missed!
Against the wall here. Moshpit has to be committed. Will it break?
No, because it needs the fragment as well.
So the additional util just doesn't add up. It was all missed in time. Tens forwards here. There is the Taman. Fragment nade. Does he expect it? No, he does not. Meteor again taking matters into his own hands, and he's snuck himself up into that forward position, but finally dealt with. Shut down. Back here. Cannot withstand it. This pressure is just immense.
Don't interrupt.
Sentinels with a successful retake. And part of that has got to be down to the fact that Munchkin missed the nade. Every team at this point has a setup to try to counter that lockdown. We're talking the best teams in the world. Of course they have setups for that. But it got missed somehow, the fumble from Gen.G. I don't know what piece of architecture that hit onto.
I won't claim to know as well, but
it's just on a door frame by the look of it. Devastation.
Tiniest of differences for Sentinels to take the lead here in map 5. Grand finals on the line.
Get out of my way.
Meteor, Karon creeping closer to those ults, and Lakia already has his. It's going to be difficult for Zekken, I think, to really get a peek if he decides to invest the Thrash.
Oh my god, the knife, no way! He just disrespects it, and Zekken is out of there on top of the ropes. He does not want to be hunted down and away, but is at the Taman. Where's the help? Dash through, Tens is there! Finally, support arriving, but Lakia cleaning up that pesky player close towards yellow.
But Sassy's done enough, just by staying in an open area where the rest of his team could cover him.
Spotted in the window.
Yeah, by the turret. Yep. Great turret position there. Utilizing the new window that got carved out of Tube.
Real read here for Sentinels. But again, have to maintain these advantages when they are handed to you. And if you lose that fight into mid, suddenly 3 versus 3. Have a peek of things here. Out, open, timing against him. Second, he loses his fight, and just like that, it's turned.
Absolutely brutal for Sen. Great punishment on these peaks by Gen.G.
Reaction test here for Zelsis. He doesn't even need it. Blind as a bat, but he still sprays him down, but he can't follow through with the second kill. 1 versus 2. Knife. Ouch on QT, not anticipating it. That pace and tempo injected into the round by Gen.G at just the right moments.
I love it too, because while you're talking about the post-plant aggression, the pause in the round baited out these little plays. I mean, Zekken didn't know exactly where to put his crosshair. And Tens going for a peek under Tube opens the win up for Gen.G. That's got to be frustrating for the Sen coaches. What a gift for Gen.G.
Even as anything. No imbalances here when it comes to the rounds. Our fight taken straight to them here. Opting into the scrap. Zekken, there's no way you dash into that angle, and he is punished.
Wow, what a flash from Munchkin. Just bleach the eyeballs of Zekken, and Tens looking to try to take the fight.
The Dizzy didn't get broken in time. No way!
What a wall bang!
Right through the wall. And Tens still not going to be removed from this spot. He just sees it, head poking over, but now has to respect it. Players all around him. Sassy, your turn to strike back if you can. While the iron is hot, and hot it is! They drop him! No entry into the site. Stand your ground, say your piece. The Vibe Merchant on his feet.
Gen.G cannot crack this A defense. I've not seen any team put up as good as a defensive setup against this as Sen have. Multiple layers to it, right? The Zekken going aggressive at the beginning, drawing attention, Tens up on pipes, and then crossfire setups on the site. And yes, Sen are overstacking A, but they're doing it at the right times. They're actually getting the read on when Gen.G are executing. Gen.G need to throw a few fakes of their own into it. That's something we've been talking about Sentinels attack side the whole time. They need to try to pull people towards A and use that B lurk timing that Karon found in round 5.
Still anyone's game, though.
Oh, absolutely. It's not like Sen have figured it out, and that's them with the trophy in hand.
Yeah.
Putting up a great fight on a bad map for them.
And here it is, target-rich environment. The wall obscuring, hiding the intent of Gen.G, but out wide, that's Munchkin. No kill to be claimed, but Zekken, let's give it up anyway. Now, the pixel angle, holding forward. It's going to be that high-low, and a peek with the Dizzy on top of things, running and gunning forward. Zekken, drop down, 1 kill found, but already the pit is down and out, covered at the site.
Munchkin's weak. He's going to try to knock himself to get the full res. Oh, they go for the lockdown as well.
Lockdown play. Using it to clear them all the way back here, so Sentinels won't be able to withstand their ground here, but there is that gap out towards the back here. It seems like there's some hesitation. How do they want to try and fight towards this one? It looks like now the plan being committed. Still with that pit here with the ults all the way through now. Thrash to set it up, and it has cleared the way through. No! Timing! Timing! Karon! An absolute menace! And a 1v2, Sassy. So much to do. Mosh rebounds, pit still alive and active, but it finally fades, and look at it. It's hectic, it's frantic, he's looking this way and that way. Wingman out! Can't collect the kill!
You can see the nerves at play here, just by taking a look at normally a calm and very experienced player. What is this as well? That's everything. Karon being able to dodge that Thrash is everything in this round. It's a beautiful idea. Sassy and Tens play it superbly. Karon making the play to dodge it, keep the pit up. 5-5, Gen.G. They came into that round with 2 people with only sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, the money wasn't good. See 3 rifles to play with. Undeterred now by that one. Fast play, fast approach. Over towards A. Sen stacking it with players.
No, this time playing it for retake again with Zelsys lockdown. I mean, they must realize, though, that they got kind of lucky with Munchkin missing the fragment grenade before. Look how good the Flash Dizzy is.
Yeah, just can't break it, can't withstand it. Here comes a lockdown, though. It's fast by Sen.
Is there anything to break it?
Pushing back right into the flank. Sassy! 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 He's gone in the open. Didn't withstand it with his gun out.
He thought Gen.G were going to fight the lockdown, but the lockdown came too early. Gen.G weren't in position for the lineups. Zelsys in mid.
Catching Meteor, crucial to the round. Success, orb in his face, blooms and blossoms fading away. Here's the footsteps, here's the running gun. Zelsys, awareness off the charts. Pit dropped down 2, but dodging that one with the detainment. The Thrash not getting anything, and the decay damage, there it is. Putting in work with Zelsys leading that charge still.
The spike, it went down. Wingman able to plant it in the midst of all of this. But this pit, it's not a post-plant play. It's for Sen to go for the retake.
And they got all that space, still have to clear through this one. Karon has a snake bite, at least one with the tap. And now they're flooding through onto the side. That left hand approach. Flash! Magnificent! Munchkin to deliver. And he's got to stand and do it now. The tap, forcing out the bullets, no more. Left in the chamber.
What an incredible beginning. Could be set at an absolutely tied first half on a map where, by all accounts, Gen.G should be hugely favored. But I don't feel like I'm seeing the nerves hit the Gen.G players. It doesn't feel like a collapse from them.
No, it feels like Sen stepping up.
It definitely does. The adaptations they've made and the awareness of how Gen.G want to play Icebox, loving the way that they're defending. The pit there from John Cutie was immaculate. Zelsys' awareness too. And the flash out from Tens just all working really nicely together.
Some players rallied, reinvigorated. Deep knife gives him peace of mind there, so Tens can earn himself up to his ult. Wasn't pushed back, and a full group up by Gen.G.
They're aware that sometimes the Sentinels players have pushed on defense. Remember, they caught Sassy pushing out of B in the previous round after they'd applied their pressure on A.
Wait too long, the knife might be back online for Tens to just throw it from Boiler.
Tens has his ult to be able to work with too, so the closer they get, the less they can really rely on the Viper wall to do anything for them. Do they have an idea of where Tens is? He's set up for another knife lineup. Here comes the knife again. Might get bad info though here, actually.
Orb up.
Catches.
Back over to A.
Yeah, that knife caught onto Munchkin. But then Tens is still rotating off.
It's really orchestrated. I mean, they just know. when the orb's up like that, they only catch one onto the knife. Yes, they could cut noise, but Zekken holding from the top rafter position here. Plenty of angles to adjust and choose from, but they are walking right into the one that matters most. Dash online, backs away, Sassy, close now. In their faces, willing to take the fight straight to them with only 25 seconds left as the final round of the first half. And an important one at that, Wingman broken. That's the confirmation. Gen.G have to follow through with the weaponry and the guns, and they're finding their own place, but it's only down to one. Texture, Soul Survivor breaks it down. Munchkin late to the party, and jumping around, the nerves at play.
Sentinels can feel it. They've got the lead at the half on a map they weren't favored on. They were banking on a 3-1 finish to this series, but 3-2 would do the job. Heartbreak on the horizon, perhaps, for Gen.G, as they were looking at the first trophy for Pacific, and now have such an uphill battle to be able to make that a reality. What a finals we have here.
Absolutely insane stuff. Send it down to the desk. They want to break it all down, I can tell.
The electricity in this room is unreal as everyone is on their feet and honestly just blown away by what we've been seeing in this game, guys. Not just are we getting great ideas from Gen.G, but we're getting even better ideas from Sentinels on a map, as Brennan Sideshow were noting, Hypoc, that they were just not favored in.
Yeah, and I think Sentinels achieved the primary objective, shutting down the main win condition, which is this A-site execute. Josh was talking about it. After that, though, the adaptation from Sentinels is perfect. They read the game to perfection, start stacking towards B, baiting Gen.G into their stronger setup.
For 8 of these players, they've never been in a grand finals of an international event of this level before. For 2 of them, they're rookies in their first ever appearance at an international. You can see the nerves, even in the veterans. The shots from Sashi shaky at times, but what matters is how you convert in the end. That was a half of hero plays, of moments towards the end to come back, but Sentinels is up. But at this halftime, this is the last chance really for the coaches, for the teams to talk together, to come up with that final plan to lift that trophy in front of them.
This is it.
I mean, you've seen some of the cracks start to show on the side of Gen.G. I mean, Josh even referenced this as well. The pressure getting to them, some questionable decisions, couple of misplays here and there. Is this where it all comes apart?
Pacific has been in the finals before. They've never lifted a trophy. Gen.G want to make this comeback happen, but Sentinels, you can see it in their eyes. They're standing up on the stage. They can feel that trophy. They are ready for it.
This is it, folks. The next time you'll hear our voices, we have crowned a a Masters champion. But hey, you know, this matchup feels quite global in itself. But let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow to send this bad boy home.
The tension is palpable, energy building in the arena. You can see it, we can feel it. History will be made right here on this half of Icebox.
Gen.G won every single pistol the last time that these two teams played in the upper bracket final, and walked away with a comfortable win on 2 out of 3 of the maps. They need this one.
Open face by Karon, almost with the punishment. Tagged down by the turret, just seeking to at least destroy it and remove some of that mid-round information.
That's not the only piece of aggression in mid. Texture, Lakia, still trying to get posted up there, making sure that Sen don't play in that area.
Jump spot from Tensier, but he's out wide now with the face in top of the Dizzy. They have to give up this space here, but Gen.G might seek to try and fight this one. Wingman is already in the fray, through the back of the side here, broken down. Plant out in the open, but behind the box, Second finds his mark. Precision being the name of the game, but Gen.G not willing to give up even a scrap of territory. No map control, and no gain really for them. Gen.G takes to, oh my goodness, 2, but eventually brought down. 3 versus 3, and the spike's still not retrievable.
It's a spike position.
30 seconds left.
They keep getting tucked behind this box over and over. Karon, though, he took so much damage earlier on, they could just spam him out.
20 seconds roughly in the round. It all comes down to this for Sen, and a pistol round. 1 to stand, 1, 2, fall! Sentinels are feeling it!
Zelsis on his feet again. And Sen in the driving seat, despite having that map veto disadvantage because they had to come through the lowers. Sassy on that stage for the third time knows that it can be done. He, every time he'd made it to a grand finals before, went through the upper bracket, but he didn't always win.
He knows it's doable. Energy just is truly, truly palpable for Gen.G. A shy investment. Utility, maybe a sheriff of Meteor to get something done, but this is Sentinels, in all likelihood, wrapped up to that 9th round.
Depending on whether or not they go into the stack, I really feel like you can't count out Gen.G even when they only have pistols and Meteor, who hasn't really been hitting this map, the only one with the sheriff. If Tens goes down and they pick up the Stinger, maybe something can snowball off the back of it. Sen are playing this so cautiously. They do not want to give an inch to Gen.G.
Caution can spell defeat sometimes. Knife, no info, it's caused the rotate.
That's an amazing timing for Sen to start to hit A. Tens has read this one perfectly.
And just like that, we talk about it, the tiniest of differences affecting so much.
Where you going, mate? Where are you
going? Stinger from that range.
All right.
Tens getting away with all sorts of murder. It's a massacre in front of the back of the site, but he gives up his life in the end.
I can't believe he took that decision, but I think that shows you the confidence on play. Sen setting up for the aggressive post plants. Gen.G's composition can be very potent when you allow them to get into retake scenarios, and Sen are clearly planning to play forwards even when this turns into rifle rounds. You can see the kind of angles that they're taking. Gen.G are going to struggle to get back into sights if they allow Sen to walk in like that. Yes, it was a gamble. Yes, they needed to try to make the play. But what a beautiful read from Tens there. Saw the knife whistle past him and realized an opening could be his. A 4-round lead for Sentinels.
Gen.G, unfamiliar position that they're in here in this grand finals on this big stage. Now we're going to do the most. They're going to try and steal their hearts, calm down the nerves, get some form of collection together. Because the map is running away from you, and not just the map, it's the series. It's your chance of etching your place into history.
Texture has gone for a glass cannon operator this round on the anti-bonus. Triple stack over towards A. The knife catching Sassy over there. And Texture already starting to come off that aggressive B long line.
This AWP has to pay off. It just has to. Taking a gander. Walking back over. To the angle now, behind yellow box. Lots of angles to really choose from too.
He can't expose himself to Zeken's position. At any point here, he could be getting walked up on. That's why you see him just going for the check.
And he just doesn't know. He just does not know.
You are open to being timinged here. He's taking a risk.
Risks are necessary in this particular position. All up. Everybody crossing. Texture can feel it now, and he's going to be tagged up by the knife. Has to respect this now and back away. No, he's just out in the open. No man's land. Flash, though, eventually respecting it and backs behind the wall. Gen.G trying to be fast. Now with this rotate plan denied. Shut down here with only 33 seconds left now. Cavalry has arrived.
30 seconds
All 5 players here. There's 25 seconds left. How are they getting back in?
That's the question, isn't it? Waiting for that regen util, but again, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Got to get a move on, and it needs to be now for Sen. What is the game plan? Wall up, just about.
They've got to push forwards.
Push forwards, and that's why Tens is there. Underhanded, flash through, takes it. The fight straight to into Meteor on top of bridge. Gen.G, though, surely the guns prevail. It's 1 versus 2. There is that value. Rifle upgrade. Celsius here. Is it even planted for it? I'm not even sure. Tucked to the corner here. They know where he is. Wingman sets its sight onto it. Lakia half on the defuse and even more. No kills to be claimed. No kills to be collected. Gen.G narrowly avoiding it, but they need to keep these guns.
That is so rough, losing the op in that situation. They knew that they had the round secured, and they still couldn't keep that supremely important weapon online. Nerves in these big moments certainly hit Sen. Yes, it wasn't the most successful round in the world, but that was their bonus. They were coming into it with Stingers, Spectres. And they've hurt the economy in the sense that Gen.G coming into this one with double Guardians and no operator. That is huge. They know they don't need to deal with that in the next round.
Familiar scenes here. Seen that one before. The deep knife gives him that chance for Munchkin to try and build up that ult, but here it is, fast and loose. It's a call made here by Sentinels. Looking to disrupt. No command.
I'm back, guys.
Assassin going to be able to get that plan down.
Let's go.
Into the post-plan situation we go. Gen.G going to be tested now on their retakes.
Gen.G are looking for the lurker, coming around throughout mid. There isn't
Bisa.
Trying to clear it out.
2 minggu lagi
Sassy
yuk,
can
bisa
play so
yuk.
far
Apa
back
nih?
and just work off his
Cuma ada
smash.
mesin es krim bisa bikin bocil kampungku pada diabetes.
Munchkin have some kind of knife to be able to deny this.
Parah banget. Gak boleh seperti itu.
Mosh pit, flash, through and out second. How the hell is he alive there?
Anjir.
Thrash now finally being used, but it's offloaded. All the mollies as well.
Nice.
Thrash broken. Medium, wide texture. Trying to claim another one here, being dropped down to 10 HP. 10. Surely he falls.
Waduh, pada rip M. Waduh, pada rip M.
Munchkin, has he bought enough time? He's got too many targets to deal with. Too much indeed.
Gila, nih Sentinel yang menang cuk, bisa kayak gini nih. Wah, gila. Sepertinya sini Sentinel yang menang cuk.
In this, the latest hour. Zen creep ever closer. It was a tough one. They had to hold off all sorts.
Gila, ini bisa-bisa Sentinel yang menang.
Tapi
Tapi emang Icebox tuh mapnya Sentinel
Gen.G
cu.
just didn't have it in them. They've been stuck, paralyzed at 6. As Sen
Domingo,
creep
lebaran.
up and up. 3
Yes,
rounds away now. Within touching distance, they can see the trophy in front of them. What they've been working for since October.
Udah fix nih es krim. Anjir.
All throughout last year as well.
Iya, emang benar kataku, emang ini lomba mental cuy.
And since adding John, his first time on the big stage like this as well, doesn't appear to be a rookie.
John Cutie Enjoyer.
He's been delivering in every twist and turn of this tale that is the grand finals, this best of 5. It's just a ludicrous scenario that we stare ourselves at. Sentinels holding this lead on a map that they haven't won since May 2022.
No. And Gen.G have looked fabulous here. They wrote the book on how to use this Gecko KO composition that Sentinels ended up taking for themselves.
Yeah.
And now to see Sen out playing them.
Come on Gen.G, fire up, come on.
It's not always the game plan or who's won in the past. When it gets to big, high-pressure moments like this, it's can you deliver?
Do you have the determination in you? Timeout that was taken for Gen.G here. They have to pick themselves up. We've seen comebacks on Icebox before, on the biggest stages of the world. But it takes a special kind of team to be able to pull that one off.
Oh,
the Molly misses the Nano Swarm.
But going off the sound cue there, the turret still gets retracted.
Yeah, pulled back.
Gen.G do not have the weaponry to hold on against this. The knife collecting onto 2, at least, possibly even 3 there, indicating that it would be an A execute. Meteor gets pulled over to reinforce Munchkin. And then goes back as Munchkin comes. There is no noise. The re-hits working really nicely against Gen.G and the way that Munchkin likes to make hard reads.
Only one tag there with the knife. That is going to be the go button. Pressed here by Sen. Not just that, but they're pressing the advantage, scaling deep into the back of the site. Only giving an edge to them. Zekken is tucked deep, and there's going to be that supportive util. Look at that. 10's already holding for it. First signs of life from Gen.G. A flash, and Molly is going to go flying. And there it is. Dizzy. It's been broken. Not quite. It just sailed right over, but a bit of miscommunication out here. Texture. The knives at play. The knives at work. And it's going to try and slice and dice to victory. Gen.G finding that footwork and the ground gained and granted to them. 2 versus 2. A weapon. At least with the upgrade. Meteor is going to be holding this one. He's going to be defusing this one, but already the wall fades and topples away. Half needs to be earned, and he does get it, but time against him entirely.
Celsius again is there.
Wah, gila.
Sepertinya
Pacific sudah kalah mental ya, guys. Aku percaya Pacific bagus. Tapi aku selalu percaya NA itu jago di mental. belajar dari CS cuy. Mereka tuh emang di CS. Tapi aku nggak setuju, apa namanya, nggak setuju. Bilangnya apa ya? Nggak setuju Sentinel dibilang jago, nggak. Sens full senyum, iya. Cuy, ini map dia, cuk. Ini map dia. Dan ini ya Sens tuh bener-bener all in, bener-bener all in di Icebook. Dia tuh jago banget ya. Kalau kalian sering nonton ya live streaming dia di Twitch, dia tuh paling suka Icebook. Jadi hitungannya sekarang Sentinel tuh kayak Paper X, mainnya hahihi. Dan balik lagi, mental mereka udah hancur. Tuh, udah hilang semua web apa? M-nya udah oleng semua. Kayaknya salah aku mandi tadi anjir.
Texture in a 1v3.
He's got to try to hold on to the last shreds of hope in his heart.
Salah emang aku mandi.
But it must be feeling heavy. He knows
that
this is Sen likely to get up to 12.
Kalau bisa bikin OT, gua salut sama Gen.G. Gua salut. Sumpah, kalau misalnya bisa OT, gua salut. 13-6, 13-7 lah menurutku. 13-7.
But this has got to be devastating.
Mati.
The silence in the Gen.G camp as they allow Texture to play the clutch.
Kayak gitu konsepnya, Fra.
Settle in like fog.
Dan main di Icebox tuh emang bener map dia, cuy. Makanya tadi tuh split itu udah penentuan banget. Plus ya, Pacific itu jarang main sampai 5 map. Ya, mentalnya udah lempet-lempet dia tuh. Udah kayak gini tuh. Jadi emang selemah itu. Assalamualaikum, Gope udah kena mental mah pasti kalah. Tapi aku percaya Miracle sih. Nah, gak apa-apa. Coba-coba aja dulu. Pokoknya udah map kelima tuh orang-orang udah pada capek. Tapi aku lebih salut sama mati. Dah, salut. GG. GG. Sentinel. Nice one, Sentinel.
The ult even forced out a meteor here to try to keep the horde back. But they're in a 3v5. There's nobody on A. Where's the win condition? It just looks like Sen are going to have a free ticket to A. Zekin's going to make a play down mid and
nice
it
one,
gets cancelled.
Sentinel.
Why would you even bother taking the risk?
Play it together. Thrash, second round. To clear the way through. It's Munchkin standing his ground.
Mapnya Sentinel banget.
They can feel it now. Pressure mounting. Gen.G stacking.
Gen.G udah capek.
They will topple. They will fall. The rifles are too good.
Dah, nggak usah ulti.
Counting. Sentinels.
Dah. Jadi kalau Karon bisa ini bisa sih keren.
Last time they earned any sort of accolades. And Karon, from rank to rookie to tier 1 play, left to stew. Pacific's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. Gen.G's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders.
Mati di kanan.
But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there. It's over. Sens City, here to play, here to stay.
GG.
And history has been
Gila. Akhirnya tidur nyenyak. Respect for Gen.G. Respect for Gen.G. Gila. Cinderella story-nya nggak terjalankan dengan baik, guys. Apa ya? Aku yakin yang nangis pasti Munchkin. Gila. Abe jadi ke 1. Wah, gua salut. Dokter gigiku full senyum. Keren.
Pacific's hopes dash.
Keren.
Hopes and dreams, and that's what they'll remain. But for Sentinels, proud of how far they've come here. Gen.G will take a bow. It's a curtain close finish, not how they hoped.
Keren.
It was supposed to go differently for them, but they just couldn't
Gila,
get
Cok.
over the finish line.
They've still made history. They've still
Lagi
made
nangis
history,
tuh.
but that trophy is not for them.
Tuh nangis Celsius cuy. The marketing boy. Tetap senyum Gen.G, kalian keren. Kalian bisa nge-pressure NA tuh kalian keren sumpah. Masih ada Shanghai cuy, don't worry.
Congratulations to your Masters Madrid champions, Sentinels!
Wah, bocil. As always, adeknya. Oh iya, Cok. Untuk aku mandi, Cok. Wah, cocote.
A historic run, a team that went from rags to riches right here in Madrid, Spain.
Gila.
Controlled their own destiny, and now they can finally
Respect.
say they
Respect. Respect.
an unreal sight
Keren,
here.
keren.
As every single
Gila, full senyum, Cok. Yang orang yang cool abis langsung full senyum anjir.
a long and difficult path for each
Gila,
and every
gila.
one of those guys on that stage. What a run.
Gila. Salut. Weh, ini dia. Analis yang terima kasih Omura karena mandi. Oh, lontor, Cok. Perkara mandi. Udah anget banget, guys.
They played every match in the offseason, grinded since October. Every possible game in Americas. They went the long road here in Madrid and all 5 maps in the finals. After over 3 years, Sentinels joins the very few to have 2 international trophies in Valorant.
An unreal run from an unreal team.
Makasih April dan mendukung Gen.G. Aku respect cuy. Karena kan balik lagi. Master kali ini gak ada tim favoritku. Jadi aku mendukung regionku. Ya gak? Dulu aku kalau 2021 pertama kali main Valo, karena mataku cuma taunya NA. Kukira ada Cloud9. Kukira ada Shroud, ya kan? Ternyata Shroud juga udah keluar dari Sen. Dulu dia di Sentinel tuh, Shroud. Jadi konten creator atau talent gitu. Tapi dia udahan. Terus dia katanya mau perdana jadi pro player, tapi kayaknya nggak jadi kontraknya. Tuban dulu, oke. Terus iya, mana? Muka Kedai, anjay. Kedai. Absolute cinema. Anjir, senang banget cu, bocil ini cu. 19 tahun. 19 tahun udah ini anjir. Quentin Tarantino cok. Anjay. Sentinels gua approve. Anjay. Sasi cok, ini untuk istrinya cok. Dia yang paling hitungannya dia paling tua nggak salah berarti. Full senyum Kede di rumahnya enggak. Kede di situ. Kede di situ cuy. Kede di situ. Gila, salut. Tau nggak? Aku pas waktu split, pokoknya kan aku bilang kan 3-1 kan. Ketika udah 2 sama, itu berarti udah benar-benar pupus. Kenapa? Kenapa? Pertama gini, Pasifik itu tuh mentalnya selalu lemah. Jadi mereka tuh harus full power di map 1, map 2. Kalau mereka udah 2-0 sebenarnya ya, kalau mereka udah 2-0, itu mereka full power. Sumpah demi apapun full power. Itu kekuatannya Pasifik. Jadi mau nggak mau mereka harus full power di map 1, map 2. Kalau BO5. Kedua, kalau Pasifik udah 2 sama dengan BO5, itu map kelimanya gak pernah ada yang namanya ini. Menang. Gak pernah. Kenapa? Mental Pasifik tuh lemah. Jadi belum bisa ke build up gitu loh. Mereka belum bisa build up untuk play solong. Mereka belum pernah bisa ke build up untuk play solong. Jadi makanya tuh mereka harus full power di map 1, map 2. Ingat di atas icebox masih ada tens. Ya, itu tuh ya, karena kayak sampai sekarang tens itu emang paling jago banget di icebox. Gua nggak salah. Udah nggak ditanya lagi. Terus kan kedua ya, tens itu kan nggak salah buta warna. Terus icebox tuh kayak nggak banyak warna gitu loh. Jadi banyak warna yang monoton muncul di icebox tuh gampang banget dia ini. Terus high click-nya kan high click buat buta warna juga. Dia nggak salah. Terus yang ketiga, ngelihat gameplay mereka di matiin gitu. Tarik deh. Anjir, tarik sampai gak pakai baju. Cok, tarik gak pakai baju Sentinel, pantas anjing menang. Wah, kecu, cok, pantas tarik gak pakai baju Sentinel, cok. Wah. Tai. Tarik gak pakai baju Sentinel, cok. Tai, cok. Tai. Terus apa namanya? Permainan icebox Pasifik itu sejauh ini belum ada yang benar-benar. Dan kalau misalnya mereka tadi ngepick icebox di map kedua, kemungkinan besar 3-2 tetap Gen.G. Bukan berarti aku ke Gen.G banget ya. Kenapa? Tadi tuh map 1 sama map 3, map 4. Itu tuh mapnya Gen.G, mapnya Sentinel banget. Map 1 sama map 1, map 3, map 4. Map 3 kan Asen tuh. Kalau misalnya si Gen.G tuh naro mapnya Sentinel di map ketiga, itu kemungkinan 3-2 bisa Gen.G menang. Tapi balik lagi, mental mereka nggak kuat. Makanya Gen.G tuh udah berharap 3-1 sebenarnya. Ya gitulah. Pasifik tuh nggak pernah kuat di ini cuy. Pasifik tuh nggak pernah kuat sampai 5 game gitu, nggak pernah cuy. Awali harimu tanggal 25 Maret dengan full senyum karena Sentinel menang. Yeah, gokil. Gila. Jadi gue admit, tadi tuh split penentuan banget. Pas mereka satu sama di map yang tadi tuh udah gak bisa itu banget cuy. Full senyum nih. NA full senyum nih. Sentinel setelah 2 tahun ya, terakhir mereka megang master di Reykjavik. Itu perdana pertama kali mereka, terus mereka udah nggak pernah juara master lagi, dan ini setelah berapa match master ya? 2021 tuh belum ada yang namanya master, belum ada yang namanya champion. Itu tuh langsung kayak VCT, dan dimana itu cuma ada NA sama EMEA. Belum ada Pasifik sama China, belum ada. Oh my god, Mama Tencent nangis cuy. Jadi seperti itu. Iya, Gen.G push mental pas kejar-kejaran. Nah, ya kan? Kan aku udah bilang kan di map pas mau aku nggak salah nge-stream di map kedua ya. Nah, jadi tuh sebenarnya grand final itu adalah lu harus Di sini tuh udah war mental. Kenapa? Karena penentuan lu tuh sekuat apa sih bisa main sekompetitif ini gitu. Kalau lu streaming nih ya, andai kata salah satu Gen.G itu ada yang streamer atau segala macam. Mereka live streaming adalah 4 jam atau 6 jam atau nanti mereka scrim juga gini segala macam. Tapi mereka nggak pernah di pressure untuk main tuh selalu serius main tuh ngikutin tempo grand final BO5 atau apa kayak mereka tuh pasti 2 atau 3 game habis mereka ranked itu pasti istirahat. Dan juga ranked pasti mereka nggak nganggapnya terlalu serius. Kecuali scrim. Scrim pasti mereka 2 jaman lah mereka. 2 jaman itu pun paling 2 map, 3 map, ya kan? Nggak pernah sampai 5 map. Itu aja. Balik lagi kayak VCT Champion 2023. Sentinel kalah sama IG. Kenapa? Kalah mental cuy. Salahnya di mental, sumpah. Mereka tuh permainan PRX tuh udah dibilang hitungannya bagus. Kenapa aku bilang kalah mental? Pertama, Jing selalu dikunci terus. Jing dikunci terus sama Iji. Kedua, performa Demon One yang udah turun ketika di boost mereka naik lagi malah PRX-nya nggak bisa lawan balik mentalnya. Jadi semakin lama makin kuat. Itu kekuatannya NA menurutku. Menurutku tuh NA emang jago di mental. So, hater stance mana ya? Kok langsung menghilang semua? Mana emang di sini ada hater stance? Kan saya bilang jago-jago. Dia juga dari CS semua. Gak salah tuh yang dari CS. Aku nggak tahu Zelsis. Zelsis tuh kita cek Zelsis ya. Kita di Wikipedia aja deh. Ini Wikipedia aja kita. Biar lebih wow. Bentar. Sentinel, wow, udah update aja, cuk. Sentinel. Kita lihat. Sens aku udah tahu. Dia dari Cloud9 waktu itu. Dan nggak terlalu terkenal. Jadi Siti Muhammad Amin Kuat. Anjir, dia Islam, cuk. John Kuti Islam? Aja aku nggak tahu dia Islam anjir. Apa cuk, aku nggak. Dulu dia di kolom chat official langsung bener-bener hilang. Oh iya, ya biasalah. Aku nggak terlalu peduli. Gaming. Kita lihat-lihat. Ini kan dia main follow extended list of result. Di VCT Challengers dia 5. Rokain. Lumayan, berarti memang dari awal nih. Sentinels tarik so mesh. Nah, kita lihat ya. Ada Arab-Arabnya. Moroko, anjing. Dari mana Arab-Arabnya? Ya ada di Counter Strike gak sih? Aku tuh lupa caranya. Apa cara bacanya? Demuruk. Nah, sebelum dia di Fox Gaming. Status aktif. Nah. God. Tuh, Kede itu. Anjir, tingginya mirip, cuk. Kede, cuk. Ya. Istrinya. Apa lagi tadi selain Gen.G? Tuhan, yo, monggo. Zelsis. Aku belum pernah denger dia anjir soalnya. Cloud9. Dulu dia di Sentinels juga, terus balik lagi. Jadi substitut. Nyata adanya. Oh iya, dulu dia Cloud9 nih. Wah, dia MVP! Oh, bukan. Sentinels Invitational. Yap. .98 juga cuy, anjir 26. So, berarti emang Zekan paling bocil anjir. Ya kalah ya. Terus siapa lagi ya, Fra? Mau turu? Iya, monggo. Nice. Lagi. Mana sih cara liatnya ya? Kita lihat details dulu deh. He's a former Counter-Strike. Former juga Counter-Strike. Dia dulu Counter-Strike cuy. Ya aku emang. He was the first player to reach Valorant rank known as Radiant in North America. Kita harus lihat anjir. Tuh, Zelsis dari Counter-Strike juga. Bro. Gen.G ada dari Counter-Strike gak? Gak ada, berarti dia perdana nih Gen.G. Emang anaknya anak apa namanya? Anak Valo banget. Second, bocil nih. Dah, bocil nih udah pasti kagak ada main kagak mungkin dia ini main CS. Ya maksudnya. Philippine. So guys, is it the best of the best? Jadi tuh emang lunturnya tuh di itu. Lunturnya di map kelima. Lunturnya di map split tadi. Udah bener-bener datek gitu split. Split tuh udah tek banget. Kalau gini ya, harus mandi. Well guys, terima kasih yang sudah menonton. Yang belum join Discord bisa join Discord karena ini cuma ada di setiap aku Easter egg mau keluar aja. So thank you guys for watching, thank you for supporting. GG for Sentinels yang dukung Sentinels. Salut. Tapi aku salut juga sama Gen.G yang udah bisa hitungannya tim Pasifik yang bisa nge-counter NA dengan sempurna. Yang sahur bentar lagi imsak, kayaknya udah mau imsak deh, bentar lagi deh. Kalian dari Jakarta ya yang udah imsak, jangan lupa subuhan dulu. Selamat berpuasa teman-teman. Dan sampai jumpa. Bye bye. Auto stop.